Medicine, son. Oh, Edu. I told you I'd be here, big dog. How can I help you?
Um, Good morning, Rabbi.
What up, pimp? How are you?
Can you hear me?
Absolutely. Go, baby.
Okay, I just wanna, shout out to you. Yesterday, I was trying to do the whole thing, but as you told me, I could not be able to, link the whole thing on my link. I just wanna tell you that maybe before in the evening time, I might be able to, get back.
Okay, take your time. There's no rush. I'm here to help you.
All right.
Okay, so do you need help,
Yeah.
or do you just need more time?
No, no, no. But I just wanna ask, is it compulsory to get the whole, social media
Absolutely,
accounts?
absolutely. Here's why. You want as many places as you can post for your clients as possible. You want as many places as you can post for yourself as possible. You want to rank as highly in the search engines as possible, and this gives you a lot of entries. You want to open up as many communication channels for new clients as possible, and you want to make it as difficult as possible for people to be able to impersonate you. Does this make sense?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, big dog.
Is that a picture of him on your shirt? This is Darth Vader. I know it's Darth Vader. I'm making a joke about him having a black tooth. It's black. Darth Vader's black. Yeah, let's get up there. I am your father, and I believe him now. Yeah. Alright. That did happen and stuff. Yeah. Huh? You did abandon his child. And what? Turns out great. It is true. It is true. And he I mean, it didn't turn out great for Darth Vader, I'll be honest with you. He skywalked out of his life. He had Star Wars jokes, so... Alright. Do you only hook up with black women? Are you... No, my girlfriend's white. Oh, wow. What made you make the change? She's pretty thick. Like a little bit brown. There's some real traits to you, like the Wait, I've been told that. What else? What do you think's the blackest thing about you? We know it's not your penis. Yeah, no. Probably my black scent. I've been trying to get rid of it, but it's here. You hang around a lot of black people? Yeah, a lot. Because, see, my mom, she did, like, drugs. Yeah, she did heroin when she was pregnant with me. I got eczema now, so that's not bad. Wow. Yeah. Eczema is your baby. Jenkins for I was told this would be good for my career. So sick. Come on, heroin, so that forced you to have a lot of black friends growing up. Yeah, I mean, when you say it in that order, it sounds like I'm. How old are you? I am 23. Yeah. My goodness, one of the oldest people to ever apply for a job at a van store. If the Vans doesn't hire, I was good at comedy. That's the reason why I started singing. Is actually because you're in to people is produce a show, control your own stage time. So I was gonna just dive full into that. Well, you know, as much as you've hung around black people, I wouldn't recommend diving into much of it. Find yourself drowning. There might need to be a lifeguard there. Can you swim? Yeah, not well though. Right. Yeah. Okay, so you're 23. You might want to, diving all the way into comedy. So I didn't dive all the way in when I was 23, and I started at 22 like you. I was hustling for a few years. So what's your actual next plan? If the Vans doesn't hire you, you're going to have to make some money. You have you to take care of, you have a child to take care of. Are you giving money to the baby mama? Yeah, every month I give her. I'm not on child support. That's my kid. I gotta take care of her. You're damn right. Yes, that's good. He's a white guy. But I used to detail cars. I know how to detail cars. I would go back to door trying to, watch these cars. Wow. Okay, very good. Wow. All right, Asher. Anything else crazy we should know about you? You have any special skills or talents? So you know how to rap at all? You a white rapper? No, I used to play basketball. I played basketball overseas in Puerto Rico. Really? Yeah. Overseas? It was like 60 pounds ago. Like, yeah. There's a sea. Like, it's American territory, but I claim it. You know what I mean? Water. Yeah. So what was your basketball career like in Puerto Rico? Oh, it wasn't good. I was the only white. Yeah, but I was there. My name was on the roster. Wow. I had one good game out of like 30. But you had 30 points? No, I had one good game out of 30. I had 30 points. Gotcha. But I was throwing those assists. Right. Yeah. Right. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah. Anything else other than basketball and comedy? I mean, gamble. Yeah, I love to gamble. Oh, okay. It's not the best for my current situation, but I stopped over at that little place underneath Sunset. They got like some slots back there, and I played $20 before I stepped on stage. Yeah, you didn't know? Yeah, there's slot machines underneath their comedy. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, right next to the main chicks, I spent 20 and I went up to 30, and then I blew it on lost. Yeah. But I only played 20. It's good. Never played before. That's right. James McCann.
Actually, there's a lot of things that are making me scared for your future and the future of your job. But I believe in you. You've got a good energy.
Absolutely. Sure.
I wasn't going to say anything, but you asked me, and you're going to hang in. Comedy takes a long time to get going.
Yeah.
And kids are expensive really quickly.
Oh, yeah. I know. What's the most expensive thing that your kid has contributed so far? Like, it's just the buildup of dice and the food and everything. No item is that expensive. Maybe like I mean, baby food. What flavor baby food? I'm not that much in his life. I have she buys it. You don't need the kid all the time. I don't feed him. She feeds him. You've never had the urge. D-Madness is loving this right now. I think he just tried to choke you there for a second. I think he tried to reach you. I've seen him get fed. Been there. I love my son. Made me out to be a villain. But Jim, did you give him a white name or a black name? I named him after my grandpa. What's your name, Demetrius? No, it's Italian. It's okay. Yeah. He doesn't look black at all. He looks like Filipino. Like, I don't know how. It's not hitting because you can. Yeah, it's Filipino. Well, when you talk to your wife about this, does your wife know that you consider your son Filipino? I don't have a wife, but. Right, your baby mama. Yeah, no, yeah, and she hates it. She's like, stop talking about our son like that. And I'm like, it's funny.
You know, if they end up bringing that Maury Povich show, that could be a good way to get some money.
Yeah.
I can see you doing the dance.
Who's Maury Povich, though? He was a little bit before your time. I'm sorry. He was a little bit before your time. 6 to 7 years ago. Kids don't know. Oh, the crowd's turning on. Quick, folks. This is a very Maury crowd here. Asher Casson, congratulations. Fun times. There he goes. Asher Casson. One last one here. We're having fun tonight. You guys having fun out there? All right, let's see what happens here. Make some noise for your next bucket full. It's Josh Canada. Everybody, here comes Josh Canada. All right, thanks. I'm having a great month right now. Actually, it's odd timing, but I just celebrated 2 years of marriage, so that was fucking dope. Oh, thank you. Thank you guys. It's a weird time in our marriage because we're talking. I wanted to go see the new Superman movie. It just came out on HBO. I was explaining it's really interesting because they changed directors, like revamping the universe. And she asked me, how long do you want me to pretend to care about this? So that's a new level of honesty I didn't know that I didn't want. You know what I'm saying? But I did see the new Superman. It's pretty good. If you want to see it, I'm hearing a lot of weird stuff about it. People are like, there's one nation, right, that's like oppressing another nation. And it's an analogy for like Israel-Palestine. But if you want to see the movie, that's not at all true. It's not. Because in the movie, Lois Lane is a reporter, and she lived the whole time. So, thanks. I appreciate it. Josh Canada. Josh. How long have you been on comedy? About 2 years. 2 years. And where at? Okay. Is it better than just 1 year? Yeah. I moved here in March, and yeah, usually. Okay. What do you do for work? I'm between jobs, but looking for a barista gig right now. Looking for a barista gig? This might be the fanciest unemployed crew of comedians ever pulled out of. Like, a lot of people hopeful for jobs taken by 15-year-olds. Damn. Was that your best minute of comedy? Definitely not, but yeah, that's what it was. You know what I want to do? You know what I'm thinking I want to do here? I want to check in with our friends Street Racer over here. Can you light them up real quick? Guys, what do you guys think about that performance, if you don't mind? We're here on Kill Story. That said was not funny. You shouldn't quit your day job. I'd rather hear bags and boxes. And we are Straight No Chaser. That's Straight No Chaser. Ladies and gentlemen, just checking in, just enjoying the show over there. No big deal. How does that make you feel? Have you ever been demolished by a 9-person acapella group? Have you ever had your soul taken from such great tone and rhythm? No, that was new. Yeah, it feels good. It's unbelievable from my angle. I gotta tell you, I think I have the best seat in the house with it. They just love it. Look at this smile else on these guys' faces. They all seem like the nicest guys, but they are loving just destroying you right now. Let's check in the chat. I was a little out of character for the occupant. Nice motherfuckers. I couldn't have them do it for the trans or the. Yeah, I missed it. I missed it on Robert Frank was rough, but it was this has been doing it 2 years, so it really gets for you because you've really had a lot of time to prep. Josh, let's talk about it. Since anything, Josh? I love snowboard, and I got really like stuff. Fuck yeah, smoking meat. Fuck yeah, dude. Snowboarding, smoking meat. Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. When I went out on snowboard, or smoking meat. You gotta send this fucking super out to it. Alright. Josh, when you do stand-up, what else do you talk about when you're not talking about the same? Fair enough. Yeah, I talk a lot. My dad's from Mexico, so people talk about like look Mexican or sound Mexican. Right. And your last name is Canada. Yeah, that's your dad's last name? It's so it's Canada. It's yeah. Oh, I do see an accent mark there. I thought you were like a fucking mustache above it or something. Which I guess works both ways. Yeah, and with like that weird ass sombrero. Good time. Kenyatta. Yeah. Wow. My God. It's a name that makes you want to bust down all the borders. Yeah, no, ever since the election in Canada, which is a reason it's a good time. Amazing, Josh. Okay, so after there was something. I didn't think the acapella group was gonna line you up quite that hard. Even I feel kind of bad. Even me, a writer of like 13 Comedy Central roasts, right? I do this every week. There's something about being told you're not funny, which I'm like, oh god, that is as icy cold as it gets. Just 9 guys hitting different notes and making it sound beautifully perfect. So I'm gonna give you one chance here to redeem yourself. 2 years in the game, I want you to do your best joke right now, like a little quick, fast little like boom. Move the mic stand out of the way. Move the mic stand. All right. I think mental health is important. Just because depressed people are so annoying. It's like get over it. You know what I mean? It's like, and I'm not trying to like make light of the suicidal people either. Because that's very serious. Suicidal people. It's never what you want it to be. You know what I'm saying? Still not funny. Nice, sweet Josh. Do you have any other special skills or talents in snowboarding and smoking meats? Jeez, man. Look at it. I was fucking grubbing a pig the other night. Awesome. Yeah. I used to like to act a lot. That was a lot of fun. So that was something I enjoyed doing kind of before COVID. Do you live here now? Yeah. Okay. Well, Josh, we need you to again sometime, Josh. Okay. In the meanwhile, what do you got there? What are you taking out? Here's a little chili book. It wasn't a great day, Josh. It gets better. Sometimes the story, sometimes people grow on this. Thank you. One more time for Josh. Kenya, ladies and gentlemen, he'll be back. He ain't quitting. He'll come back. He's just gotta fucking smoke some meats. He'll be back. Alright. Well, what an episode it's been. How can we forget it? Started with Kansai Yasuda feeding me ramen. Kendrick Flynn absolutely destroying from the middle position. We've seen a lot since then. There's only one way to end an episode like this, ladies and gentlemen, and if you ask me, it's with the reigning, defending record holder for all time. all-time appearances and all-time interviews. He's a Keltoni Hall of Famer. God himself said, I love that man. Some people call him the Vanilla Gorilla, the Memphis Strangler, the Tijuana Tarantula, the Bernie Bush. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Big Red Machine, the one and only, the lights out, William Montgomery. Remember when you could wish COVID on your worst enemy and it meant something? Donnie, and by the way, I hope I'm pronouncing that right so I don't get jihadied after the show, was just elected mayor and conservatives are pissed. Meanwhile, my ass is handing out hiking directions to the office population. You're go live in prosperity. Hey, red man, kiss if I'm wrong, but if you blow bubbles, can that spread hepatitis? Tesla's shareholders approved $1 trillion pay package for Elon Musk. That lucky son
Yo, what up?
Retire at 55. Okay, that's my side. Thank you. For Elon Musk, that lucky son of a bitch is going to be able to retire at 50. Hey, red man, kiss me if I'm wrong, but if you blow bubbles, can that spread hepatitis? Tesla's shareholders approved $1 trillion pay package for Elon Musk. That lucky son of a bitch is going to be able to retire at 55. Okay, that's my time. Thank you. William. Lights out. Again, I gotta tell you, William, I think we should just jump right into it. Right? You went a little viral this week. I think everybody saw it. It's like a big deal. You want to talk about it, William? It was I'm just going to use the word exciting. It was the most exciting show I've done here. I'm not even kidding. I did this, some festival here in Austin, and I'm doing 25 minutes. The first 2 minutes, some random person joins me. One stage, he gets right beside me. Thank God he didn't have a gun or a knife, or he would have killed me. He was standing right beside me, and he asked for the microphone, and I'm confused. I don't know what's going on, so I do the microphone up to him, and he's like, "You're garbage. This is garbage." So then said a really good for the other 23 minutes I had to do after that fucking guy. I'm literally, this hasn't happened, and towards the end of it, thank God, I was able to just kind of relax and try to appreciate everything, but it was a whole bunch of kill yourself, get off the fucking stage, where are the tomatoes? That's what hurt me the most. Some idiot got them yelling, where are the tomatoes? But I had to power through because I'm like, oh my God, I have to get it. I have to do the time. So it was, so I didn't do it, but it was scary. The first 30 seconds, I could tell it wasn't going to go great. The guy joins me. Once I didn't know who Jay was, but I learned a couple things this weekend. And one of the things is just seeing who the headliner person is. There was a guy named Morgan Jay, and I never met him. I think he came up to me. Said hello, but I guess his whole thing is he does the auto-tune microphone and does crowd work the whole time. He goes out into the crowd. You know, it's a little different than the comedy that I did. About a night and day different than a lot of his fans. I think Jay, that would have been worse. You could have had an acapella band tell you that you're shit. Yeah, if the won't get it, dumbass. That's no. And let's be clear here. That's impossible because you headline your own shows for this festival. You were paid a very good gig that you normally wouldn't do because you normally, let's just be honest, you normally don't perform in your hometown very often. You watch it very often. You love making vast sums of money for your art, which saying that, I mean, but you do. I mean, this guy, it's sort of, yeah, like it's got the hair tone. Well, yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Let me plow through what I'm saying here for a second. Oh, you go ahead, Jinx.
I think I've made video too, it's about to turn around. I think, honestly, that was a viral thing, and people are going to that again. And that's quite scary, but financially, well, that's good.
It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. It's a lot, without a doubt. We all love it. The Kill Tony fans love it because the jokes are rock solid. Yeah, I do my Paul Walker, Paul Crasher joke, and it is an uproarious boo. Just this barrage of boos. They came, so they love Paul Walker. I guess the Morgan Jenkins love Paul Walker. I had no idea. See, if I knew that, I wouldn't have done that joke. And there were other jokes, too, that I wouldn't have done. I don't know if there's any way to say this without being slightly political, right? But guys like that literally kind of like sing about that very traumatic guys. No, I'm kidding. I mean, the guy, I mean, it's funny, dude. There's Kill Tony fans, right? Oh my gosh, you see one of his videos, and at first I was confused because it was like, oh my gosh, what's going on? Where are the jokes? But then I'm watching it, I'm like, oh, this is funny. Right. It was funny. Yes. It was. There's one thing where it's an older guy sitting next to a young kid, he's like, you know this good. And that made me laugh because it's like, and then the guy's like, oh, it's my cousin. And it's like, oh my gosh, and it's autotune. It's like, that's your, yeah. And like, so that fan base that this guy has built is, let's just say, very, very clean, right? Very clean. Not anything of any, like, it's woke church shit, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, he was real nice to me. I have nothing. I'm not saying anything bad about him. Now, why don't we do this? Why don't you describe what the audience was like? If you could describe what you were looking at out there, what did it look like to you? Mainly Hispanic people. No, I'm kidding. Okay. But yeah, no, it seemed like a lot of Hispanic people, but in the past, there have been wonderful nights. What did you tell me on the phone when I called you? When I called you to make sure you weren't going to kill yourself? How did you describe the audience to me? Do you remember? They looked very non-binary. I mean, I say that, and seriously, and that's just a descriptor. It means nothing. I don't care one way or the other. But for the record, you're not gonna win them back now. No, I'm not trying to say I don't give a shit. But for the record, when I called the person a slut and a bitch, that was a non-binary looking fucking nasty looking bitch. Fucking for my death, literally saying kill yourself. And I feel weird, Tony, because I literally see 100 cameras up there, so I'm like, this is awkward. It's like I gotta try to defend myself a little, I guess, because it's all people, but it's all these idiots filming, and it's, I don't know. Right. It was on, so I just powered through it, but it's just a different type of the jokes. Different type of audience. It was, yes, and experience scared me. There's people that if I was in that spot, it would have been the same thing. Like there's certain audiences that literally have never seen a real comedy show before. Someone that's famous on Instagram, they go and they just want to see them so tuned crowd. You know what I mean? And you're up there doing actual jokes. I bet you didn't see a single Korn t-shirt or an Ozzy Osbourne t-shirt, right? Like you do out here. It's a little bit different. The crowd, correct? Yes. Very, totally agrees on that. Right. So what did you learn from this experience, William? Yeah, let's play a little clip. Red Band has a little clip. Wow, so that's we have a little bit more destroy here and get booze nation is they should have perhaps Frank open up for Morgan J next time because he gets booze here. Maybe he would get big laughs there. Maybe Frank, his third appearance ever, he should make thousands and thousands of dollars to do 25 minutes. All right. William, you look fantastic. How much weight have you lost? I don't know. It's the Manjaro I want. No, it's, yeah, well, I haven't been able to do the road issue in 2 weeks. It's very sad. I'm getting into a weird thing. God, after that set in the past, if it was noticing. Sorry, a second here. Listen just for a second. Oh my gosh, she really has a mouth there. I'm kidding. Those are big. Yeah, those are huge. Those are giant bosoms. What was I talking about? I don't even remember what I was talking about. Wait, seriously, what was I? Yeah, I'm not being. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, no. After the set, normally if it was when I was drinking, doing cocaine, I would have got all fucked up, and I just ate a large Papa John's stuffed crust pizza. So I'm doing that. Wow. What did you have on your Papa John's large stuff? Just a little sausage. What else? What else was on the pizza? It was just sausage. Oh, well, you did it again, William Montgomery. You might get booze inside on other places, but here he is beloved. Guys, let's see what Ryan J. Ebel drew tonight during this. Wow, look at that. That's James McCann and Jeff Dye. RyanJEbel.com for those prints. Chris Rogers, what'd you draw tonight? Oh, shit. The new regular Kendrick Flynn over there. Guys, how loud can this place get for our guest, James McCann? Disquieting Levels of Pig is on Amazon right now. This special is a wild hit on YouTube. Black Israelite. He has the James McCann Catamaran podcast. James McCann. Don't forget that new book of poems, Disquieting Levels of Pig. You've forgotten a bit. They love poems, this crowd. Perhaps Morgan Jenkins. I think go up to that Rothschild crowd. They're going to love poems. They're going to love it. Those people are sick and disgusting. God say, fuck them. I love you. That's right, James McCann, ladies and gentlemen. Jeff Dye is on tour at JeffDye.com. He has the new iHeart Pod. Thank you, Jeff. Thanks for having me. How about one more time for Straight No Chaser over there? Their free show performance is unbelievable.
Yo, what's good, Rothschild?
How you living, big man?
How you doing, bro?
I'm well. How are you?
Oh, man, I'm just chilling, bro.
All right, well, enjoy your big man.
So how many tacos? Like, do you
Dog, what are you talking about?
you like tacos, Rothschild?
Dude, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm watching a show, my man.
We're watching a show, but we can't talk about tacos.
Sure.
It's really amazing. I mean, if
You don't like tacos?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Do you like spaghetti bolognese?
How about one more time for the best Sam Van and all the
Dog, I'm watching a show. All right,
Yo,
no.
is Brandon okay, man?
Good night, everybody.
You're good, big dog. What up, Zoo?
Hey, Rabbi.
Zoo, what up, baby?
So I was reading about mind uploading technology,
Yes, sir.
and that's that you can factory race. Do like a factory race, and you can upload lines to the age of 18 if you don't want anyone like. So you can have all those memories from when you're 18, but and then you choose not to upload past that. Go back to being your 18-year-old and create new memories and get rid of your memories now if you don't like the person to become.
Well, for sure, it's not as memory erasure, but you don't have to upload your memory to do that.
It's amnesia.
No, memory erasure?
Mind uploading amnesia.
No, that's different. You can just alter and edit your memories currently. Mind uploading refers to the process of essentially scanning a brain. And,
You can delete things.
yes, memory erasure. It's been experimented people with post-traumatic stress disorder. Someone like you would be a really good case for this.
Yes. So I can delete memories that of like my abuse, so I don't have to go through that shit.
Yeah, but they have to keep the memories of me whooping your ass. That's one thing that's can't be erased. That's in there forever. But yeah, you can remove any kind of painful memories of your past, except mini golf defeats. Those all stay.
But do I only I memories if I delete them? I'll have to-
So that's the question. Whatever company owns this is gonna know. I mean, I know they may say that they don't share the information, but be like a VPN, like somewhere somebody that's deleted, unless they really make it so that like this basically becomes untraceable. But even still, everything is basically
Are they uploading? If they have a database for banned
we don't know what the laws will be in the future. Welcome, we have a new friend. What up, Dark? How are you?
it just says
Excellent. Welcome.
it just seems like it's going to be very hard to delete because you have everyone has memories of when they're not.
What up, Bama for Fank? How are you, big dog?
Doing good. Yo, Rabbi, they're in that other DC talk about Jeremy.
I'm
They
not.
are saying that honestly. Yeah, like we were just in there.
Okay, that's fine. I appreciate it. I don't do anything like that. They can say whatever they want about me.
Cat. Yeah, we just wanted to let you know, like.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, have a nice one.
You too, big dog.
Monday, November 24th. What's up, fam? It's Turkey Week. It's Thanksgiving. I think we're going to do a deep fried turkey for the first time. I heard it's the bee's knees. Jim, what are you doing for Thanksgiving, buddy? I'm going home for like a few days. Do you go back to LA or to All right. When are you leaving? Like late Wednesday. When you come back Saturday. I did the late Wednesday and Saturday because sometimes the flights are delayed, so I can't come back a day early to make sure we can get back to this. Yeah, so if it gets delayed on Saturday, you're supposed to finish the show. Right, Calvin, only take a page. Professionalism from your travel book, that'd be great. That would be nice. All good, baby. All good. Yeah, Turkey Day, your family does the regular turkey shit. Normally they do American, but then Korean side stuff. So there will be kimchi. It will be like West Side turkey. Yeah. Because you do turducken and shit? No, I would love to try turducken, but no. Just regular turkey. Yeah, I got my buddy Trey. He's known for making insane, basically all around holiday meals. So I think we're going to do a fried turkey with him. Be careful, man. That's like one of the most dangerous things I heard. I do it at my crib. Yeah, that's about my big grade. Tiger's done with fall travel ball. Last tournament was on this weekend. And boy, as a papa, I could not be prouder of the kid. He just found it, man. He found it. And going into the off season, this little dude is off on the right man. Because in spring it picks up even more. It's more competitive. Can be more proud of you. How about this, man? This one, oh my God, we got one. He gets done with his game.
wanted extra innings. They call it Texas overtime. So
It's athleticism. Fuck. I'm spending some time just hanging out here with you. Oh, wearing guys that treating like you do. But I'm the girls will make me people there right now, they know. I was sick.
You see him doing uprooting mountains and grinding them one against the other. So it sounds like this case was just as great as Rabbi Meir. And yet, Rish Lakish was so deferential. First line, how can cover? What's it so beautiful? How can cover? See how much Rabbi Meir and Rish Lakish loved each other. So the Gemara will say is this idea that they were incredibly respectful to one another. The Yosef Rabbi, it's Rabbi came along. Different story. Came along, and Rabbi said, "You are not permitted to insulate something called." Once we have this in our Shabbos coming, there's an Isra on Shabbos called. Now Rabbi came along and said, "Not only to insulate something, not only to not insulate something to preserve on Shabbos, you also can't insulate something to preserve cold on Shabbos." And that we're concerned. And if you let go ahead and insulate something cold, we come to insulate something hot as well. So the Gemara says, "Amar lefan of Rabbi Shmuel Yossi Abba." So I'm Rabbi Shmuel. I'm Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Shmuel Yossi came Abba. She says, "Abba Matzi permitted one to in cold." Amalei said, "Kavar Torah of Rabbi Yossi coming that way. The Torah has husband, nothing to talk about. You're allowed to do." So this was basically see how the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael each other. Either Rabbi Yossi Kayim, Rabbi Yossi Kayim, Kafov Yosef the Rabbi. If Rabbi Yossi was a lot himself would have been deferential in front of Rabbi. Tahara Bishma Rabbi Yossi Memali Makam Avosef High Havav Zaki. So I said, even though Rabbi Yossi was deferential to that of Rabbi Yossi, he deferred to Rabbi Yossi. So we were painting a beautiful picture here of Rabbanim who are deferential one to the other. So you see over here first, again, we started talking about it beforehand. But you see Rish Lakish being incredibly deferential to Rabbi Meir, holding my head Kadosh holding out, even though again Rish Lakish was just as great as Rabbi Meir, and I see over here Rabbi being deferential to Rabbi Yossi, even though Rabbi Yossi would have been deferential to Rabbi. Incredible. So I say, where do we see it? So the Gemara is painting this beautiful picture of the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael, Daf of Eretz Yisrael, being incredibly deferential and respectful to one another. So the Gemara said, what's the pasuk? He said, "V'ekach shnei maklos." So this was actually very beautiful. This is a pasuk in Zechariah. I took from you two staffs. This is the prophetic vision of Zechariah. I took from you two staffs. Echad karasi Noam, the staffs that called Noam. Echad karasi Chol, and the other called Chol damages, right? Damages. So the says Noam, who's Noam? Ilu Tamidi Cham Shavarisi. This refers more like a Noam, who's the pleasant one? Ilu Tamidi Cham Shavarisi. This refers to first tells in Eretz Yisrael. Sheman Imin.
Already done, baby.
They're pleasant to each other. was a terrorist. אילו דברים חושבים, והפישת פרזנטורית
That's cool. What's your friend doing here with their mic?
and almost like abrasive to each other in halacha. Those are such a fascinating distinction here between the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael and the Rabbanim.
Yo, what's up with your mic? None.
All right, so here's the breakdown if you really want to know. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the Queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life true life Big Brother. This is a timeline and time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, quit with days. just be quiet.
My bad.
You're good. In the 1990s, Bill Gates raised content is king, and I'm making it a. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, this magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource internet than any person ever. This is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral. When I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on more than 20 simultaneous streams, 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. You should know that I additionally stream my life to anger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I stream my life to help end world peace, to world thirst. Pardon me. Dog. Yeah, Dark. Mute your mic. I'm not talking. Mute your mic because it's garbage. I love you, Dark, but mute your mic, my man. Thank you. I stream my life for world peace. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStrack program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto the land and make it drinkable. So that's a little bit about what I do. If you want to know more, go to the About section of this Discord and you can read all about me.
Appreciate it, man.
You're welcome, my man. Thank you for being so polite.
Yeah, of course.
You got a dad who's just as crazy. Let's fucking ride, buddy. So I'm excited, man. I'm excited. I did have to watch this UFC Couture card on my phone again. It's not ideal, but I get the jobs done. I gets the job done. I can just any random fight night, but this one was pretty special. Fight night in a hot freaking second. Dude, and there's not a big fight coming up. I get the December pay-per-view card. It's like a long takeaway, but it's, it's decent. There's a lot of drama going on with the Real Housewives that they live right now, especially Real Housewives in the UFC. We'll get to that. This guitar card, Color Guitar, how the fuck is it? It was a great card. Horikoshi looked unbelievable. That guy's a freak. Can we talk about freaking, where's he? Topuria's brother? Oh yeah, that guy. He's a bigger freak than Ilya. He's fucking jacked for 135. That dude is big. Look at what he sound how tough opponent. That dude is gonna be eating love. That dude, oh my god. For bantamweight, that dude is gonna be freaking drunk. Those brothers, man. That Alexander, he's just fucking has it, dude. That kid's gonna be a problem. Roach look great. Aldo Acosta. Dude, in a division that's filled with dinosaurs and not a lot of talent, he's something to get excited about. He's something to get excited about. Just knocking dudes out, fighting consistently. And I admire that because your job as a prize fighter is to not fight once or twice every year. But if you let the UFC dictate it, they can have you fight maybe as you're coming up 3 times a year. This dude's doing 4 or 5. He wants to fight in December. Dude, get your money, big dog. He has that right here. He just has it. He just has it now. As he gets up in the rankings, he's going after his blade. That'd be a good test for him.
Again, beating each other. But intellectually beating each other up. ויורה אליי, בסדר אליי, אילה שני בני היצהר העומד, ושניים זיסים עבוד יצהר. So we'll say, what is this perfection? So again, he's also so again, it says, these are the sons of the olive oil, referring to olive oil. That refers to Eilu Tamid Yisrael Sheretz Yisrael, Shinoch and Zela Zev Hashem and Dynasty. Right? So the olive oil is a reference ultimately again to the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael. What's the olive oil? Olive oil is smooth olive oil. It's sweet. These refer to the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael, ultimately again who are kind to one another in halacha. So the verse is, but times is 2 olive trees. Eilu Tamid Yisrael Sheretz Shemerurin Zela Zev Kizayis. The olive tree, the olive leaves, on the other hand, is bitter. So that refers to the rule, that refers ultimately again to the abundance of Bavel, who are bitter to one another. The Esa Inai, supposed to say, it's fascinating distinction between the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael and the Rabbanim Oken of Bavel. So I do not have to fight for today. You know, a beautiful piece by the Shmuel. The second shot of that. The second shot of that is why so the second shot says it's the power of Eretz Yisrael. That there's something about being in the left that has
Last week, I told you guys that this is going to be what the UFC is going to do in a fight when they do areas and what is the person and how these two jump.
The more right on the flight, and you see the coastline of Tel Aviv coming in. It's something that moves inside. Snaps like inside. You come to the airport and you see that like over there. You see that, and there's something that fundamentally it's good. It's not like they're fantastic. Fundamentally, so much more says that comes from the country. Has like this is from driving or from Eretz Yisrael effect on Shama. Does that's what feels and the place of him and many of us. The only piece is in Eretz Yisrael. That getting my stage with Aish. Is not supposed to be repetitions. All what not first to read that's why some people look back. So remember back to that side night, the Era, finish state Russian Yotzos, rough country. Those are having marked another incredible vision also from the area. I lifted my eyes and I saw 2 women. Yotzos, rough country. So these were really like Malok, they looked like women. Like the wind was under their wings. Like you're not gonna find them, the country has to see the wings like a sea. But the Sena Haifa, Jena Sharai on the earth. They listed the Ifa, so again, that's the person that he between the heaven and the earth. So Omer Alamalak had over the Onahima, Holy Ghost, as I said to the Malach, where are they taking the Ifa? Yomer Eli, live no love by his Eretz. Going to build the whole Eretz. So let's say, it's just done. The high you see 2 angels, they look like women, they have legs like see the bird, and lifted up, they're taking the Ifa. That's because Ifa is the Ifa. Where are they putting the Ifa? The Eretz. What is it saying? Or is it showing a high? Zu Chanufa. These 2 angels refer to Chanufa, so it's like false flattery, Chanufa. And that's arrogance. Arrogance. She yards about and both of these came down to Baba. Says, Gasis Baba, Baba, affected the arrogance came to Baba. Baba Mar, Asaras, Abin Gasis Baba, 10 carbon hot arrogance came down to the world. Tishak, not what Ava. Nine of them came down to Persia. Nine of them came down to Persia. Two Afas, Kala, Ola, and one was heard amongst the rest of the world. So what's this teaching of the arrogance came to Persia, not the Baba? In Baba, not the Scripture, we use arrogance. Even not the Baba. Some Baba spread out to neighboring areas. Like an Amixid, Livnos Labai is better. Share Shmani. Okay, so there's Vama Mar. So it's actually just there's so much to say about this prophetic vision. Like this prophetic vision of two Malachim, or these two women, these two angelic figures representing flattery and arrogance. They have wings, right? They have wings. Because flattery and arrogance, again, they're transporting the Sahara to, in this case, it was Persia or Babel. That's where arrogance and flattery from Roman are similar guys to Ruach Manius the Baba Locus. The Mother says Manius the Baba Locus. The Mother said 1 second. He's the son for arrogance is poverty. It's poverty. What's the track of arrogance is poverty? At a simple level that sometimes the person beneath you. So some interesting that you think work is beneath you, which is you don't make money. So sometimes you might say, well, second, but Manius the Baba Locus, God if poverty comes to Baba, whereas Manius, what is it? Manius Kola. The first place, not material poverty, but rather against her. They said, a whole lot of Shadang I'm going to this refers to Elaine, which is Persia. Zux, so Grimon, Zux up the light. Even the time from Persia, first there was much Torah that was learned, but ultimately, again, they did not have to convey Torah as my brother. What's about? I'm going to be open on the rule of the Mikra, the rule of the Mishnah, the rule of the Talmud. Ultimately, again, it's mixed in. There's Torah there, there's Mishnah there, and there's Talmud there. The Nachshakim was humanity answer all them. So literally, again, the first of the quotes, the idea of front and back. So maybe in the darkness, I have been read, like the dead of the world. This refers ultimately again to the word of God. So on one hand, what the Gemara is bringing over is this tremendous picture, this dichotomy between the Torah versus stuff and the Torah of Baba. That Baba abusive, abrasive, arrogance, there's haughtiness, and yet there's still there's serenity, there's kindness, and there's serenity, kindness, and spiritual relation. Again, it's fascinating to see, by the way, how Talmud Bavli becomes the more authoritative source of more than Talmud Bavli. So if you see from here, it's to be able to arrive at this, to be able to so sometimes truth is not conscious. Sometimes to be able to arrive at truth so let's say you see this guy here, right? When there's kindness, everything is
Yo, what up? What'd you say? No, it's on YouTube.
You're right, and I'm right. You're wrong. I'm wrong, and you're right. And it can't be interesting. On one hand, we're extolling beautiful Shalom of our self. Yet again, it's not that humanity that allows us to arrive at the truest form of Torah. Because what Torah requires, and sometimes requires a little bit, a lot, a little bit of a kind of stuff that's not happiness in order to be incredible. All right. so much more to say in this. We have to provide conditionals. I'm allowed. We get to quote this Gemara on yesterday's stuff. I'm allowed. Neman alai abba. Neman alai abba. Let's see, Ruben has a good color together, right? And Ruben says, you know what? I'm willing to accept my father or your father as a judge. Both of them can do this. Or Neman alai shlosha roi bakar. Or to accept the basin of 3 shepherds. So that which you only shepherd qualified to serve the basin. Rabbi Meir only yoch alatzah about. And there's bigger chapter. This is exactly like this. So come say no, any yoch alatzah. Come say no, what in the process, that's if you are your name. So again, let's say again, even with Abu was liable to Shimon in the Shmuel based. Or the Chayyim Shefa, let's say, so nobody remember again, the Chayyim for Shmuel, the way you think of Shmuel and Daisy is in front of a Torah, holding on to a Sefer Torah, and then he says, you know what, just come over to my house, swear near my house, and outside of Daisy Shmuel, / severe. So again, Rabbi Meir only off alatzah, right? Rabbi Meir says that shouldn't track. No reason I want you to swear to this. Come say no. Once you commit to a process, you know you're off alatzah. You cannot hands, you cannot retract, and you cannot retract once you commit. Okay, it says I'm not being very good enough. The kabli alei b'chad. So what's the case here? What's the case? The case is going to you know what? I'm willing to father or my father as a judge. So now Rabbi says when is this? When they're accepting father as one of the children of 3. They're accepting him as part of the base. I'm going to read the focus, the mafallah. So ultimately, again, what is the mafallah? That's what we call mafallah. If you look at Rashi, Ruben's coming to Shimon, and you know, if I get and I use the case, I'm most of the property that is in their possession. So since Shimon, so therefore again, it's almost they're both everything Rashi is mafallah. We call on the mitzvah, so it's like claimer, essentially claimant. Neman alai abba or adikos in Yisrael is mafallah. If I win the din, ultimately again, I'm mokal back into possession. Awesome coming Rabbanan alatzah. The next is Rabbanan say the litigants cannot retract, or even can't retract. The Hazafa said the Mafia, the Shimi, so to speak, has already partially acquired the item that is in his hand. But if again, the thing is that if I lose the case, I will give you different call you up a lot. Everyone agrees that Allah for myself is the ability to go ahead and you can't retract. Says, no, I'm going to bet in my focus. Even if he says, you, that's also my focus. It's also my focus. If I look bet in my focus, I'm not going to be in your collapse. So then we're asking in the case of Ekin but in the case of Macholacha, everyone agrees that neither party can retract upon the agreed upon structure. Oh, Dilma, Bainzu, Machlokas. Or maybe either way, Chlokas Be'atim Lacha. Machlokas is when it's about the Macholacha, or Chila, in other words, where the party, let's say again, Ruben says to Shem, in the Halak, but then the Machlokas is only in the case where Ruben claims if I lose, I will give them essentially if Ruben loses, shouldn't allow them give that call in your phone call. And it can't be tracked framework. So Rabbi It makes sense. I would be able to my focus. There's my focus whether it's entering the call. Rabbi Da'amar who is holding like which means Rabbi kind of didn't actually come out. Rabbi would be espousing his own position, not himself in any of the affirmations. So let's say back to this. So again, remember, just appreciate what it says on this is introducing us to the legal contract. Legal contract is, and actually it's intuitive, if both parties agree on a compromised legal framework for the resolution of their issue, they could do that. For example, shouldn't come chasing. Ruben shouldn't sit in. You know what? I like your father. He's a smart guy. I agree to submit to a tribunal, to a basin, even though your father's on the basis. Normally, Shim's father's on the basis. What's halacha? It doesn't work. He's a kara. But the usually introducing us the idea both agree to the process, then halacha ma'isa it works. Then the shayla becomes can each party subsequently renege. That's the machlokes. Can either party? That's the shayla. That's the shayla. So the machlokes Rabbi Meir, and the Chacham. Rabbi Meir says that he can renege, say he can't renege. And it becomes under what circumstances, but can the renegation occur? Okay, so that's what we're doing. So let's say you made Oshinin a Shivua and in basement. And someone says, just come over to my house. You can swear to me in my house. And what's that? And then Ramir says, Yachalak. Ramir says that Shimon can say, what? I changed my mind. Come to basement and do the Shivua. The Chum say, in Yachalak. The Chum say, no, he can't change his mind. On the days, my love. And talking about a case where again the Shua would essentially exempt from payment. And therefore the only buffalo. This is a case of forgiveness. And therefore again that's why he can't retract. The where's law the also the so in the case of where again the financial was taking the Shua and then taking property in the case of Etin. I have a Hatala Reisha. Tola the Das Akhir. The kind of the Dollars Das. What about the Reisha case? Something like two different cases. One is the case ultimately again of Tola the Das Akhir. That would be the case of Abba and Rabbi. And ultimately again, one is talking about Tola the Das Akhir. That's the Halakha the Reisha again. That's the again, that's the case where it's dependent on the against themselves. And in both cases, the kind of follow the Das Akhir. If we're just in the case of Abba and Rabbi, we're depending on the people. But for marriage, you must other day, right? Marriage is equally attractive. Why? We should below come up because there was no formal opinion involved. Says, Omar me yemer no exactly. Full of the das and the case of the das mostly Rabbi. Me right there with Rabbanon. The actual inner Baha, which is the other case, Baha I wrote. I apologize. I know we're going to break next week again. But again, just to understand, just trying to figure out on the Mesa, which cases we allow for retraction, which cases we don't. So essentially, after stop over, I'm going to record the rest of this document session before Shabbos, there's a fighting chance. So what's that? But just understand what we're leaving off. We're leaving off with this whole. We establish a reality. The reality two parties could agree to what we call the compromise construct, which allows them to use legal mechanisms which would normally be invaluable for use, right? Like using a relative as a diamond, or like taking the shavua outside of the those things can be done. It can be done. However, what's the shayla? The shayla is, can either party subsequently retract or not? That's the matter. So Rabbi Meir says yes, right, or we can't do that. Rabbi Meir says yes, but common sense no. Then the matter becomes what? Under what circumstances can, according to Rabbi Meir, who says you can retract, right, you can retract your
it's all good. I can see it. Some of you guys' names are very difficult to pronounce. It's falsified. I can see Rabbi in the house.
GM Rabbi. Everyone. How are you all today? Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast, Savior. How was your weekend, my friend?
I had a nice weekend. I had a chill weekend.
That's anything fun?
Did I do anything that spend your weekend away from
Well, that's good. That's always beneficial.
Yes, it's very necessary. And I believe everyone do once in a while and find money, but let's not drive our money. Let's not, because the nice thing of life, if your body is not perfectly in good condition, you will not be able to make as much money as you would like to make. So yeah, I always like to just take a bit of rest.
Absolutely. That's good. Xavier, do you want some alpha on the room? Excellent. All right, everyone. If you're a Web3 marketer, if you are a reply guy, if you're a rater, if you're a moderator, community manager, or any similar position, and you want to be more, listen up because I have some alpha that I think you should know. You all should have a link tree. If you don't have a link tree, you should. A link tree is place one website that has all of your social media on it. What this is going to do for you, it's like a modern day business card. It is essentially a one unified place for people to be able to see all of your different social media. And if you currently only have one or two or three social media platforms, I think it's in your best interest to expand that. Now, how many do you need? There's no perfect number, but I recommend if you're social media in Web3, you should have about 30. You're going to say, Rabbi, 30? That's an incredible amount. When I tell you what they are, most of them already. So, and then it's really about you getting the link together, and I'm going to explain why. You want more places for you to be able to provide places for you to be able to promote yourself, also your clients. Also, you want to be able to have more places for you to be able to get business from clients. You also want to dominate the search engines, and each one of these social media platforms is essentially going to help you dominate the individual search engines. It's going to make it more difficult for people to be able to impersonate. So I recommend having a link tree, a Gmail. You should have a business email account. That's very important. If you don't already have one, you should create one. You all have X, which is YouTube. YouTube's the number 2 website in the world. If you don't have a YouTube, you need one. And if you don't have a business, you need one. YouTube has a lot of power in Google. And when you post content that is going to be promoting you and your customers, your YouTube videos, even if they are going to be at the very top. Telegram, most of you have anyway. That's a huge platform for in crypto. Facebook, you need. I understand you have a personal Facebook. You need a business Facebook. What is a Facebook sister app? The meta apps that you need are Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, and additionally Threads. Instagram, of course, is a photo and video sharing website. It's also considered to be of high value in search engine optimization, which is SEO. You want a TikTok. TikTok's the fastest growing social media platform in the world, and you want to make sure that you don't get left behind. WeChat is giant in China. If you can get one, try to. Snapchat is really popular, probably where you are, and it's great to have a business Snapchat. It's a place where you can promote businesses, promote customers, whatever you need. Pinterest is an excellent photo sharing website. You can put memes there, you can place there, you can promote yourself. It's going to do highly in and search engines. LinkedIn, believe it or not, LinkedIn is the best website that I've ever used for making money. I've made hundreds of thousands of dollars just through LinkedIn. And too, there's nothing special about me, and basically with the resume and the right credentials, positions on LinkedIn. Reddit is for a lot of high net Web3 in the NFT market, in the crypto market. You want to have at least an account there that you can be able to promote yourself and promote your customers. Quora, one for question and answer. Of course, we mentioned Discord. If you don't have a Discord, you want a lot of connections are made on Discord. Some of these are basically they're what's known as micro blogging platforms. Those would be so Twitter's considered one, Threads is considered one, Truth Social is considered one, Mastodon's considered one, and Blue Sky is considered one. All of these are excellent. They're going to help you to be able to promote yourself. You have to understand a lot of Twitter's user base, a lot of X's user base had a mass exodus when Elon Musk bought it. And you can get a lot of the customers who have perhaps left from these different platforms, but also you don't want somebody still impersonating you. Flickr, an excellent video photo sharing website, along with Tumblr content sharing website. Rumble and Kick are the up and coming challengers to Twitch, which you also and YouTube. So you should have these. Imager is an excellent photo sharing website as well. All of Reddit's photos are stored on Imager. And then Clubhouse. Believe it or not, what we're talking X Spaces is just a clone of Clubhouse. If you want this list, I can send it to you. But what you also want, and you don't have to do this immediately, but you're going to want to create a ChatG account if you don't already have one. Google will allow you to use a Gemini account, so that's an AI. Additionally, Sora is one that's going to be very popular soon. That is a ChatGPT sister app of OpenAI. It's for video creation, and Grok can do this as well. All right, so don't get too caught up in, well, I have this account and I don't have this account. But one thing is you need these free accounts if you can get. They're all free. I'm telling you, it's free. And what this is going to allow you to do is donate for both yourself and your clients, and it's all free. About 2 hours of work of creating these accounts will do you a lifetime of good. So let's say you create all of these accounts. Then what do we do? Well, we're going to put content on them, and I'll help you through all this for free. I'm on my Discord 24 hours a day to be able to help you with all of this. What we'll do is we'll create videos for you, about 10, and we're going to put these on your different social media, which is going to allow you to dominate on social on search engines. And so you're going to show up number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, and number 10. When people Google you, and that's what you want. You want to be the number one spot in YouTube. You want to be the number one spot in TikTok. You want to be the number one spot in Instagram, and the other platforms that I mentioned. Additionally, I'm going to teach you, if you want, how to do community Discord and Telegram and X, but Facebook and some. Your network is your net worth, and we want to expand that. I want you all to make more money. I want you to be more successful. I want you to have more business. I want your project successful, and this is the strategy that works. And teach you, if you want, how to clip spaces, just like this, where you tag when something interesting happens. You tag the speaker, and you put hashtags on their radar so that they are basically aware of who you are. That you're an active listener, and then when you come to speak, they're going to be familiar with you. They're going to let you come up and speak. Additionally, how to make memes. See, I already know how to make memes, Rabbi. It'll be fine, but you may not know how to market yourself with memes. And we'll teach you how to do that. And tagging yourself in a meme, putting your name on the meme so people know the creative force behind it. We're also going to create a Fiverr account. If you've never created a Fiverr is a market that allows people to be able to promote their social media skills for outside customers. And I'll do this. I personally have hired people in Nigeria for publish press releases, and I'm who would pay you through and other American out the world, but you get paid in United States dollars, and that you may be using. And then what we're gonna, if you want, we're gonna show you some basic space etiquette, including thanking the host, but also tagging in the purple pill, just saying, thank you so much for letting me share. I really appreciate it. That goes along. We're going to let you back up next time you want to develop these relationships, these co-hosts. They're to allowing you to be able to share your skills with people more than the social media pitch. We're going to get you a pitch, a 60-second pitch, and pitch, so that you can go into a space. So you say, GM to the host, GM to the speakers, GM to the. I don't really know what to say, but I need a job. Give me a job. Send me a job. To everyone, I want you to know that my name is XYZ, and I am one of the best social media marketers in Web3 and project on all 30 of my different social media platforms. We are together going to download all of the search engines, including DuckDuckGo and Bing. And of course, we're going to show up not just number one, but number one through somebody Googles your project on my 30 social media platforms. That using my 30 social media platforms, we're going to make sure you get 30 times more Ds, 30 times more people buying your coin, 30 times more people buying your NFT, times profile, 30 times more people interested. When you partner with me, this isn't just a partnership for one project. This is a lifetime business relationship that I have, because you're going to keep coming. My skills are superior than any of the competition. I'm not just going to be someone who's around for a short while. We're going to together for as long as you need to make you as successful as you can be. My DMs are open. Please feel free to reach out to me. That's what you want to be able to say. That's how you want to market yourself. So if you guys are interested in any of that, you can send me a DM. I can send you the introductory message that I say to everybody. I don't charge for this, and I will coach you through all of this. But also, I'll put in the purple pill momentarily and maybe post the jumbotron, the 30 or so social media platforms that I think you should have. And if you want to know, like, a huge key to success, especially in marketing yourself, is ensuring that you can make guarantees as best as possible to your client base and be able to deliver on them. And one of them that on which you're going to be able to deliver most likely is raising their search engine rank, and that's going to be really important. So with that, I will not take up any more of your time, but I do appreciate the opportunity to share.
Alright, I appreciate you coming up to speak to. There's just a question I have for you, because you seem to have a lot of data, a lot of knowledge which apps they use for video creation. Like, I saw one of those apps, I cannot remember, but the app is owned by Google, but it's just that it's not free. Like, you can use it to do like mini ads and stuff like that. Do you know any app like that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Grok lets you do that, and it lets you do it for free. So what you do is you download the Grok app on either the App Store if you have an iOS device. Grok has an excellent video creation tool. The one that's really popular in the United States is Sora. I would recommend Sora. That's ChatGPT's video creation tool, but it's only available in certain areas of the world. It hasn't gone global yet. You can, if you want. I've helped people in Africa get it. You have to do some finicky stuff and change your VPN, change your App Store, or Google Play Store, basically your location. If you want help doing that, I can help you do that. But Store is an excellent one. But Grok has a great video creation tool as well. If you don't know how to do it, you need to download the separate Grok app, and instead of using the Ask feature, what's called the Imagine feature, you put a prompt in there, and in a few moments have an excellent video. And if you don't think the video is excellent, put 10 prompts in there. You will eventually get an excellent video up to your quality standards. And then if you wish, you can use a video editor like CapCut to be able to make the video exactly the way that you want, that's appealing to your customers and to others.
Okay, that's true. I do want to check Grok out. I think like, okay, Grok, I think I also do want to check out that.
Store is going to take, once it's available, it's good. But yeah, Drop does a really good job as well. And Xavier, if you want, or you just need support, feel free to connect with me, and I'll get through it.
Okay, all right.
And I did have the chance to put a list of social media if anybody's interested that I think you should have in in the jumbo. If anybody has any questions, feel free to reach out to me, send me a DM. I'd be happy to help you. But really, just put yourself in a customer's shoes. Do you want somebody who's just going to promote you on Twitter? Anybody can do that. You want somebody who's a full on social media a full on social media organization, and you're going to be this. You have all this social media, and it's all free. Everything that I tell you is free. Everything that I can be done in about 5 hours worth of. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Guys, do want to reach out to Rabbi if you have any issue, maybe if you have the things he was talking about. Rabbi is very, very active and he will reply you immediately. I can see Ike in the house. This is Sheila Alpha Money, our ratio and you have followers and Alpha Money. So if you're here, make sure you follow the posts and the comment section and the listener section. So if you follow us, we'll follow you back. And you can also want to come up and show yourself. Let's know more about you, what you do. Yes, okay, Rabbi, your hand is up.
Absolutely, Xavier. You're going to have my shill memorized by the time I go viral. I'd like to show up. Is that okay? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life brother. This is a time capsule and a timeline of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. King of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I will make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent. If you're not already, I want to ensure you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropies of your own. I'm not live on one YouTube show, normal influencer or two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 YouTube streams simultaneously, 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you like, you can view all streams in the link in my profile. Additionally, I have a link streams in my pin post. You'll also in my pin post my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. I have more social than any person ever. Nobody dares you to, but I do because I have more content than anyone. I also have a Discord. We have over 2,500 wonderful individuals in the community, and we're growing every day. The link is discord.me/rabbi. In addition, wanting to promote world peace, I want to end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's $100 million, and one of the things we do is we build wells and towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Shark program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we hunt the land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a shiller, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a leader, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. I will follow you to be successful in all of your endeavors. I want you to life that you deserve. I want you to know that I'm here to support you all both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
You guys, you can do well to reach out to Rabbi. Rabbi is very foolish and he will help you. like he said, we can help you professionally and personally. So guys, do want to connect to Rabbi and do want to reach out to him if you have any issues too. So is it EK? You can do what to request for the mic and speak and just show yourself. Let's know more about it because it's actually the first time I'm seeing you on this space. My boy shit, we got crypto laws, spamming the word cheese. Said, I'm gonna have to go with yo, must have come up here. Congrats, brother. We're gonna continue to grow and grow. We'll have what is it? Am I getting
This one is on radio has been different.
We're always having a good run. And how do it?
Actually, like this place today, try to miss any single space. I told you yesterday that I can skip my dinner, not your space.
Yes, sir. I mean, yo, we're always going to continue to grind. We're going to continue to do exactly what needs to be done. Bro, yo, this space is very entertaining. We always laugh. We always turn around. We always have fun. Sometimes just kick back and chill. But we get straight to the point. We let people come up here. We let people show their projects. I always tell people, dude, do these giveaways. Give back to people constantly all the time. There's a lot more to it. I'm super happy that you can enjoy the space. Would you like to shoot yourself down and let them know exactly how you got crypto and all of that?
Yeah, I already tried to regular and then the parts I have joined several spaces where like use based on motion because I never skip that one.
Yes, sir.
I really enjoy the person you were talking about. So I need to know about some job opportunities.
Yes, sir. So if you look at my of course,
chance makes you hurt max and get us together to continuing to connect, continuing to grow with everyone here in this space. Yo, Dave, what is good, bro? David, Dave, what is good? Hey man, I am taking home. My name is David. Yo, I'm here, bro. Alright, yo, that means that we're going to move on to the next person of today. Yo, what is good, bro? Yo, what is up with these people who do not want to talk today? Yo, GAQ, what is good, bro? GAQ, Jacob, game vibes. GM, bro. Space. So I said, you see that you're talking about so I was trying to like visually it's like it does it's like a filament production. So
He's ready.
It's okay, bro. You don't need to stay with the process. Just I really do like your NFTs.
Eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Whether or not minimum amounts required for additional targeting resources. On the run. Richard, suspect was Charlie's Angels. Sci-fi adventure, the fifth element, and not through the mayhem and tropic thunder. What's going on here? Let's go back to the start of the trilogy. Oh, the MMA everybody messed up. This is a good episode. Here's a good watch. You can play for the fans. I've seen it 1,000 times. To come out of retirement. Saying no to Jones. What's the habit? Yeah, give me Francis. He plays the whole, I don't understand the language. Language barrier. There's no fucking language barrier. He's going in to fight Steve in Boston. Well, after the press conference, he comes over and maybe grabs me. And he says, "You'll tell you what's going to happen. His English is fucking great. When this fight's over, you're going to put me sort of great embarrassed." I'm not joking. Okay? Steve Miocic needs the shit out of him. That whole conversation. Should have fucking cut him that day. Performance on stage, dude, everything's free. And all of a sudden, this guy was fucking living there. He had just fought. Comes up to my office. And he was pissed off that he didn't get a $50,000 bonus. Arguing with me. Because no problem, sort of like, he grabs me by my shirt and like pushes me back in my office. And I said, "Dude, get your fucking hands off me." Those are the words out of anyone. Sure. I can see this guy's face and in his eyes. I know exactly. This guy really fucking is. And then my guy Hunter, they were talking about something going on. Started to walk away. Francis grabbed him by the fucking back of his collar. Pulled him back. Said, "We're not done talking yet." If you look now it's over, and he's done a deal with PFL in Saudi Arabia, and now he's asking to fight. Me and John Jones need to fight, and fucking, I'm sure they wish they never fucking signed. You know what I mean? I don't have to hear one word from any of those guys over there to know, because I know with them. I know he really is, and I can see it. Oh boy, listen, they're gonna call it Francis got a bad guy, and it's a spade on a spade, right? So I don't think Dana's a bad guy. I don't think Francis is a bad guy. I've heard rumblings of Francis having some bullying tactics around the UFC and stuff like that. I've heard that. I knew shit before he fought Steve. His head was big. He told Dana to, gas up the private jet and made all these demands. I get that, and use that or do it. I get all that. Now this is surprising to me. I've heard of multiple fighters get into it with UFC brass before. But I'll say this. I'm not defending putting your hands on anybody, stuff like that. But what I will say is, over the entire course of the UFC, as long as it's from matchmakers, not between I've never dealt with he's a great dude, but with Joe Silva, old school guy, Joe Silva's on the road, the brass, the original dudes.
Yo. Yo, how are you, Frosty?
How you living, Tim?
Oh, every day's a holiday, every month's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, big dog?
And there's the rest of the recording for these topics. Sorry,
Have you been on any Twitter since recently, my man? you been on Kick recently?
Just Twitch. I think I should start streaming
Absolutely.
online too.
Absolutely. 100%. Yes, your stream. I'll be honest with you. No, you need a camera. 24/7, big dog. Will be besties.
Yeah, sounds good. I'll like my language.
Absolutely.
It should be good.
Excellent.
I could do it like around like after 12 a.m. Set up my shit. I don't know if that would make sense.
Well, very well. What's new in your life, big man?
Yeah.
What's big in your life?
I'm gonna Japan in December.
You're gonna get what in December?
Japan.
You're gonna get banned? Oh no. Yo, what up, Frosty? Frosty, where the fuck did you go? There were a ton of chicks in here. They were all like, "Oh, Rabbi, Frosty, so we want to talk with him." And I was like, "Well, I don't know where he went." And then all of a sudden, they left. So I don't know what you want me to do about it, dog.
Yeah.
They said that.
Rabbi, what did Japan say?
Big man.
I'm going to Japan in December.
How you are? You're gonna go stay at your sister's hotel, and you're gonna have a really good time.
You'll have to like walk the bitches out or something.
Yeah, dog. They'll have to.
Walk bitches out.
You'll need one of those take a number systems. Are you ever gonna go on Twitter Spaces?
I don't know, I'm banned on Twitter.
Well, get unbanned, dog.
Yeah, I can make another account. I don't know. And anytime you say something that's not like, just like, it's already made, it's like, I like building anyway.
All right, big guy.
I think they got 3 banned, or not really banned me. There was it's something about Elon Musk being like Hitler or something like that. It was a really good meme.
Dog, everybody.
Media basically. And they banned me for it. Instantly.
Yo, Noxious, how are you? Noxious, go fuck yourself. Nobody want to talk to you anyway.
But that was it. Then someone came back and then you had to be like again.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
Where you be up to?
I'm in a Twitter space, waiting for them to call on me.
I've been playing this game called Photocraft.
Is it
I
the?
can obviously stream it because it's kind of low spec. I should stream okay. I don't know, this laptop isn't handling it very well. But it's alright. I can probably stream it. It's very cool. You just you go on some plants and crystals in your garden, and then you mash them after a bit, and then you then you have to hold it, and then you put your potion on and make new recipes. Then you sell the potions you make to it's all like you remember Masters there are all those like kind of those games where you just nail it, like those old flash games where you could make like pizzas and some like that, but it's a little more like.
will be on the ATS panel. I think you should check out the videos on on Mega Plus on YouTube.
I was going to ask. Okay. How was your panel? Were you on one?
Sorry, what?
Weren't you?
I was on the panel, but I kind of it is on the topic today. So after the debate, whoever either they can't make. I don't know. They kind of decent more people, but the majority of Christians don't have very good debates with them because they don't have a of the ball game. But yeah, so I take my good stance and show up as sometimes sex, men stuff, gender and the age, that then it changes the whole thing of the they start over. Yeah, it's been going on for a while now, but it's starting to get old, I guess. It's not just noise, it's just we went quite deep into it. So it's probably like the best atheist debates on the internet.
Tight, dog.
A lot of people, I don't know, I believe in the existence of God from an agnostic perspective. It's just but at the same time, you have a lot of atheists, and enemies agnostic, they can't not prove the existence of God. So that's the kind of thing that can happen. So they call this thing the new atheism. It's almost like some sort of deism of some sort.
I couldn't hear you. You're breaking up, big dog. What did you say?
They call it new atheism. So this whole it's like a religion almost. But each of them, like atheists, they all have their different that they have different systems and stuff by which they convert what they believe of people. So if you go in there and then so you don't know too much about, you're gonna get claimed on. But it's not an app for which Discord like atheist. It's kind of it's so they can be and they can have atheism and so people. I just go against it, bro.
What? No.
You have to be a little awkward. You got to think a little bit different than the rest of the people playing rec sport, the travel ball. You got to be willing to do things that they even give yourself a shot. I was a little bit crazy, and I don't know if my kiddos, they grow up different than I am. This one, like, really, we got it. So I tell Tiger, and even to even think about playing professional sports, you have to be a little awkward. You got to think a little bit different than the rest of playing rec sport, the travel ball. You got to be willing to do things that they do, or even give yourself a shot. I was a little bit crazy, and I don't know if my kiddos, right? They grow up different than I am. So I tell Tiger, no matter what time of day it is, no matter what's going on, if you ask me to go to the Cajun or BC, I will never say no. No matter, it could be at midnight, it could be at 2 in the morning, I could be on the road, whatever it is, you ask me, I will figure it out, and we will go through it. Yeah, 4 games over here. All that, could have done better. We're just the fighters directly, including us after a fight, would make
Any
so
passes.
upset, like they're proper. So, when physical action, and this is a this because you paid for the still doing it. A lot of us are going good for friends. I'm just telling you. They might get on their Twitter like, Francis did this. The majority are going good for Francis. Because I could have done this. The way he talked to me, the way Joe Silva fucking talked to me.
That's ridiculous.
Now I'm not part of the organization. If Joe Silva didn't talk to me like that now, I would take this fucking size 13 and cram it down his fucking mouth. So, you
got to realize that you're dealing with the elite of the elite when it comes to fighting from all different parts of the world. And you hear about this disrespect. If all the fighters that have fought for Dana and fought for Joe Silva and fought for that old school regime, if they told you the stories of the disrespect they've dealt with for years and couldn't do it, it would blow your mind. And there's other stories of fighters sticking up for themselves. For instance, sticking up for themselves, but there's other fighters lashing out at UFC brass and employees that you don't hear about. I know for a fact. There's a lot of that goes on. We don't hear about it. We're hearing about it now. This is a way to, suppress Francis and get a fight with John or whatever they're trying to do. That's all this is. Again, so Dana saying, no, he's a bad dude. Again, I don't think either. This isn't a case of bad person bullying. Where was this energy when the Hero Hawani did something that the UFC brass didn't agree with, even though it was his job at the time? And your goons, Dana's personal security, picked Ariel up and pinned him against the wall with physical force. Does that make Dana a bad guy? Now he's gonna say, I never condoned that. I can't believe it. Bullshit. Your security guard on what he did. And that ain't so what you saw. When you bully the toughest guys out there, you're bullying the toughest guys in the world. Any guy walking UFC facility to shit out of that stuff at any given moment. They don't. You constantly talk shit of their livelihood, their performances, and it's so stressful. That's all I'm saying. It's right. I'm not saying Dana's bad. I'm not saying Francis is a bad person. I don't think either of these guys are bad people. This is the underbelly of professional sports. This is the underbelly of professional at the highest level. You're dealing with the toughest people in the world, business owners in the world. You mix those two together, but they talk to these fighters ain't like the property, like they own it. They underpay them. And they come in, it goes on for your entire career. So yeah, some guys, these stories will leak out. These stories will leak out. That make Francis look like a bad guy. Francis is not a bad guy. Dana's not a bad guy. But this is a spade called a spade. That's all this is. I'm not getting to Francis dead, but you read what you said. See, it does sound like a call. Or you overheard a call with Joe Silva and maybe your manager or someone. He said something to you. And I was negotiating. Oh, get one fight. It might have been. I might get this wrong. It was around that time. Right? So when I fought Montreal, they tried getting me to sign a new deal. But I wanted to bank on myself and say, because Montreal was my last fight of my 6-fight deal out once I passed the Ultimate Fighter contract, which is the worst contract in the history. I'm sorry, is this what you're doing? So my last fight on that contract. So I just was wondering, his tactic is always, hey, if you lose, you better sign this now. If you lose, you're fucking out. We lost you. But my idea is, but if I win, that money's going to be double. Sorry for these fights. So I can either, I think it was like,
alright, it looks like Tony doesn't really want to go there.
How is everyone doing? My idea was, no, I'm going to beat Mitchell and fucking finish it because you're paying me more money. And so that was my idea. I'm sorry, is this how you mentioned that? And I go, dude, let me talk to Joseph. My because you don't want to do that. Because I'm telling you, the way he talks about fighters, like, and he worked with Roy Burnell, he's like, tears. Like, you don't want to deal with that. Bullshit. So, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll put it on in the car, put on speaker, you don't talk. I said, okay, but the way that I would never record it for the public. That's what they think of us. I just made more at the time. I didn't a bunch of the fighters. That's disgusting. The text I got from using Now, maybe this is a bad day because I'm a hardcore guy. But like this cookie cutter stuff, and there's no rebuttal. So, ask if John Jones or he can't position where he can pull out. I asked him all, he said, I'm not going to do it. I can't be in that position again. Okay. So he's basically saying that John Jones won't be on the kind of saying it, but not saying it. You know, John Jones. I pray he is, yeah. Yeah, well, that's what that video was about. It's freaking insane. If you're a caution, like he hasn't been responding, but so I went on a cautious dies out. Yeah, I know he went to India. I don't know if it was pre-planned or whatever with his wife. So maybe just take a break for social media. But I think that was pre-planned before all that. Yeah, he did mention something comes in. Even that, like it was just you go to a cautious Instagram, non-stop. It's just like, what do you do? What do you do? What do they say? They say you don't news. Before there's like news, let it sit for a while. If it's still a thing, I think 2 weeks. Usually give it 2 weeks. Usually that's by the time dies off, people stop caring. If it goes past that, you usually need to do something. know. That's one of the things. There's no PR firm you can hire that they don't fucking know. There's nothing. I don't know. But gosh, Schultz is a smart dude. Schultz can figure it out. Schultz can come up with something. I don't know if there's a way to do it. I think you keep it in house. God knows why. That's the thing. It's the shit. One thing I can think of is like telling her to stop trying to knock a relationship. Or, just all that stuff. She just get on and be like, I was exaggerating the eclipse. I fucked up. I embarrassed my husband. This is not what my intention. Something I don't know. I don't know what's going to do. Yeah, but if that's just not your one. But if that's really her experience, that's right. The main thing that happened, I don't know how you got this. The main thing that happened is a cosplay of those guys about, what a real relationship is like and everything else. Then this happened. So it's kind of like, damn. So that's where it comes out hard. But, I don't know. Maybe he didn't know.
Why did the guy bring a big bag of bananas on his date? I don't know. In case he's walking around. Boy, that's almost funny. Is this going to be like on television? Yeah, it will. All right. Do you have any worse jokes than that? We have a segment with the worst comedians in New York. You have a shot. I got a shot. There's so many mediocre comedians that we feel bad comedians is actually better. That joke was pretty bad. Well, yeah, listen, I can come up with some really, really bad ones. It doesn't take me to figure them out. Really, I got this pen and some of the really, really bad jokes that come my way instead of like real funny ones. Did you heard that or you made it up? No, I thought about that for a long time. I went on a 2-week agent. Really? Yeah. And
so you're talking about real designer brands, just a few bucks per sample, no dupes, no knockoffs, all right? Fast shipping straight to your door, over 500 fragrances, all right? And unlike subscription boxes or shady discount sites, Micro Perfumes gives you instant access to authentic inside fragrances, the real thing, affordable and ready when you are. We got you, man. So why commit blind at $200 bottle where you just hate the smell, never use it? I just said soulmate today and get up to 60% off at microperfumes.com/shop, SHAB. That's microperfumes.com/shop, up to 60% off. Micro Perfumes, real sense, no regrets. Let's get back to the program. Okay, on to a different subject. So Demetrius Johnson, Mighty Mouse, was doing a podcast with him. And Big Rudy got really popular, from the underground. And then so they started a podcast together. But then I guess the Groove said some really bad stuff in the past. He's always done, that's his thing. And then so Mighty Mouse found out and he said, hey, Mighty Mouse was discussing it. Before you play this, speak Mighty Mouse. With MMA Guru, it's something singular self-help. The MMA space, right? There's so many people that do it and stuff like that. So you have to give credit to MMA Guru. Forging his back, sticking out. He shoots from the hip and he says some shit. And that's, how do I say this without getting killed? I'm not condoning what he says. But when you develop a fan base by shooting from the hip and saying some crazy shit, does that make sense? What got Guru to the dance, he's still doing. The issue is when you're that guy, and he's very good at what he does, but when you're that guy, and you cross over into the main, and you do a DJ, now D the furthest from that, right? DJ's the furthest from that. So when they collab, I thought, because, and it's great, Mighty Mouse doesn't change what he does, but what MMA Guru does.
It's athleticism.
Mighty Mouse, he just wants my Xbox, he works with these big brands. So he's not saying offensive Guru. It's funny, sometimes he messes, but he's always been that guy. So when I saw this collab, I think MMA Guru says some wild shit, but tell you there's gonna be problems down the road, Yeah. instant reaction, and he has 20,000 viewers in a channel. I'm also doing the exact same thing. I don't babysit him. I don't see what he's saying whatsoever. Obviously, Guru had a very, very ugly rant recently on the UFC 322 by Israel and Islam versus JD. I did call him out on it off camera because I thought I was the best person doing this stuff. You can't be saying this stuff. I asked Drew to stop saying these things, and I respect Drew for reaching out. Me and him had a discussion. He was like, dude, I think I'm totally fine about us just separating and going our separate ways. And I told him, I was like, I don't want you to change. That's how Drew makes his content, and I do not watch all of Drew's content. Meaning that when DJ is doing his live instant reaction,
DJ on the notes. They're both fine without combining forces. Then combining forces is not ideal because it's going to hurt both of them. It's going to hurt both of them because the Mary Guru developed this fan base. Doing what he does, he's very good at it. And he has funny takes and offensive takes. That's what he does. And DJ does the stuff being very analytical and he's very straight edge. Those two worlds don't have to mix. So DJ's spot on. Like, I don't want DJ to change, and I don't want MMA Guru to change. They're both in two different lanes. Those worlds don't have to merge. They just don't. It's probably better if they don't. So both of them just need to keep doing their thing. Here's the thing, kids. I know this thing sounds crazy. If you don't like what MMA Guru does, it's real simple. Don't watch it. Don't confuse. Don't give him attention. He's definitely not the worst thing in MMA. I tell you right now. If you don't like what he does, don't watch. Shows I don't like, I don't watch. I just fucking watch. It's pretty simple. You can keep going down. Let me see what the comments say. Guru channel needs to be banned. Why? Just don't watch it. Why would you silence it? So Guru even said if he's around, he knows, he realizes if he's around that squad, the Islam squad, he goes, I'm probably not going to get out of there alive or something. He goes, what if eventually it's going to happen? I have to deal with this because, And he knows this, and that's why it's high stakes. That's the game he's playing. He's saying some outlandish shit that, is going to get you in trouble. These comments are just because DJ was doing a show doesn't mean he's supporting everything he's doing. That's insane. That's insane. That's insane. Both these worlds can coexist. They don't need to merge. That's the issue. If they never merge, most people will be weird. And Guru doesn't need the Matrix. He doesn't need this stuff. And by the way, a lot of people thought he was just because he always shows his head, during the broadcast. They didn't realize he's this giant, Jack looking, not super giant, not that big fat guy. I don't want things to look big. Yeah, very good. They're taking a few days. He said that too. Not small dude. He's huge. Tall, huge. Oh, there's another one. So another confrontation that happened in Arnold Surikia and Ilya Taporia. Here's the stuff that happened. It's they're in the hallway during the fights. It's very, very quick. So Ilya just puts his hand on his face. I just sort of slaps him on the back. So nothing crazy, but then Ilya wrote this. This Ottoman. Every time we see each other, person freaks out, tripped out, no idea what to do. Did you ever experience anything like this out of body? Chooses good slap, dude, slap yourself. You go around the outside, I should kick you over the right path, when you block you, shoot, that means loud. So he's saying he slapped us. Yeah. Bro, it that like when you take it family, he's laying down online. The clip is clear. I don't need to act up in front of my work. It's like you want to know what a real slap feels like. I'd be happy to educate you. See you soon. It's all bullshit. I don't need to watch that fight. It's a great fight. So, this is my dad. He's talking about what happened. Edwards. See if I can refresh it. Remember anything? Because I mean, like seriously, because it was a clean knockout, right? Can you go back and recall the moments? Those memories, because I still have those memories from Joe Montana. When your computer shuts down,
it just goes.
Puts right away. So I stand there, and I'm just like, right, dab you up and walk out one time. Dabbing up fans on the way out. Fine, I'll get them next time. See family, got the gloves off me. I'm in the tent. I'm okay. There, how's my family? Good. When I get there, go to the hospital. To me, my bad job, and I'm a paramedic back there. Good, ask me a question. She was, you know where you're at? I didn't want to hear it, but I know it was the same. She asked me again. All right, so you know what? Dating, competitive, you know. I want to get the right answer now, not just get it or get out and give her more, so she knows exactly. Not only do I know the answer, but I give you more. Yeah, it goes on Saturday, August something. Salt Lake City, Utah. UFC 275. And you roll up. Shut the fuck up. That's how you woke up. UFC 270. Oh, if they're asking me a question. Oh, no. Shut up. That's I'm like, no way. Ali's here on the phone with this look on his face. I just knew. I was like, no way. And of course, we just slid the world apart with what happened. Someone had my daughter, like, you know, she's had noise that I did when my daughter watched this brutal, like, she'd never seen her now. So she's crying, like she's screaming, she's scared. And she's turned. Someone clicked that. So that's what they did. Jesus Christ. But then when I heard that, I'm like, it started to sink because I took it away. I thought, like, that's like a nation. He woke up once the doctor, the nurse says, like, you know, he said, he wasn't realizing what exactly had happened. He said he knew he lost. You know, he knows that much. Yeah, and then it hit him how he lost. So the knockouts were getting, that's what people say too. But I've never been in situations where like something like that happened to me too. Like, you know, because you get fucked up and then you're like, oh, fuck. Come out of it. Do you remember knocked out before, but do you know exactly where the motor to sink you? So you're like, you're just out of it, nor do you care. And when you're just confused, like in the days, and you're like walking, just like your body's going through the motions. You're like, yeah, you're getting fit, you're high five, you're like, what the fuck? You get to the back, you're still kind of out of it, like, what the fuck happened? And then your coach like, dude, you fucking cut low, keep on your jab though. And you're like, what? You know, you reached a part of, you know, going else in front of you in the milk area. Look out, flipping around. Like, yeah, dude. And then right in, no way. You know, it sucks, man. Yeah. That sucks. That night sucks. But you're still out of it. And then, like, your week goes by and then all your facilities come back. And you're just like, it's no worse. Because you're just like, oh, fuck. But then you went afterwards and it goes away or no, it still sucks. It sucks. This episode of the Shop Show is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Do you ever think about switching insurance companies? See if you can save some cash? Progressive
Progressive makes it easy to drop yourself and see if you're eligible to save money when you bundle your home and auto policies. The process only takes minutes and can mean hundreds more in your pocket. Visit Progressive.com after this episode to see if you can save. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates with Dutch Savings will vary on in all states. Let's get back to the program. Well, allegedly. Yeah. What about us with these days, too? So, Hamza said he does have an injured foot and he'll be out for like 5 months. Yeah, it's not good. Become champ, you're the idea of business. How do you feel? Yeah. Okay. And I don't know, but this is what you know in jiu-jitsu, so they're saying like how did Dan Hooker lose this? Like ain't no way to go on and escape off you. Like it's a decent white belt without them taking the back. You gave him more finish than deep submission you put yourself in. So look, I remember that Armin did do this twisty thing multiple times, right? You know, it's like, have you ever seen Armin warm up where people making fun of him with the needle drop and stuff? It's not exactly flipping. That's like that's the thing that I didn't realize how athletic Armin is. And by him turning, it creates space in that point, you know, so you can go into that. I wouldn't recommend that for everybody, but super dangerous. It's like Hail Mary. But he's just a lot of life, man. He's so explosive, man. And those guys who don't even know police officers, you can't do it. Yeah, Armin's a freak. That's why like, oh, is this cheating? You can't do it. That's why he's on top. This is Dan Hooker basically saying like, yeah, he's not going to be champion after that. So I'll just put it in.
You see the opponent not going to get hands on the title, but I think for as long as I possibly can, and throwing this big hopes and dreams as I can, because if I can't have my sense, no one can. Cheers.
So he's going to keep taking out the people that are trying to get to the top of this. Yeah, he's at like, it's almost like a surrounding Nate Diaz level, you know, where there's like BMF fights, there's some fun fights. Yeah, he's so much fun to watch. He's one of the best. I love him. This is also very weird. This is Bilal Muhammad talking about his son. I saw this as a swing and a miss. Those are huge fights. Swing and a miss.
They bring it makes me feel younger, and I'm training with young monsters. Like I said, I got a 17-year-old now, not just younger brother who's a monster, right? It feels like the Epstein files, but without the sex, right? I'm getting their powers through sparring and training, so it feels good. Right?
So what happens with that is he thought of that going into this.
Yeah.
Thinking of it, he thought it would be good, but he didn't probably run it by anybody. So he was like, if they give me this line, I'm in with this. And it just, you can tell it was like ready to go, and it was such a mess. Okay. Super fucking weird. Okay. Because it doesn't make sense. Not the sense. So, yeah. Okay. Still looking. Let's see. Oh, let's go over the top. Wait, let's go. Yeah, this is the one. So Conor Berger is going, he went on treatment with psychedelics. It seems to help for a lot of people. So now we're here to go to psychedelic treatment in Mexico. I saw that what would have been my death, how soon it would be, and how it would have impacted my children. I was looking down on myself. It happened, and I was looking out for the coffin, Jesus. God then came to me in the Holy Trinity. I was 36 hours under before I finally rested. When I woke, I was me again. Jesus descended from the white marble steps of heaven, anointed me with a crown. I was shown the light healed. And it's very, very tough, but after saved my life and in turn saved my family. Baby, there's like more to it, but this is very long. But yeah, I think. And then, by the way, I did check his Instagram to see stuff, and he did delete, or he's deactivated his Instagram. Not interested.
Yeah, I think Connor's been through the absolute ringer. I think he lived life a very fast life. I think he's had to deal with fame that no fighters ever had to deal with, or like a celebrity for that reason. And he reaped the fruits of that labor and took it too far and jeopardized his family and kids. And he did all the shit. And the horrible stuff with the allegations, with the girls and all this other shit. And I think he was at rock bottom, and he knew he was going down a dead end road, and it wasn't going to end well, and things were going to be completely different for him. And he was at rock bottom, and he's looking for any answer, and he needs something. So whether it's Jesus, if it's whatever it is, you should be praying that this guy found him. Dude was at rock bottom. Yeah, and every second. This is the 30 going 30 for 30. These horrible stories that you hear, most guys don't find them. So if you're a fan of Connor, just a fan of the human journey that we're on, let's hope this is. He did talk about it before. He found Jesus again. Now he's doing psychedelics. Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, I'm with some of the fan base. You're like, hold on, you doing this just because you got caught? Are you doing this just because, you want to get support that you're running for politics? So I get the understanding. I'm going to take him for his word and think that he realized he has to make the change. He was going down such a bad, dark road. So let's hope this is real. I hope it is. When you took DMT or something back in the day, did you ever experience anything like this, like outer body, but looking at yourself from the outside? I was like in a rocket shooting through these clouds. Yeah. And it feels like it lasts for like 30, 40 minutes, but it's like 45 seconds. Are you just like laying down or are you doing something? You're sitting down. What's my But he's doing some insane shit. Like, why was you smoking DMT? This helps you. It helps. I don't know if it's related to it, but as I've had most most doctors from Stanford University undergo an institution that's treatments to address. Yeah, if this is real, I'm for it. If this is real, yeah, you want to be a better dad, a better father, a better husband, fucking let's ride. If it's a PR move, then I don't think it is. It seems like he's actually trying to find something. Whoa. We can also jam that trying to change his life. This is Gable Steve's second fight. Jesus Christ. Like instant. He knocks him out and then takes him out. That's how fast it is. I can't realize he knocks him out. He's just like, alright, top 5 right now. And this is with 1-15. I don't know a lot of people that do with the way they're ever going to comment that. We're able to find content on his page. What is this bullshit? I'm trying to hit on the guy. I don't know what he's done. What is this bullshit? Rehabilitation. They had to change the rules in Minnesota because he found some sort
Now, something a lot of people want to know. What if someone's getting angry about your driving?
You can't let it get to you. Now, for example, in 1996, some guy gave me the middle finger. I cut him off. I recognized it from TV. I decided to become a defensive driving instructor, developing the skills I needed to eventually be invited on his show as an expert. Once you're there, it's just a simple matter of switching out his weapon.
6 months after the he went on face criminal charges due to inadequate evidence. My criminal head to the outlaw may have been involved. I'll say it. This is criminal.
Just one of your girlfriends, but I know that I'm what you are.
Oh, that was tight. Very athletic.
He only has 2 fights, so listen, they've had guys on before. Involved, you know, Rick Hardy, who knows what happened? Nobody knows. This was the right on the air, just barely scraped. Come on, buddy, you know you do that. Nice. Over the side, I feel about this, but 21st has another boxing match your bag, but that's how I feel about it. Get your bag. All right, kids. For Black Friday, we're releasing the McKinney Fight Club for the Patreon. It will release to the public as well. But Patreon gets first dibs. So if you're not a Patreon member, there's no reason to join. You get free access to the gear before everybody else. It's patreon.com/TFADK. You get the shop show ad free. Buy your kid twice a week ad free. You get extended episodes. You get bonus content. Fan questions at least once a month. Extra behind the scenes content. Fun stuff on there. It's only $5 a month. That's it. Go to patreon.com/TFADK. That's it, kids. Have a great Thanksgiving. Eat some turkey for your boy here. I'll keep you posted on the deep fried turkey, see how it goes for the fam. But be nice to each other. Have a great Thanksgiving. I'm out. Whistleblowers. Please.
That was sick. Oh, man. Really? You growing anxious? Oh. Are you fucking serious? You're talking to this stupid asshole again? But not Rabbi? Everybody's favorite pimp? No. He's saying I'm good? No. Baby, talk to Rabbi. Baby, I'll give you fucking 3 minutes and you can swallow a dick if you. Pardon me. I might have put some mesothelioma thrown in. This is the worst. What is this? This is the worst. I'm sneezing. I'm gonna sneeze really well. That was one of the best sneezes in the history of noses, kid. One of the best sneezes in the history of noses. Baby. They're not gonna call me. Baby, come on, me. There's a concerted effort on some of these people to not call them. That's fun. Hey, did your twin not call on me? And do her kid not call on me? There's no content to display. Go fuck yourself. What is this? Oh. No, GM. There is a concerted effort not to call on me in these spaces. I'm gonna go on with just like some fake thing. Hey, GM, everybody. They're letting Osama up. This is concerted. Concerted. There's a concerted effort. Concerted effort. Concerted effort. All right. Do either of you like to not? Because it seems like it. Was that funny? You know what else is funny? Not calling on me. Dog, this is the worst. And she has twins. We know. Guess what? There's only one of this badass motherfucker on Earth. That is true. That is terrible. Let me talk. Rabbi. Silver WTF is this bullshit? What is this? You're never gonna call on me. FU. Maybe they don't see it. I doubt it. I doubt that actually makes me not hate her with the passion. That sucks, dog. I could turn you. I'm a reply guy. What does that mean? What is a reply guy? Well, I reply to you. I have fucking bots that can do that. Like a shitload of it. I have 15,015 people. That is so sick. Dog. This is the worst. I'm gonna sleep. Really? I wish I could get up at noon. I have trouble. Really? Like, I sleep so late. Like I need to set an alarm to wake up at noon. Really? Oh yeah, I'll sleep past that easily. 4 or 5. Why? Because I'm sexy. I need to recharge. I'm saying, yeah. Just fingering this shit like a motherfucker. Look at this. Girls, do you see this finger action? I'm saying, oh, that's verified followers. Fuck. Folks, look at this athleticism. Oh, hey, Elon. While you're busy attempting to inseminate chicks on this app, can you just make it as follow everyone who's following me, just a button? And then it should say, are you sure? So, yeah. And you say, right, this can be reversed if you don't like it. Yeah, okay, cool, guys. But this is taking forever. Go. Lord Weinstein sucks. Why? Because he's not Mr. Sky, Dr. Sky. Dr. Sky is my favorite. Is he? Aside from George now. I fucking love Dr. Sky. He's on Mondays. Who do you hate? The numbers lady? That lady sucks. Who else do you hate? Really? What's that bitch's name? It's like Merlin or some shit. Really? That bitch sucks. Why? I'll take my call off the air. This is the worst stream ever. Does anybody else have a thing? Shill and spill? Shill. Yeah, George. Chill and chill recovery coin. No. Is that my guy? Something else. Penis land. Girl, I'll give you a penis land giveaway. Syndicate. Chill and chill. Chill and chill. Chill and chill. Alright, shelled it all of those. It's known as a grill and chill. Dog. My eyes itch like a motherfucker. Look at this athleticism. Is this the most athletic thing we've ever seen? Dog, have you ever seen anybody have the Olympics on Pluto? Then fuck yeah, it's the most athletic thing you've ever seen. Pluto sucks. Why? Because it's so far. But it's sick. It needs to be a planet. It's a planetoid. Sucks. Somehow we got to figure out how to get it to be a planet again. Change the definition. Lenovo, go fuck yourself. You hovo. Ha 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 ha. This is the worst stream ever. Hello. Yo, dog. It's not hello. It's yo, dog. Why? Why not? But why? I said, why not? Look at this athleticism. Dog. You need more something. You've got you'll be able to stay hydrated all night, baby. Oh, this is the worst. Are you fucking serious? Hey, guess what? Average sucks. Does it? It's okay. Is it? It's whatevs. Nobody really gives a shit. This is the worst. Dog. Scroll to the end. I agree. Go live you little bitch. Alright, now what? Yo! The Land of Oz. I'm just about to go to bed, big man. How was the...
I'm good. I'm Discord, so I'll take it on.
Oh, excellent, big man. Well, good night, my friend. Sweet dreams to you. Thank you, God willing. Peace. Oh, I should tell him he should sleep in here. Yo, dog. What are you gonna watch? You just gonna watch Joey Diaz? Joe Rogan Experience? Oh, he was on 7 months ago? No, he was supposed to be in like October. This is the worst. Today, this week, this month, this year. What about 2 months ago? Huh? I don't know. Just make it like I could just search. Who the fuck does this guy think he is? Sundar Pichai is like, yeah, I could replace this. I like cricket. Worse. Oh, dog, honey, dude, that shit's so funny, but it can't play all the way. Oh. Dog, I don't know which CEO I hate the most right now. Do you? No, they all suck. Every single one of them. Most. Yes, honeydew. Honeydew. Joey Diaz. Joey Diaz, honeydew. Honeydew, Joey Diaz. Honeydew. With that girl who's like honeydew. 1-6. Honeydew, Joey Diaz. Honeydew, Joey Diaz. Honeydew, Joey Diaz. Why wouldn't you put this in order? I wanna know why you wouldn't put this in order. What the fuck? And then you just put a bunch of bullshit in there. Honeydew, Joey Diaz podcast. I don't know. Maybe it's not Honeydew. Ryan Zickler. Do you think he's cool? Yeah, he's okay. Why? He doesn't actively piss me off. Really? No? Okay, what is this? Ryan Zickler. But then it's gonna play some other bullshit. 7 years ago? Was this 7 years ago? No. 5 years ago. No. Huh? 4 years ago. The best? No. This website sucks. It's so bad. Hey, quickly can get it. Dog. This shit is so bad. Could Leon Kreischer get it? Why? Anything that's touched him. Much day away. Why? He sucks. He's gonna take pride that I think he sucks. And I hate that. I don't know how to hate somebody who takes pride in the fact that I hate them. Because then if I like him, he's got dog. Ryan Sickler, Joey Diaz. This sucks. Where's this fucking episode, dog? What is this bullshit, dog? This is the worst. Joey Diaz, Ryan Sickler, Die of Last One. No. I just want the episode. Fine. Not it. Big man dogs. Dog. No. What the fuck is that with Garfield? This is the worst. This is the worst. I thought this was the worst. This is the worst. I can fucking hear myself snore. And I'm actually awake. And I know I'm snoring and whatever. Shotgun's dog. Jordy's life advice? No. Ralphie May. I listen to that when we watch sports. Listen to Joe Rogan. Dog. This shit is the worst. This is the worst. Dog. Dog. This is the worst. His team sucks. He could be making so much money if he just had his YouTube account like not run ridiculous people. Like if he had good playlists, he would be like literally playlists could change all these motherfuckers' lives. I really mean that. This is the worst. Playlist. Yeah. Are you serious? This is the worst. Oh, I hate this. Joey D on Joe Rogan all episode. It's not really what I want. He's not that funny. It's a free episode of 1,000, which is one of the funniest. Yo. Do you like your own more? That is. Would you fist fight him if you had to? Do you think you could beat him up? I'd whip his ass. Really? Yep. Joey Diaz on no. Dog, I'm gonna be listening to fucking podcasts about it. The British East India Company going to find something soon. The worst. Dog, why is it? the worst. This is absolutely the worst. Dude, his shit is so badly organized. Football night at Uncle Jay's? No. I want old and soft. Oh, no, not clips. Clips are terrible. Oh, I like clips. What this one? You and your opinion are the worst. Article 784. We should just listen. Find a good guess. What's that motherfucker? Positive. What? Just like his positive. It's just, I like his I think that's just so. Really? Yeah. If you've ever lived in a valley, as I have, really? Big time motherfucker.
As a host for the song's levels and the song responses, a month of children in the talk with the common families in memory of and then Rabbi's the brother of Itai Rabbi, a brave and holy soldiers killed in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. A week of learning sponsors, Zevi and church began to discuss his father.
Sure. Damn, that's wow.
Our hostages be shown in the car, which will allow our holy soul to be successful in the whole non-saving. Pushing back, let us begin today's starting with parasite first. We have finished business, so we are on day 20B, and we left off other.
Look at this athleticism.
Actually, we just start from the second one that it's random.
Look at this move. Discipline.
And this was speaking about the haircut schedule of great and important people.
Look at this move. Folks, I'm going to try to summarize this. So sick.
In order to present well,
Unbelievable.
Just thinking about this yesterday a little bit. Like this is the theme that we discussed last time. In general, people are other people just based on external appearances. We are incredibly judgmental, and we are actually superficially judgmental.
Why do you think it's really so? Look at the road. I imagine if you're watching this fucking marker.
That you create a position on something that you occupy, the more you must be so that you be able to command the initial respect. So it has to be good. Playing double has to be good. A coin head up has to be good. Obviously, in line with your station. depend on what the habits need to be. So that's what we actually left off with.
You're gonna go change the oil.
Regular. That's why finally you be disease. Like the Gemara says, they come from home. She walks around with the stain.
Look at this. Lettuce.
It's chayiv
Dog.
very, very strong statement.
Look at this move.
What's the logic? Because when a person sees a Talmud Chacham, so be an ambassador of
Look at this.
God, you better
Look at this move.
So therefore, the
I'm
one
trying to
discussing that Cohen has to get a haircut at least once every 30
summarize this for
days.
me.
So you want to talk to stand with zero shloshim yom. So let's remember again, you know, I was talking about the idea. We had a comparison of para from the zeros, just like the zeros, stand the zeros is 30 days. So again, the Cohen cannot, a regular Cohen cannot allow his hair to grow any longer than 30 days. The husband, I mean, that long, but not the Omicron, Kodesh, the Gematria Tzlasen Havu, because it says Kodesh, and Gematria is 30. Okay, I'm going to pop it up. Ema, low book cloud. So maybe the halacha by a Kohen should be that he can't allow his hair to grow at all, or maybe he cut it all of the time. I'm going to lo yishalechu pera kidikamet. Say if I would have just said literally again, there should be no growth of the locks of his hair, then I would say, hey, nothing on your right. Kohen has to constantly get a haircut. Hashtag para lehavi shiluche, para lehavi shluche lo shlo shlo. But now that it says para, we say like this: there should be a growth. We're supposed to have hair, but the hair is not supposed to grow. We'll call it in a and then again you throw in there. You add a para to Nazir teaches us that just like standing zeros is point, his hair to grow days. So it's now listen to this: is that a regular Kohen is obligated to get a haircut once every ha'idna nami. Why do we even now? In other words, what it means now, in the absence of the Beis Hamikdash, a Kohen, listen to this, dunya diyayin. This is actually fascinating. The Gemara said, "Maya man bia." Sorry, do me this thing. Technically speaking, the prohibition of shtuyayin, right? That a Kohen is. That's the halacha. Remember, what's the definition of under influence for temple service? Or Revius. Not even drunkenness. A Kohen cannot drink a Revius of wine while doing the avodas. If he drinks Revius, which is not a lot of wine, 3.5 ounces, he cannot do the avodah. So you guys listen to this. Do the yayin bisman bia who aser shlo bisman bia shari. After you rosh bisman bia sir shlo bisman bia shari. Because we'll see yayin is comparable to wine. But remember, when is a Kohen not allowed to? He's not allowed to drink wine when he's on call. But if he's not, so zman bia in this context means that halacha. If you look at Rashi says or giving the yayin. Play the yayin like yishtu bevan makish prerosh the shtuyayin wine when the Kohen is inserted. Also, the Kohen of the Kohanic groups are split moros, right? Each mish 24 mishmaros, each mish one day. One again when they are on call. So the Gemara says the way that a Kohen can't be so again the issues of haircutting or the obligation once every 30 days also only applies is manbia. So the Gemara says, and for love is manbia shari, the Yayish Gemara says 5 days. So you're telling me now that when a Kohen is not on call, when it's not his shift, he's allowed to drink wine. But ready for this. But this we actually seen this Gemara again, but it's so dramatic. That's how you learn. Rabbi Omer. Only listen to this. Rabbi says, Kohanim asur lishtos yayin li'ol. Get ready for this. Kohanim were prohibited to drink wine. Now, what's the issue over here? Take a look at Rashi. Keep your finger in the Gemara. Take a look at Rashi. So actually, Rabbi Omer, Kohanim asur lishtos yayin li'olam. Rishas de braysekat. Kohanim makim mishmarto. Umishmeres beis anka osayom. Av man hazeh. So listen to this. So let me choose the context. So the beginning of the Bible said like this: a Kohen who knows which Kohanic family and who knew when his family was so much would be usher to drink wine during designated shift. It says, calls Afbizman Mishmarto Be'ino Makir Be'esav Shalom, usher call also Shabbos Be'esav Shalom, usher Lev Siyayin Olam, Shema Achshav Zmanohu Be'ishlochush Shema Yibanes Mildish. Listen to this. Essentially, what Rabbi says is as follows. If you were to have a Kohen, and the Kohen were to know his exact Kohanic family, to know when his Kohanic family, what shift, which week his family was serving the Beis HaMikdash, and out of that week, which day is usher to drink wine on that day. If he doesn't know which day, he can't drink wine at all. Now, what are we? So the Rabbi says that Kohen cannot. What are we concerned about? We're about to get in Eretz Hashem. She's going to come. The Beis HaMikdash is going to be rebuilt, and maybe that coin is going to be activated for instantaneous service. So the issue just is, if he's under the influence, he won't be able to do his avoda. So essentially, what Rabbi is saying is, if you do now again, so just understand, if you know exactly what family you're from, which mishmar you're a part of, which shift you're a part of, and what day of the week your family would have served, so then only that week and that day is going to be problematic for you. But if you don't know your family and you don't know your shift, then you don't know when you would be activated. The Mashiach could come at any time. The Beis HaMikdash could be rebuilt at any time, and a Kohen needs to be ready for service. Therefore, Rabbi says, Kohanim can't drink wine. It's wild. It's wild. But watch this. Avama asked him, well, what can I do? Which means that ultimately, again, the state of disrepair is the very reason why Kohanim can drink. Look at actually just she said, Rabbi Omer Ani in Banu Locho Shema Yibana Asher B'Yayim Olam Va'afilu Umat She'enu Achshav Zman Mishparto Shema Yibak V'Chol HaKodim Mishkach Ayav Va'avi. So okay, Rabbi says, but the truth is, even if a Kohen does know his family and his shift, still he shouldn't be able to drink wine, because first of all, who's to say that when the Beis HaMikdash is going to be rebuilt, we're going to follow the same order of Kohanic service of what was? Maybe we'll activate a brand new service in here. Okay. Rashi. Churban habayis shekalkalan v'irei sidar mishmarteon mishmorosehem shehaya osran b'yayin bisman mishmartan umatir shelo bisman mishmartan hutiknan achshav l'shtas yayin. So essentially, but now what are you going to do? So the Beis HaMikdash has been destroyed. No one knows what the order is going to be. No one knows how the Kohen is going to be activated. And look at this. Look at that last line of Rashi. Therefore, he says, Akshav l'shtas yayin olam. The Lo Chayish Shema Yibane Pito. Rabbi says we're not choshesh that the Beis HaMikdash is going to be rebuilt suddenly. So just understand what's happened over here. Rabbi says, really in a vacuum, Kohanim should not be able to drink wine. Bisman presently. Why? Because there's the possibility the Beis HaMikdash is going to be rebuilt, and it's going to be rebuilt quickly, and who knows what the order of Kohanic services is going to be. There's another issue, which is that I would imagine most Kohanim, if not all Kohanim, are going to be Tamei, right? They're going to be Tamei, as a result of generations that are part of Duma. So therefore, who's going to be needed, what they're going to be needed for. So the Rabbi says, in reality, no Kohanim should be able to drink wine. But what can you do? He says, what should he says, the Lashon over here is Shetakal Ma'aseh, Shetakal so kilkalaso. That the very takana of this is the very state of disrepair. In other words, what Rabbi says is concerned that the Beis HaMikdash is going to be rebuilt immediately. So just understand. I just want to point out what's unfolded here. What's unfolded is something absolutely dramatic, which is there's two schools of thought, or two schools of redemptive thought. There's one school of thought that says the Beis HaMikdash could be rebuilt at any moment, and therefore Kohanim have to be on guard. They have to be ready. And they're really, Kohanim shouldn't drink wine. That's possibility one. Passages that we're not shesh for instantaneous building of the Beis HaMikdash are going to take time, and then Kohanim could drink wine. And when the Beis HaMikdash is rebuilt, we'll figure it out later on. So just understand these two different mindsets and two different models of Geula. does a yid live in a constant state of like immediate preparation of getting ready for the mikdash, and like it could just happen. And again, the lashon over here is lashon of the end of Rashi is the lo chayish shema yibana pitom. Pitom means what? Pitom means what? Yeah, suddenly, immediately, maybe suddenly. It's not that I don't believe in Gula. Of course, I believe in Gula. I don't believe in what we call Gula Pitomit, right? Immediate or sudden Gula. Gula is a process. Gula is a process. So even if Mashiach comes today, right? Achakelo, not bechol daka sheyavo. I don't believe in Mashiach. Achakelo, bechol yom sheyavo. Today, it's a long day. It's a long day. I don't believe in Geula Pit or meat in instantaneous or meat Gula, sudden Gula. Gula is a problem. So let's just understand. This is here is coming out from the halachic. Right? Can a Kohen drink, not drink wine? But just from a hashkafic perspective, how incredibly profound this is. We'll come back to this in just a moment. So the Gemara is in the cloud. To Rabbanon Asri. Now, Rabbi is I believe Kohanim can go ahead and drink wine. L'shema yibana, lo chayish shema yibana pithom. Rabbi says, I'm not concerned that the Beis Mikdash is going to be rebuilt suddenly. So because of that, Kohanim could drink wine. Apparently, the Rabbanon disagree, and the Rabbanon Beis Mikdash could be rebuilt suddenly, and therefore Kohanim can drink wine. So the Gemara says, so now remember, Hassam, I need time in the area yibana, but you know, Kohen already. So therefore, the Rabbanon hold Mehira Yibana HaMikdash. Yibana HaMikdash means if the Beis Mikdash can be rebuilt quickly, suddenly, and therefore Kohanim have to be on alert, and therefore a Kohen can't drink wine. So let's just understand how profound this idea of machlokes is. The Shema Yibanet Om Lo Chashinon. We're not concerned with Beis Mikdash being rebuilt suddenly. The Rabbanon. We are concerned with Beis Mikdash being rebuilt suddenly. The Rabbanon, Kohanim can't drink wine. Rabbi, Kohanim can drink wine. Sorry, just the opposite. Rabbi, Kohanim can't drink wine. Rabbanon, Kohanim can't drink wine. So how can I mean? But you know, but if that is, at least according to the Rabbanon, Kohanim should have to get a haircut every 30 days as well, just to be ready. I'll step for the blooming.
See, these some monk.
Haircutting is not a big deal.
This
even if the next happens, you run to the barber, get a haircut, that's it. Shalom Yisrael. How's after the 9 points? So wine shouldn't be a big deal either. Why? You drank a little bit too much. And what does he need to do? Just take a nap. You find out good to go. So I'm going to ask culture. The thing I say, I'm walking, I'm apparently a little bit of a nap. Taking affected alcohol. You said about this. I'm going to about Avua. When does a short nap take away the effects of alcohol? You only drank a little bit. You also look at the close to the definition of the and if you drink more than a radius, actually sleep, you can amplify the effects of wine. Rashi says, here's the difference. So doing wine right, doing avoda under the influence, the effect of the avoda, so apparently, much as supposed to be groomed, if he has a haircut for last 30 days, it does not undermine the effectiveness of the avoda. That's true. So these things are it says the Kohen does the avoda without properly cut hair under the influence. This guy needs so this was the shaper outaged. After science when it comes to wine, don't drink wine and do the avoda in order to won't die. I know that a Kohen does without being properly groomed. It's just the comparison between wine consumption. There are some wine that the line, the yain, suppose, much to Yansa, So just like again, if he does the avodah while under the Chayv Misa, so again, if he does it without personal grooming, like without having his haircut, the Chayv Misa, and we learn from this, not the Machri avodah, just like he goes ahead and he does the avodah while under the influence, it undermines the avodah. I don't know, in that it's the avodah after the Machri avodah. So to avodah without his haircut, it also violates the old. Just right, that's a kasha. It sounds like over here, the whether that hair cutting and drinking the same thing, meaning the failure to go ahead and adhere to either of these strictures undermines the effectiveness of the other. Only I don't know actually how I will also test on it. So by the way, what's interesting about this is this whole haircutting thing. It's coming from Yechezkel. So obviously Yechezkel didn't even do halachas. So we put the halacha before Yechezkel said it. Where did we know this halacha from? So Taneh, according to that same logic, this Davers and Mikolas Moshe Manu, Ad Sheba Alali Ba'ala Basala Yom Kushim Shasei. So this guy, any code that doesn't have a bris, can't really go ahead and give you a Boda. Yechezkel says it, Adlo by Yechezkel. Before Yechezkel came along, how do we know? How do we know? What's Yechezkel Mas Mechara? And again, Halacha we say the Yechezkel was the one who codified it in a pasuk. Hakanami, Yimar Miriva, Va'asi Yechezkel Va'as Mechara. So to again, when it comes to the haircutting, it's like the Halacha Moshe Sinai, that the Kohen has to have a haircut once every regular Kohen has to have a haircut once every 30 days. Halacha Moshe Sinai, and Yechezkel was the one who put it into a pasuk. So the Gemara is, if he comes Halacha Misa, my kisus, quite kisum, yikasmu, shehem. What does it mean when it says, essentially again, it's still like having again, that the Kohen is supposed to cut his hair? What does that mean? Tana, coming to sporus and mulinus. Now, what kind of haircut are we talking about? The Kohen is supposed to get like a mulinus haircut. What's a mulinus haircut? My kisporus, I'm not reading of a shmuel. Bonus Yechida. So we take the haircut that the Kohen is supposed to get. Hey, he tell me what is it like? Rashi, Rothschild said, it's at the color shazeh. It literally means the hair is lined up exactly. That literally, again, the tip of one hair reaches the base of the other hair. That's how the haircut looks. So the Gemara says, Rabbi, what is the unique haircut of the Go and look at my son-in-law's haircut. Rabbi son-in-law was this man, Ben Elasha. Go look at my son-in-law's haircut. He has the right kind of haircut. Turn out, Tanya Rabbi. Tanya Rabbi, he lived in Elasha. I would give you the highest book, this part, so apparently Ben Elasha spent a lot of money on his haircut. Like he wasn't like a super cuts guy. You know, this was like salon quality. Like why did Ben Elasha why did Ben Elasha spend so much money on his haircut? So apparently he did it to show what the head of the Kohen Gadol was. That was he spent his money on that. And Rabbi said, go look at that haircut. So let's say, so bottom line, what comes out of it is like this. So basically, Yechezkel, essentially again a Kohen, also from the Torah. Kohen can't go ahead and do the avodah after he's consumed. He is the one. He also can't hold that if he doesn't have the proper hair. For a Kohen Gadol, that's once every. And for a regular Kohen, that is once every 30 days. Now, what's interesting, the doesn't seem to be clarity on that. We understand that the Kohen does the well under the influence of alcohol after doing the reveals, the avodah is invalid. If he does the avodah without proper haircut, adhering to proper haircut guidelines, does that undermine the avodah or not? So for that, we seem to have to crisis. So once just one move on to the next parent about this Machlokes Rabbi with Rabbanan, right? So according to Rabbanan, a Kohen even today can't drink a rinse of wine. Why? Right? Because as the Gemara said, we need Bana base Hamikdash. Because according to Rabbanan, Hamikdash can be rebuilt suddenly, and you need Kohanim to be ready for service. Kohen drinking is not ready for service. Rabbi says, again, Lashon of Rabbi Maybe is not concerned, is not concerned about the possibility that the next which is going to be rebuilt suddenly. So that my own is going to be rebuilt. It's not just going to be rebuilt suddenly. My dwelling machloket. So who's right? So who's right? So clearly, Kohanim drink wine today. Kohanim drink wine. So clearly, we are siding with Rabbi. Like, interestingly enough, the Shema Pitfom Mochashina. We are not concerned about sudden rebuilding with this. So it sounds like a little bit of a downer. But that's like, I always thought that the culture says to rebuild suddenly. So there's a beautiful thing that you have to go on. But there's an incredible insight. Rabbi Meir Rao goes to Halach Ma'anya. He says, Ashar Haba, V'shana Haba Ba'arad Yisrael. This year we are here, this year we'll be there to solve. Halach Ma'anya. Beautiful idea. Says, what is now we're here? So tomorrow we'll be there to sell. This year we're slaves. What do you mean? Tomorrow will be free. What do you mean next year? Why next year? Why not tomorrow? Everyone else is in some beautiful. I used to believe that dramatic and overwhelming is this change to be just that into this. But more often than not, great things are a gradual process. So do I believe that today I'm here and tomorrow it can happen? I can believe that today I'm here and today I'm here to start. I can believe that but it's just not usually the way that it works. The greater the change, the more gradual it has to be. So I believe that by next year I'll be there to start. This year maybe I can, but it's just not probable. But the more gradual it has to be. And I always say, because that's why Halakha and Hashkafa, I believe in the rebuilding of the Beis HaMikdash, but I don't necessarily believe, rather, it's going to take Geula takes them. So you can enjoy Geula because chances are the Beis HaMikdash is not built in this moment. It can, but during the change, the more gradual it's going to have to be. I will say our lives as well. All of things about our life we want to change. And sometimes we want that spontaneous. But I want to understand that we have to help myself like Rabbi. The Shema Yibana Pit'om Lokashina. That again, the greater the change, the more gradual it's going to be, and the more time it's going to take. Can you affect instant change? Absolutely it's possible. It's just not probable. So Halakha L'Maisa and Hashkafa, I believe that the greater the change, that you have to be able to give yourself. And well, the people. Incredible. How do you know that? Let's express. You got it. You know what it's the social? What was monetary law? Back to Canada. Monetary law is adjudicated by basically Zebor Law Achav say the Mishnah is wording in the US and it'll look for it in the US. Literally, Rashi says it sounds like, so let's say you're going to have a legal dispute, right? So what's going to happen? So now it sounds like Reuben chooses a basin for himself and Shimon chooses a basin for himself. It sounds like again, choose a third basin. Those two choose a third basin. That's how Rashi's understanding it initially. These words are in there. So ultimately, there are two judges. And those two judges pick a third. Again, we see exactly what's happening. So again, both Reuben and Shimon have the ability to invalidate or to refuse when the person to possible to refuse the judge of the other, the red and red. The come saying no. He must say, when is that true? That one part should go ahead and refuse this. It's mentioned maybe I should close it up. So again, So let's say she's a judge, like you and the judge. So Ruben can invalidate Shimon's judge, and Shimon can invalidate Ruben's judge. That's what Meir says. Comes in. The only time you can invalidate someone else's judge is well, but how again, there's grounds for invalidation. Somebody's a relative, somebody is an interest. About how you share a little if he makes him end up on a post one. But if halacha l'maisa, again, they're otherwise experts. You can't just invalidate someone for no reason. Says again, either side can invalidate the other side's witnesses. The Rabbi comes saying, no, Imma say, when is that? Is man maybe raya shin probing so again, I'm getting my coaches. So come saying no. The only thing you can invalidate someone else's witnesses is when it's for invalidation. The related of the parties or they have a conflict of interest. But if they're a kosher, you're on the post fund. Ultimately, you cannot go ahead and invalidate them. Incredible. Let's analyze the first part of the Mishnah. So what is the meaning? What is this? In the first part of the Mishnah, right, where we say right? When we speak about this idea that in general monetary law, again, it's a zebar lo acham zebar. What it says? So zebar lo acham, lots of subjects. So again, if we go with the Ruben chooses the Beis Din, and Shimon chooses the Beis Din, and somehow those two buckets didn't choose a Beis Din. I don't care. All you need is one Beis Din. All you need is why are we getting all involved in this? That's what he used to say. So it sounds like it's like this. So they say not only do we then have a dispute, whatever the monetary matter is, but they also have a dispute about which to go to. So Ruben could choose his Beis Din, and together those two buckets then could succeed love and not stocking. So it's actually what they say now. What it sounds like is either party has a right to refuse the Beis Din of the other side. So let's say we don't make $10,000. Now there's a loan dispute. Is it loan has a right to object the Beis Din of the loan? So the Mersav Rabbi Lazar, Arab Malta, Abalota Kofano Sabadan Bilo. But a borrower in general, this has to do with the idea that she points out that Eved Loda Ishmelda, the borrower is always considered to be at the whim of the lender. So the halacha is if the lender chooses the Beis Din, that's where the borrower's got to go. What we're talking about here, something like the courts of Syria. So apparently, Rashi points out over here about courts should be Syria. So apparently, the courts of Syria and Babel were notorious for not really being erudite. They weren't such experts. So therefore, again, if you were called to a court in Syria, you had the right to object to say, or to request a change of venue. I don't really want to adjudicate my case over here. This is not the place for adjudication. And that kind of case, you and borrower could object. About mumkin lo. So we'll say what it sounds like. What it sounds like is that if the borrower comes to a court of experts, he would not be permitted to object to it, or he would not be permitted to request a change of venue. Now, Papa says, no. Even if the borrower was called to a Beis Din of Mumkin, he could still go. Today, they didn't do that. We got this, that, holiday, me, Kashachanallah. Again, the borrower could always say, well, what's the big deal? I just want to live with you. That's what a different city. But I just want a different Beis Din. It's not a deal for you to come to a different Beis Din. It's not for someone to come say, so the Chum say you have to same four judges. She's a third. These are like that mean Beis Din. These are like Beis Din. The pastor rule. Ours will borrow who Beis Din Achrin. So there's the problem is let's play this out. So Shimon chooses a Beis Din. Shimon chooses a Beis Din. Shimon says I want your Beis Din. Ruben says Shimon I don't want your Beis Din. And so the two invalidated but they didn't go and choose the third doesn't make any makes sense. Nice Zed Bolo Echad, Zed Bolo Echad. Ella, Hanukkah, we're going to say, here we go. Kish Zed Bolo Dain Echad, Zed Bolo Dain Echad, and Bolo Hen. Says, no. What the process is, in general, which we're going to that is the bust. What if they can't agree on a base day? So most of what happens under those circumstances, Ruvain will choose a diet. He gets to choose a judge. Shimon chooses a judge, and then those two judges choose the third. Right? Those two chosen judges, the third, that is a process through which you need to adjudicate this. So, my share of the office. I'm not going to talk to Zeb Bolo Dain Echad. The Zeb Bolo Dain Echad, Shkein Borin Lohen Old Echad, Zahadin La'anita. Because it was like, this is a good way to ensure that the matter is adjudicated properly. Right? Everybody feels they have a voice, right? Because Reuben got to choose one judge, Shimon got to choose one judge. So everyone has a voice in this. And therefore, Allah says two judges choose a third. Yatzak is confident in this type of judicial proceeding. Okay, well, we'll give us more about this idea. I will say, just to be clear, this is not generally like the ideal way. Is that we would do like the ideal way is you go to like be on the base din, but you can have these don't agree on the base din. Everybody gets to choose one judge, he gets to choose one judge, and those two things. Fine. They come to public like you come up to what is it? Ena Ismail Ashtar, Ella Ukingo, Nichol Sim Imayas, which is the name of that in general. If they know the others, one witness will only sign if he knows who is signing on this document. Less late Rabbi Huda. So Meir does not subscribe to Rabbi Huda's position. And therefore Rabbi Meir says that Halacha L'Maisa, each party can validate the other party's witnesses. Who also signing. The Gemara says, on the other hand, Amarav is it Rabbi Huda? Amarav, but it's not to say that I'm on a holding name of Rav. No, the Kula is Rabbi Huda Amarav. No, but in general, everyone agrees Rabbi Huda Rav. No, the witnesses never sign unless they know who else is signing on the document, which makes sense. The Gemara says, so Vidas had I'm sorry, still Rabbi Huda Amarav, Vidas low pligi divayinan, and also ultimately again you require Vidas Dayanin when signing keep pligi. So here is the machlokes. Das balubin. Do you require the das of the litigant? So take a look. Fine. So Rabbi Meir Saba das balubin and Meir holds that you also require the das of the litigant. Rabbanan Sabi das hadayonet ba'inan das boba'inan. Rabbanan then holds that you need das of the judges, but you don't necessarily need the das of themselves. So for let's say I'm Rabbi Yudamarab. Ena Edi. Chosmin Alashtar, Tiny Ramyahi, Kiera Shushan also makes it incredible. So it's interesting over here, the Lashon Nikia Hadas. So Nikia Das literally means those of pure intent. Those of pure intent Yerushalayim, Osim, Lohai, Chosmin Alashtar, Ella Imkin Yodim, Ni Chosim Imai. Sign on the document, unless according who else was signing on the document with them. Velohai Yoshvin Bitin, Ella Imkin Yodim. They would not be part of it. Who else was part of the basin with them? The Lohayu Nichnasim B'Sir'in Mai, and they would not participate in a meal unless, of course, they knew who else was participating. There's actually something quite beautiful over here. So, what made them Nikia Hadas? They understood that who you keep company with has a fundamental impact on the person you become. So, therefore, they wouldn't even say, like working backwards. They're not going to sit at a Suda. Unless, of course, they know everyone else who's coming. I'm not coming unless I know the rest of the invite list. Why? Because who you break bread with has an impact on who you are. Furthermore, they want to sit on a base din, right? Unless, of course, they knew who else. They want to sign on a document unless, of course, they knew who else. Because who you keep company with on any level has a fundamental impact on the person. Incredible. So you must say, Diana Shazat. So again. So Meir said each party can validate the judge of the other side. And the Chacham say no. The only time you could invalidate judges when he's possible judges if you have ground. He's conflict of interest, he's a relative. So the Gemara says, Kol Kenini Pasal Daim. So could Rabbi Meir be saying does each side have the ability to invalidate judges on the other side? So again, so now what are we talking about? This is that apparently again, unfortunately, the Syrian courts had a very bad reputation. And apparently they weren't necessarily well versed. So in the Syrian court, you could, but if it was a group of experts, again, you could only invalidate based actual grounds. Where it says, about Munkin law, say, when is that? Because man should make Sheikh Robin up soon. The Chum saying one can only if you can bring a proof that halacha l'maisa, their relatives, or they have a conflict of interest, or some other psul. But if they were known to be experts, you can't invalidate them. Now, what do you see from them? Rabbi Meir mumkin kamar. So that sounds like Rabbi Meir says that you can even invalidate judges who are experts. So the Gemara says, no. Haki kamar. Avalim hayu shein nasuki mumkin repeat days. Maybe I'll post them. If the judges were shein, so what's a shein means what? They're not related, and there's no psul. Even if they're not recognized experts, they're accepted as experts, and therefore cannot be invalidated. Tashma, Amar Meir, so again, Bryce says that one party can't invalidate the judge who is known to be a monk, who is known to be an expert. So the Gemara says, so this is fascinating. The Gemara is using this as follows. What does it mean to be an expert? When you say an expert, it's to be someone who is accepted by the general population. So I want to say, understand, it is accepted the idea that sometimes what they did are not going to have experts in the world. But as long as those dayanim are trusted by the general public, they are vested with expert-like status.
Like, hey,
so as long as you have judges who are generally accepted by everyone, recognize it not to be something you come in but they're
this guy's
halacha l'maisa, they have the status of experts. It can only be invalidated if you show that either
it is guaranteed this is fucking Bible.
The only possible home
Probably.
You can invalidate judge happiness. That they know what they're talking about, right? And they are proper.
No one even knows what that is.
Status of experts and can only be invalidated based on specific grounds. I have a heart. And witnesses are also preserved. In general, witnesses are also considered to have credibility. Yet, Rabbi Meir says each side can validate the other's witness. Could it be that a holy mouth would say such a thing like this? Tanu, a doe. What can you validate the witness? A doe is a single witness for even if you want to say this for my 8 echad doesn't do anything by giving witness. Either shivua, and if it's for an oath, an 8 echad is believed to generate an oath obligation to make sure that 2 witnesses. For monetary purposes. What good does an 8 echad do for monetary purposes? Let's say second class line on the page. The Kavli Aleka Beitray. What are you talking about? So Ruben and Shimon are having a monetary dispute, and there's an 8 echad, and they both agree to accept the testimony of an 8 echad and vest him with the credibility as if 2 witnesses would have had. So the master of my class ones, what are being taught over here? The Matzi Haggadah. That having his testimony, they could choose to renege and not 2 witnesses. So the said, well, we learn that talk. I want to listen to this. Let's say again, Ruben's father, they want to appoint, as long as both parties agree that they agree to accept Ruben's father as a judge, obviously he's related to one of the parties. So as a judge, similarly, if they decide to a Bezdin, right? It's a Bezdin of 3 shepherds. Shepherds weren't generally known to be something different, but if they agree to accept shepherds, then it's agreed. Right? Meir says, says, but however, again, if they change their mind afterwards, they realize your father is really not a good guy, or the few shepherds really are just shepherds and don't know what they're talking about, so they could change their mind. They'll come say no, come say no. Once you commit to a process, you are committed to a process you cannot remake. You'll see on the base, what's the case? The case ultimately again is halacha l'maaseh again. Because if you look at Rashi says about the
Are we at the point where we're just going to try to stay up all night?
And what do we see? We see that our 3 days. So again, you must have, so why teach me to say halacha twice? In other words, so you're teaching me again that you and you can vest in with 2 witnesses power, so that you can accept his father as a bias. Okay, so what you're saying is, in any legal case, parties could agree to accept something as even though what? Even normally, it would not be legally binding, right? So you could accept a relative as a judge, even though a relative was only disqualified as a judge. So too, you could accept one witness, vest him with 2 witness credibility. Here says, if you subsequently change your mind, you could be read. And the Chum you can. So I didn't teach you saying Allah twice. So if we just taught the case of the father as a judge, I would have said that's the case of the Rabbi say you can't be that wise. You should when you think of Shimon, let's say, except Ruben's father as a judge, perhaps Ruben's father said, it can't be an egg, because Ruben's father is fit for a judge. He can't die. Generally, not in this case, why? Not in this case, why? Because he's related to one of the parties. Right? But in a general case, he would be believed. But in a case of accepting the testimony of one witness, so again, general will say, one witness is never credible. Right? One witness is never believed. So maybe halacha l'maaseh, you should not be vested with credibility at all. And therefore, maybe that I want to agree with Mayor that you can be
Rabbi's grabbing a mic.
The hard come every day about the or for this case, our mayor says his position is pretty bad. About the Hahi, Emma motivated Rabbi, but perhaps he would agree with Rabbi that, right? Therefore, they're both leaders. Therefore, I will say, so bottom line, the take over here is as follows. What's being introduced to us is the following idea.
That's
so that
tight.
And this is fascinating.
That's tight.
There are certain things that work in legal proceedings, right? So a judge
that's a good point. Finally, I hear something cool.
If the parties agree to accept a different standard of adjudication, right? So if the parties agree, we agree to allow Ruben's father to serve as one of our dayanim. If we agree to accept the testimony of one witness, it works. It works. Why? Because both parties are committing to it. Now, the shaila is, agree to that process, can you back out? And you say, no, I no longer accept Ruben's father as a judge. I no longer accept testimony of one. So that's the Machlokes Rabbi Meir and the Chachamim. Rabbi Meir says, yes, because since you agreed to a compromised judicial testimony, therefore you have right to go ahead and renege on it. The Chum say, no, once you commit to the process, you can't get out. So we'll say, by the way, it's such a fundamental life machlokes as well. How do you do life commitments? Like, how do you do life commitments as non-negotiable, or are they negotiable? Right? Even you can get off. You can get off. You can do that. Come see that once you process, see it through to the end. Fundamental life machlokes as well. All right, so that's the machlokes over here. So let's go like that.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
How big the killing ratio?
That's that fuck.
So actually, it's just talking about a case of a judge, and the safest talking about a case of witnesses. Apparently, the cases are case specific. However, what are we talking about? A case where ultimately, again, litigants and another individual comes to invalidate them. So you might really believe, no, yeah, they do something. How could one of the litigants ultimately come along and invalidate?
That is a coolest project, dude.
That should be a conflict of interest. Right? In other words, if Ruben is one of the parties to the doing, and that should have been witnesses, and now Ruben and another witness witnesses, how would that work? How could Ruben be believed to discredit some of Shim's witnesses? Ruben is considered to have an conflict of interest because he's one of the litigants of the case. So the case is where the witness in question of if there was some objection, raised to his fit as a witness. What kind of issue do you have over here? Even if the guy's release, if it was that the witness that Shimon brought was accused of being a thief. What's the issue here? The issue is that the witness that Shimon
That's a tight ass fucking judge.
So the Rameir holds, and therefore one of the litigants comes along, testifies about Shimon's issue. He's not really about his case. He testifies a separate theological issue, and therefore he was one of the litigants and one of the parties to the case who should be believed. The Rabbi said, well, it's that really one of the litigants is that Shimon has, and technically a genealogical issue is not really part of the current case to which Reuben is a litigant. In fact, on the case in which Reuben is a litigant, that's called Rabbi. Okay, already over. The Machlokes ultimately, again, then you have two sets. Rabbi says, sorry. Rameir says also said to take a look at Rashi, which is one look at Rashi. The Machlokes shaky the Eden. So I guess so. From just before we go on, just to understand, I thought that we're going quick, but just so this is happening over here. So first of all, we've clarified the first case in the Mishnah. I got it clarified. Then what is it that says? Dini Mamunas B'Shosha. About that's talking about a case Reuben and Shimon cannot agree on a basis. So what's the process? Reuben chooses a judge, Shimon chooses a judge, and then what? Those two choose a third. And again, the Gemara is like that because everyone feels heard. Everyone feels kind of they have someone on the team, and that's a good way to make sure that the proper judgment comes out. So that's the first halacha. Now what we're mired in is the following discussion. What the following is that this fundamental is Chachamim and Rabbi Meir about what power do the parties have over each other's witnesses or each other's judges. So we clarified the second part also. When can you invalidate a judge? Only you could prove that either he's really puzzled, or what do puzzle mean? He's a relative, he's a gambler, whatever, some real invalidation. Or he's related, or he's related to one of the parties. But if you have a judge that has been accepted by the general population as a judge, even though he's not the greatest Hamchacham, that endows his status with expert status and therefore cannot validate. Now, under what circumstances can you invalidate the witnesses of the other side? So that's what we're trying to figure out over here. So how can Reuben invalidate Shimon's witnesses, and how could Shimon invalidate Reuben? That's what we're trying to figure out. So now back to this. Guess what? The shaky the agent. The Machlokes in your what's Machlokes? Take the Rashi. Machlokes shaky the agent. Shama Balding the Farenu. Here's the shit. One said this is fascinating. This is really fascinating. So the here as well. Watch this. Reuben comes along and Reuben says,
what if you're just an athlete and you just live your life sideline the sideline like this motherfucker?
2 sets of witnesses. And you come to debate with me, I have 2 sets of witnesses that support my cause. Now watch this. Right? The government says, show about the Farenu. Actually shaking the Eden, but never said, hey, the Kakushona, the Amat Haloba, the Akar, the Amar Sulini, the Ashta Laga, the Edasu, Shari Amar Mava Shisho Kat Aches, the Kiki Sholomatza Yafsi. Now, what ends up happening? Reuben brings his first set, and Shimon says, oh no, that first set, there. Someone says, now, what ends up happening? So now what ends up happening is Shimon was unable to go ahead and bring his second set. So now look at the Gemara as well. Let's begin. Actually, let's say, you know what? We'll stop over for today. We'll pick up. We rushed enough. And we'll pick up in that section with this case right now. Sorry about the pace. Don't say, but again, so just something that we're picking up with tomorrow, trying to figure out under what circumstances could one party invalidate the witnesses of the other party? Because after all, that type of invalidation always seems to be invalidating, right? The litigant that's going to invalidate.
Nobody needs that. Every time a rabbi, though.
Ruben's going to try to invalidate Shimon's witnesses. Why?
No,
we
fucking know about
so
it.
doesn't that create the conflict in interest? So trying to figure out a case.
I'm even fucking sick of it.
One litigant can invalidate the witnesses of the other.
This shit is the worst.
Without being a conflict of interest.
Worst.
And that's what we continue tomorrow.
Ever. How is this space still going? Man, I wonder if I hosted this space someday, if it would be big. Nope. I couldn't get spider pig there. This is the worst.
Say good morning. Good morning.
GM.
By thanking all of our
GM
sponsors
to the
for this
rabbi. GM to the gabbai.
Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tavshin Pei until Mishpacha Eretz dedicating all of the shiurim this year as his chus from his.
Oh man, this was
our Talmud Torah sponsors for of Teves Haba, the Tova, the Kelman family, in memory of Amit Ben David Levi Zichron Livracha, the brother of Itai Levi, a brave and holy soldier who was killed in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. A week of learning sponsors Zevi and Shoshi Daniel Ilivas and Zevi's father Yitzchak and Rafal Noah Yosef. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the neshamas who have an aliyah, all the families in the Chama, all of those who need a refuah should have on together with Kol Cholei Yisrael. The devotional Shem Yetz Hashem bring home our precious husbands, B'Shalom and B'Kar, that should allow our holy soldiers to be successful. B'Chol Ma'aseh Yedeihem. So with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Gimel. Today we have some unfinished business. So we are up to days 22b, and we left off Amar Rabbi, which is the third. Actually, we could just start from the second one. It's 9. So let's remember again, the Gemara was introducing us to the Mishnah, and the Mishnah was speaking of the haircut schedule of great and important people, and the need that the higher the position you occupy, the more intense your personal grooming has to be in order to present what's in the yesterday a little bit. That's in line with the theme that we disclosed, that in general people are opinions about other people just based on its appearances. That's like the same numbers we like judgmental. We are judgmental. And we're actually super judgmental. And the way we form our initial appreciation or impressions about someone is how they dress, how they look, how they move. And again, Kodesh understands this. Halacha understands what the halacha says is that the greater the position, the more groomed you must be. That they will be active people. So the king has to be groomed. The Kohen Gadol has to be groomed. A Kohen Gadol has to be groomed. Obviously, in line with your station, depends on what those grooming has to be. So we left off the last thing we talked with was that a regular Kohen. I will say that's why by the bitch. Like the says, at any time Paul who walks around with a stain on his clothing, Nisa. It's a very strong statement. First, telling a woman with a stain on her clothing is liable to death. What's the lie? Because when a person sees a Talmud Chacham is supposed to be the ambassador of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So if you represent God, you better dress the part. Therefore, the Kohen, we were discussing that, the Kohen has to get a haircut at least once every 30 days in order that he's well groomed. So the Gemara is talking about it's not nami stam the zero shimyon. So let's remember again the Gemara.
Why don't they have a search?
Hera. Zero from the zero, just like the zero stam the zero is 30 days. So too again, the Kohen regular Kohen cannot allow his hair to grow for any longer than 30 days. The Hasam that we know
This is the worst.
Kodesh
Dick butt sucks.
As the pasuk says, Kodesh Yeh, and Yeh in Gematria is
James,
30.
well, I had 1,500 people
So
follow
maybe
these
the
videos.
halacha by a Kohen
Can you
should
beat
be
that
allowed to
bitch?
start to grow it off. But maybe you should have to cut it.
He ain't
all
9K
of the time.
followers.
Right?
Worst
Said, Lo
stream
Yishav Hera Kidikar.
ever.
So if it would have just said,
Trump
literally
revocation
again, there should
threshold.
be no growth.
28-point plan by
lots of this
Thanksgiving.
hair. But at the same
Dog,
time,
that's
you're
too
like,
points.
constantly get a haircut. Hashtag the Ksif Hera,
Dog, just go bad.
Hera the Habi, Shluche lo Shlo. But now that it says Hera, you say
Should
should be a growth. Should be a the Kohen is supposed to have hair. It's not supposed to grow. We'll call it in a wild uncontrolled way. So let's do, and then again you add zero shakal of para to those. Here teaches us that just like standing zeros is 30 days. To the point you're not allowed to grow, is hair to grow longer than 30 days. So listen to this. You must see how this is the case. So now we established this that a regular Kohen is obligated to get a haircut once every 30 days. If that's the case, you must say something very interesting. Why did we say that even now? Even now, or basically now means now. In the end of the base of Mikdash, a Kohen should be obligated to cut his hair once every 30 days. Now listen to this. Dunya diyayin. It should be the same thing as wine. Because after all said this is actually fast. Gemara says.
This is the worst.
Sorry, diyayin.
I
Let's say so. Now here's what's interesting. Technically speaking, prohibition of doing that, like the Kohen
how
cannot
about you?
do the avodah while under the influence. That's the halacha. Remember, what is the definition of under the influence for temple service purposes? Hervius. Not even talking this. The Kohen cannot drink hervius of wine while doing the avodah. If you drink hervius, no, 3.5 ounces. He cannot do the avodah. Let's listen to this. My yain is man bia water, shlab is man bia shari. After Ruay Rosh is man bia also, shlab is man bia shari. Because most of yain is comparable to wine.
what do I have to they didn't improve that process. Should be like a week. Should be all that and tell me, okay, when you get a cut? 2040. Oh, okay. Where's
when is there a prohibition to
dream?
When is there when the Kohen
ever?
is inserted? Now remember,
Nothing one of the
the Kohen.
This is the worst.
Group take up smokes. Right?
This is what's up, folks. Folks, look at this move. We've never seen such hello agility.
Once every 30 days also only applies is man says and furthermore it's not he's allowed to drink wine.
Look at this athleticism.
Rabbi says, get ready for this. Kohanim they should be forever. Now, what's
everything sucks. This is the worst.
Rabbi Omer.
Word.
Abizman Hazeh. When they translate it from the context. A Kohen who knows which Kohen and who knew when his family
This bitch.
he ushered to drink wine during what would have been was after Manazem
Instagram
also Shabbos. Eno Makir also discuss
Is that bit boy? Display. Why does it suck? Why does everything suck?
If you know exactly what family you're from, which Nishma you're a part of, which ship you're a part of, and what day of the week your family would have served, then only that week and that day is in Torah. But if you don't know your family and you don't know your ship, then you don't know when you'll be activated. You have to come.
Guys, this is the worst.
Because this is to be rebuilt at any time. So the plane needs to be ready for service. Therefore, Rabbi says, Kohanim can't drink wine. Wild. Watch this. About my ass, what can I do?
This song is the worst.
The state of disrepair is the very reason why Kohanim can't drink wine present. Look at actually this moment. It actually says, ready over Ali. Banu Lochos Shema Yibana also be Afilu. Umatio. Sheino access Namisman. But Shema Yibana, the color code
is this woman?
So okay, so Rabbi says, even if a Kohen does know, his family and his still, you shouldn't be able to drink wine. Because first of all, who's to say all of these messages is going to be revoked? You will follow the same order of Kohanic service of what was. Maybe we'll activate a brand new service. Okay. About my assets,
Worst dream ever. I like when the phone calls. That's my shit.
Essentially, now what are you going to do? No one knows what the order is going to be. No one knows how it's going to be activated. Right? Because look at that last line of Rashi. Therefore, it says,
Oh, no, it's gonna freak.
Rashi says, we're not cautious that the base of Mikdash is going to be rebuilt suddenly. Just understand what's happening. Rabbi says, really, back
I like this music.
Kohanim should not want to drink wine. This man says, present.
Oh.
Because it's a possibility that this is going to be rebuilt. And it's going to be rebuilt quickly. And who knows what the order of fine service is. Another issue. Can I imagine Mokahanim, if not Mokahanim, are going to be today. Right? So I can tell so therefore, who knows who's going to be what to do for. So really, Rabbi says, in reality, no Kohanim should be able to drink wine. But what can you do? He says, but what should you do? He says, the version over here is Shetakanaso Kilkalasa. That's the very takana for this, the very state of this repair. In other words, what Rabbi says is, you're not concerned that the base of Mikdash is going to be
Not night moves.
So just understand. I just want to point out as I told you. So
Are you really legally blind? Well, I have to look at my phone like this, so whatever that is. And if it's not, then change the law. Whatever I am, that's what it is.
Has to be on guard. They have to be ready. And therefore, really, Kohanim drink wine. That's possibility one. Possibility of the student that
my hat looks like a penis.
Things are going to take time, and therefore, Kohanim could drink wine. And when it's other countries we don't, we'll figure it out later on. First, you just understand these two different mindsets and two different models of the Yid. There's a Yid
I like that woman.
Of like immediate preparation of getting ready for the Mikdash, and like it could just happen. Again, the Russian of the theory, Russian of the end of Rashi is the Rothschild Shema Yibana Piton. Pito means what? Pito means what? Like suddenly, immediately. Like suddenly.
There's a
It's
beautiful
not that I don't
child.
believe in God. It's not that I believe in
That
God.
bitch can get
I
it.
don't believe in what we call Geula Pitonit. Like immediate or sudden Geula. Geula is a process. Geula is a process. So again, even if the Mashiach comes today, right? Hakilo, not the whole Daka Shiyabo. That would have been Mashiach every moment will come. Hakilo, the whole Yom Shiyabo. Today, it's a long day. It's a long day. I don't believe in Geula Pitonit, instantaneous or immediate. Gula, sudden Gula, Gula is a process. So again, this is here, this Machlokes is playing out from a halachic perspective. Like, the Kohen drink wine, not drink wine, but just from a hashkafic perspective, how it comes to we'll come back to this in just a minute.
What are these stickers of this woman?
Now,
Four-wheel drive?
I believe Kohanim
I give it four-wheel.
because the Shema Yibana, the Chayish Shema, I'm not concerned that this mission is going to be resolved suddenly. So because of that, Kohanim is one. Thank you for that one. But that one suddenly, and therefore Kohanim is one. You might just so now remember, Hassam,
I get a juicy juicy.
but you know, Kohanim
I keep it juicy.
What does it mean? It means to resolve quickly and suddenly. Kohanim have to be on alert, and therefore a Kohen can't be point. So let's understand how profound this ideological machlokes is. Rabbi, the Shema Yibane Pitom Lochai. We're not concerned with this result. Rabbanon, we are concerned with this result. Rabbanon, Kohanim can't drink wine. Rabbi, Kohanim can drink wine. Sorry, no, Rabbi Kohanim can drink wine. Kohanim can drink wine. So how can anybody know what's going on? But if that's the case, and this is according to the Rabbanon, Kohanim have to get a haircut every 30 days as well. Just to be ready, out their personal grooming. Falka after the suffer the iron. So getting hair cutting is not a big deal. Because even if it makes any question suddenly you go, what happens? You run to the barber, get a haircut, and it takes one while you smell. That's not the extra very important. So wine shouldn't be a big deal either. Why? What happens if the coin drank a little bit too much? And yeah, what does he need to do? Stick a nap. Stick a nap, you'll be fine. You're good to go. Once the you're going to say, yeah, walking and apparently a little bit of a nap, take away the effects of alcohol. We said about this. When does a short nap take effect of alcohol? You all drank a little bit. You also with the reviews, also the death, or doesn't you swim if you drink more than reviews, actually sleep, you amplify the effects of that. Rashi says, here's the difference. Studia and you must have all the does of Rabbanon. So drinking wine, right, or doing avoda under the influence, which undermines the effectiveness of the avoda. That's when the Rabbanon said, even to make Kohanim can't drink wine. The Ruay Rosh Shalom the avoda doesn't do Rabbanon. So apparently, as much as the Shul is doing, if he hasn't made a haircut in the last 30 days, it does not undermine the effectiveness of the avoda. Basically, what's the reduction? Illustrates at least the Hebrew the Ruay Rosh is doing. It says that the Kohen does the avoda without properly cut hair under the influence. I use so after science when it comes to don't drink wine and doing the avoda in order that you won't die. But how do I know that a Kohen who does the avoda without being properly groomed is hiding? So the iskich shtuya yayin leprerosh. Comparison between wine and haircut. Sid, there are some body that will care about each other. It's sign the yayin and usually so much suppose last year and saw Rosh Misa, so just like again, if the coin does the avoda while under the influence is tight. So it's when it does it without personal being, right? Without having this haircut, so it's a tight Misa. Oh, it doesn't this Nashti, and just like if he goes ahead and does the avoda while under the influence, it undermines the avoda. I don't know, endows the avoda. Rosh, the mafia avoda. So it's like if he does the avoda without his haircut, so that is the right, that's a kasha. over here, but whether that hair cutting and one is the same thing. The failure to go ahead and adhere to either of these scriptures undermines the effectiveness of the hair. Hi, so by the way, up until Jose, what's interesting about this whole haircut thing, it's coming from Yecheskel. So obviously Yecheskel didn't invent new halachas. So this must have been a halacha before Yecheskel said it. Where did we know this halacha from? We'll tell me, according to that same logic, Ad Amrat of Pista, Davers and Nicholas Moshe Rabbeinu Lo Lamanu, Ad Sheba Yecheskel B'Limdu, Kol Ben Mecha Ora Leifa Ora Basar Ora Yavel Mitzvah Shar City. So remember again, it's not a passage in Yecheskel. Yecheskel says any coin that doesn't have a bris can't come and go ahead and do the avodah. So Yecheskel says it. I grew up by Yecheskel man Amra. Before Yecheskel came along, how do we know? How do we know? Because there's Talmud Baruch Milah. What's Yecheskel Basma Klakra? It was Halacha Moshe Yisrael. And again, Halacha Moshe Yisrael. Then Yecheskel was the one who codified it in the passage. I mean, Baruch Milah Ba'as Yecheskel Basma Klakra. So to again, when it comes to hair cutting, this is a halacha Moshe Yisrael. But the coin has to have a haircut once, for a regular coin, has to have a haircut once every 30 days. Halacha Moshe Yisrael. And Yecheskel was the one who pointed to a pasuk. So the Gemara says, if he told me I have all the world in my sus, try to sum what does it mean when it says, essentially again, it's still like the hair cutting again. If the coin is supposed to have cut his hair, what does that mean? Hana, come in to Sporus Lulinus. Now, what kind of haircut are we talking about? The coin is supposed to get like a Lulinus haircut. What's a Lulinus haircut? Not Sporus Lulinus. I'm not even over Shmuel. The Sporus Yichud Dar. Very unique kind of haircut that the coin is supposed to get. What does it look like? On the last thing, Rosh Hashanah, beside Rosh Hashanah, it means the hair is lined off the side. That will be again the tip of one hair reaches the base of the other. That's how the haircut looks. Says Shalo is ready. Easy to start something. So they asked Rabbi, what is the unique haircut? On the other hand, Su'uru is for Ben Elisha. Go and look at my son's haircut. So like Rabbi Shlomo was this man. My Shlomo's haircut, he has the right kind of haircut. One out hand Rabbi, to try to find out Rabbi Omer, more he would have been Elisha. So apparently Ben Elisha spends a lot of money on these haircuts. And he doesn't like super truck stuff. He does like that. Like, this is like salon quality. Right? Why did Ben Elisha go to Ben Elisha and spend so much money on his haircut? So apparently he did it to show what the haircut of the Kohen Gadol was. That was he spent his money on that, and therefore Rabbi said haircut. So let's say Shabbat and Lord comes out of your request. In the Pesco, saying Night mode. Can't go ahead and do the night mode. Bad. He also can't do the avodah if he doesn't have the proper haircut. I hate you, pretty baby. We understand that the avodah under the influence of is down. Because the avodah without proper haircut, if you're the proper haircut guy, does that undermine the avodah or not? So for that we see that bunch of experts. No one's getting the avodah. Right? So remember, already according to the point a Kohen even today can't drink right because of the Gemara. Because when to that one, he thinks Hamikdash could be rebuilt suddenly, and you need drinking, so the race is ready for service. Rabbi says, we're getting lush of practice, but a possibility that they're going to be rebuilt suddenly. So the Rabbanon, Choshesh is going to be rebuilt suddenly. Rabbi, not Choshesh is going to be rebuilt suddenly. It was such a mind-blowing machlokes. They will say, so who's right? So clearly, Kohanim drink wine today. Clearly, we are siding with Rabbi, right? That's interesting, the Shema Baneh Pitom Lo We are not concerned about the sudden drug innovation. So it sounds like a little bit of a downer. That's like, I always thought that the opposite, that's going to be sudden. So since there's a beautiful thing, you have to let it go on. Let's say, but what is that? It's on there now, goes down and it says in Halach Mahanya, Shana Haba, Shana Haba, Shana Haba, the Arab Yisrael. This year we are here, next year we'll be there to solve it. Halach Mahanya, beautiful idea. So the last says, one, Shana Haba, now we're here, Machar, the Arab Yisrael. Well, Shata Abdi, this year we're slaves, the Shana Haba, next year we'll be free. What do you mean? Tomorrow we'll be free. What do you mean next year? Why next year? Why not tomorrow? But that's the same subject for the house that you believe that dramatic and overwhelming things change to be just that instantaneous. But more often than not, great things in life are a gradual process. So do I believe that today I'm here and tomorrow I'll be there to start? Absolutely, I believe it. I believe that today I'm here and today I'm there to start. I can believe all that. But else it's just not usually the way that it works. The greater the change, the more gradual it is. So again, I shot the hawk, and now I'm in Dallas. I believe that by next year I'll be there to start. This year maybe I'm mistaken for something. Next year I'll be again. The change will be continuous, absolute. And
what happened to
so
the other one?
it's just improbable. The probability is the greater the change, the more gradual it's going to have to be. And I always say, it's shares of people. That's why Halach on a nice song and Hashkaf on a nice song, we accept Rabbi's position. I believe in rebuilding of the Beis HaMikdash, but I don't necessarily believe, or we don't necessarily take the approach that it's going to be Pete or meat.
I've got to take a shit. I have to look and see how my fantasy football team did. And I didn't update my fucking squad.
Because chances are this not going to be rebuilt in this moment. It can, anything can happen. Generally, the greater the change, the more gradual it's going to happen. I will say, this is so personal lives as well. All of us have things about ourselves or about our lives.
Dog, I can't believe I didn't update my fucking fantasy football team. This is the worst. I keep juicing. I eat lunch.
The Shema Bonnet Pito. Again, greater the change, the more gradual it's going to be, the more time it's going to take. Can you affect instantaneous change?
When buy markets are open.
Just
okay.
Probable.
Do you know that my fantasy football team won this week? Well, let's make sure you're not out of contention.
As an individual, as well as a people. Incredible. Hadronova, Klingo, the Western Shkai, New Parrot. Give me my minutes of social. Salot is monetary law. Back to Sunday. Monetary law is adjudicated by Basin of three. Zebar law Achav, Zebar law Achav. So we'll say the Mishnah's wording is very ambiguous and they work for it.
So literally,
Rashi says it sounds like, so let's say Reuven and Shemar.
No, dog, 10 and 14.
Right, so what's going to happen? So now it sounds like Reuven chooses a basin for himself, and Shimon chooses a basin for himself.
Basically.
It sounds like again. And then they choose the third. That's how Rashi understands it initially. These those are there. So ultimately, again, there are two judges. They're judges, and
we
those
need
two judges pick a third. Again, we see exactly what happened. Zeb also Dino Shazat. Zeb also Dino Shazat. So again, both Reuven and Shimon have the ability to invalidate or to refuse. Really possible to possible to refuse the judge of the is right in there. Come say no. What is that true? That one party can go ahead and refuse the judge of the other side. Which is mentioned maybe Alei and Raya, 12 and Opsum. So again, so let's say Shimon picks a judge. I do not picks a judge. Shimon can invalidate Shimon's judge. Shimon can invalidate Reuven's judge. That's what it says. Come say no. Anytime you can invalidate someone else's judge as well. Is when halacha again, there's grounds for invalidation. Somebody's a relative. Somebody is about sharing a many of the post line, but it's halacha. Again, it's otherwise valid, right? Or otherwise experts. You can't just invalidate someone for no reason. Zep also Edav Shazab, Zep also Edav Shazab. There says again, either side can invalidate the other side's witnesses. The Chum saying, no, he must say, when is that? Is man Shemini Alei and Zaya, Shem Krovin Opsu. So again, suppose it's ongoing Machlokas. I'm saying no. The only thing to invalidate someone else's witnesses is when there's grounds for invalidation. They're related to one of the parties or they're a conflict of interest. But if they're a kosher, the postline. Ultimately, again, you cannot go ahead and invalidate them. Incredible. All right, so now let's analyze the first part of the Mishnah. My zeb borlo echad zeb borlo echad. So what is the meaning? What is the case in the first part of the Mishnah, right? Where we say, "Kine mamanas b'shlosh." Right? We speak about this idea that in general monetary law is free, and then again it says zeb borlo echad zeb borlo. What does this mean? So the Gemara says, so zeb borlo echad. It's lots of such. So again, if you go with the Hanani definition, Hanani says Ruven choose Bezdin and choose the Bezdin, and somehow those two but they didn't Bezdin. Let's understand. All you need is one, all you need is three people. Why are we getting a whole million of people involved in this? How can I say? Kishazel Bezdin Echad, Zev Bezdin Echad, Shnein Bolim Lo Lahen Od Echad. So it sounds like it's like this. So I'll say, so not only do you really have a dispute about whatever the matter is, but what? We also have a dispute about which Bezdin. So Ruben could choose his Bezdin, and Shimon could choose his Bezdin. And together, those two Batei things could choose the third Bezdin. Okay. So that's your book. So now, what it sounds like is either party has a right to refuse the Bezdin of the other side. So let's say Ruben and Shimon $10,000. Now there's a loan dispute. Is it true then that even Shimon the borrower has a right to object to the Bezdin of the lender? So the verse of Rabbi Loshon Elam Malva. About done BEO, so it's a right to object only the lender. But a borrower in general, this has to be the idea that points out that the borrower is always considered to be the whim of the lender. The halach is that the lender chooses to be the borrower. Rabbi Yochanan Bar Kosher B'Suya Shayim. Now, what are we talking about here? We're talking about the courts of Syria. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, so apparently, the courts of Syria in Bagal were notorious, unfortunately, for not really being so erudite. Right? They weren't such experts. So therefore, again, if you were called to a court in Syria, you have the right to object to say, or to request a change of venue. I don't really want to agree with this case over here. This is not the first representation. In that kind of case, even the power to object. So we'll say what it sounds like. What it sounds like is if the borrower is summoned to a court of experts, he would not be permitted to object to it, or he would not be permitted to request a change of venue. Now, Papa says, no. Even if the borrower was called to a basin of motion, again, the borrower says, but I just want a different basin. It's not hilarious. So remember, the Chum say you have to say first case. She's a certain piece out of based in based in Boston, the Boston Oslu, Maralu, who they did. Here's the problem. The problem is, let's write this out. So, right? So Ruben chooses a base. Shimon chooses a base. Shimon says, Ruben, I don't want your base. Ruben says, Shimon, I don't want your base. And now, so the two validated but they didn't go and choose it. So it doesn't make any sense. Vote. Nice zeb borlo echad, zeb borlo echad. Ella, what it means to say. Here we go. Kish zeb borlo dain echad. Zeb borlo dain echad.
Now we gotta fucking his champions. That'll take so long.
No. But do it the process. In general, if we're going to agree on a base, then that is the best.
And then I guess now we'll run one of the last one. 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, 4-0, 4-1, 5-1, 5-2, 5-3, 5-2.
two
5 and
judges
5,
choose
6 and 5,
right,
7 and
those
5,
chosen
8 and
judges
5,
choose a church.
8 and 6,
That is
9
a
and 6,
so which
9 and 7,
symbol of
9 and 8, 9 and 9, 9 and 10,
so match not
10 and
the
11,
I'm my Rabbi should have
10 and 11,
God
10 and
said
12,
Barlo Dayan
10 and 13, 10 and
foreign
14.
law oath Yotza
Fuck.
this is a good
Oh,
way to ensure
1 and
that the matter is adjudicated properly.
1 and
Judge feels they have a
1 and
voice,
6,
right?
2
Because
and
really they
2,
got to choose one judge. Shimon
3
got
and
to
2,
choose
4 and 5 and 2,
everyone has
5
a
and
voice
3,
in this.
6,
Third,
6
Yasha
and 6, 7 and 2,
everyone
8
is
and 6,
confident in this type of
8 and 7,
okay,
8 and 8, 9 and 8, 10 and 8, 11 and 8, 12 and 8, 12 and 9,
this is
12
not
and 10,
general like the ideal way.
13 and 10,
Like the ideal way is
13 and
parties
11,
agree on a base.
13 and 12.
It's not a situation where parties don't agree on a
I
base.
take it.
So everybody gets to choose a judge. Each party
And
gets to
that's
choose
a
one judge. And those two
really
choose a third. Fine. So from the says us, let me name up Rabbi Yudam Rav. What is Rabbi Yudam? Zamra Yudam Rav. Eina even chosim al ashkar, ela intu yodin mi chosim imat. So this is the name of Rav. In general, witnesses only sign on a document if they know the other, in other words, one witness will only sign if he knows who else is signing on this document. Rabbi Meir, less late Rabbi Yehuda. So Rabbi Meir does not subscribe to Rabbi Yehuda's position. And therefore, Rabbi Meir says that each party can invalidate these witnesses because he said who else was signing. So the Gemara says, on the other hand, Amarav Rabbana is Rabbi Yehuda. Amarav, but that to say that Rabbana hold the name of Rabbi. Fully Alma is Rabbi Yehuda. Amarav. No, but in general, everyone agrees Rabbi Yehuda. In other words, witnesses never sign unless they know who's signing on the document, which makes sense. The Gemara says, so Amarav, that's how they. I'm sorry. Fully Alma is Rabbi Yehuda. Amarav, the das Hadayonin low and also ultimately again require the das Hadayonin when signing. Where's my focus? Das Baligin. Do you require the das of the litigants when signing? So take a look. Fine. So much of your stuff are das Baligin and I Here holds that you also require the das Rabbanan Sabi das Habagina das Bagina Lobai. Rabbanan holds that you need das the judges, which don't necessarily need the das to litigants themselves. So for that side, I'm going to do the Marav and Edim Hosmin Alashai, Ayin Yahi, Kak Hayuni Kiera Shan also. So it's interesting over here, watching of Nikia Das. So Nikia Das literally means those of pure intent. So those are line Osin, Lohayos Malashtar, Ella Inkin Yodin, Mi Hosim Mind. So they would never sign on the document unless, of course, they knew who else was signing on the document with them. They would not be part of the base unless, of course, they knew who else was part of the base with them. They were not participating in a meal unless, of course, they knew who else was participating. I was about to say, it's actually something quite beautiful over here. So what made them the Shia Hadas? They understood that who you keep company with has a fundamental impact on the person you become. So therefore, they wouldn't even like working backwards. They're not going to sit at a seudah unless, of course, they know everyone else is coming. I'm not coming unless I know the rest of the inviters. Why? Because who you break bread with has an impact on who you are. Furthermore, they wouldn't sit on a base team, right? Unless, of course, they knew who else. They would sign on a document, of course, they knew who else. Because who you keep company with on any level has a fundamental impact on the person. Incredible. So you must have also Diana so again. So my focus in Mishnah. Right, Rabbi Meir said each party could judge of the other side, and the Chacham said no. The only time you can evaluate the judges when is possible judges if you have grounds. He's conflict of interest, he's a relative, so you must just call somebody. So Rabbi Meir would be saying this each side had people and that would be judges on the other side. Must come out and Rabbi Yochanan back to the short.
That's what places such push.
About mumkin law. So again, so now. Apparently, again, unfortunately, Syrian courts had a very bad reputation. I think they weren't necessarily well versed. Syrian courts, you couldn't validate the judges, but if it was a group of experts, again, validated based on actual ground. Versus about mumkin law. How many countries say that? How many countries say? What is that?
Do you know how many fucking minutes
Some say when can you
Will
validate?
Chamberlain played
Only
in
if
like
you can bring up that
1967? And he'd be like, "Dog, he was playing against
or the other
counters."
countries.
And I
Or
would
some
say,
other sort. How you share them mumkin with
he still averaged more than the amount of minutes. Like,
Well, that he may or
he literally played
sounds like
because of overtime for like more minutes than you can average in a season. Like, what more do you want, man?
how you share it?
If you can't even start your 23rd season or whatever, you suck. Really?
And there's no.
Doug, I've never watched a single
They're not recognized experts. They're accepted as experts.
ever. You've never watched? No, I've never watched LeBron James. I've seen every fucking highlight you've ever had, but to actually watch you play basketball,
one party,
the NBA sucks. But in the 90s, the NBA was tough. Do you ever go any place? Do you always watch NFL?
What does it mean to be? It means to be an expert who is accepted by the general public. Accepted the idea that sometimes are not going to have
Did you ever watch
the greatest experts in the world. But as long as it goes by a trust by the general public, vested with expert-like status. So as long as you have judges who are generally accepted by something to come in the world, by everyone, halacha l'maisa, they had the status of experts, and you show that either they were or they were just active conflict of interest. I don't know if this. The old Polish actually based in
This team is fucked.
you can invalidate
Everybody on it is out.
general populace. That they know that they are proper individuals, the status of experts, and only be validated based on specific grounds. I the heart eaten to mumkin sexual is also considered to be like mumkin, bamra and
Dude, these players,
it was in general
NBA needs to do something about how often these players get hurt. Like, I should have a whole fantasy team that's all fucking players out. That's so dumb. Nobody wants to watch this shit day to day.
What can you invalidate?
Like, why?
A single witness.
His finger hurt. Okay, my finger hurts. You don't see me stopping the stream.
One witness and able to do anything by
Does it? Yeah, this one.
and if it's for
Dude, what do you think of Adam Silver? He sucks. He's the worst commissioner I've ever known in a sport. He is so dog shit. Unbelievable. Why? And what is this fucking stupid mid-season tournament? It sucks. And I know it's going to be called the Stern tournament. It's the worst. It's like, and then he had that. Dude, I thought he was the worst when he did that bubble with Mickey Mouse Championship. After that, what?
They could choose to unite and not
That
trust
was the
me.
dumbest
Like,
shit.
learn that Tanina. Although now, listen to this.
Actually, Giamatti's dad, that guy's the worst.
Ruben's father, the one who appointed Josh.
Terrible. He was in there for like 2 weeks.
That they agree to accept Reuben's father, he's allowed to serve as a judge. If they decide to appoint a right, and it's a basis of
Maybe
three
the best.
shepherds, you
Have a bug suit.
agree to accept
Really?
three shepherds, then it's agreed. America
Sucks.
lots of
He's the
America says
fucking
ever again.
Brewers sucks. Never met a single Milwaukee Brewers fan in my entire life. A name. I'll tell you if I've ever met somebody who's
come say no in your class. Come say no.
okay, like, who's been a fan of this.
Ever.
See,
But I'm gonna
one who works day. He's a partner there. I met him once. He's the only Seattle man I've ever met. Okay, I would say that's a fan. I've met him. Now, Oakland.
The father was accepted.
No, I do like LA Chargers fans. LA fans, but never Oakland. I guess, okay, count it, yeah, I've known him. Really?
Power.
Sort.
Ruben's
All right.
father is a dying. So what you're saying is, in legal proceedings, parties
Rams fan.
agree to accept.
No,
something
I've
as
never
legal
met a
as
Rams like
normally,
Rams fan.
it would not.
Nope.
Right? So you can
Charge
accept
same.
judge, even though Ralph is on the
Yoshi's
spot.
an English Chargers fan.
No.
Absolutely
Larry
not.
says if you subsequently
No
change
one
the
is a
agreement,
Cardinals fan.
when it comes to
Cowboys
writing
fan.
something
Yeah.
So
We
you
don't
know,
do this
how
in
come
Florida.
you're not going to that's where you just caught this as a father.
Denver, yeah.
You can't do that, why? You shouldn't
Who else?
have the almost. Because when you
Chiefs.
accept Ruben's father as a judge,
Nope.
that's the reason why Ruben's
Chiefs
father
fan
is
in real
for a judge.
Nope.
That's generally not in this case. Why?
What about
Because of parties. Right, but in the judge would be believed about did they trade the envelope
Oh,
of the
Dallas fan, yeah.
Again, general saying
Yeah.
one never credible. Like one win.
Okay, have you ever met a Packers fan? What about a Bears fan? Yep. What about a
That you can do that. Yeah, sure.
yeah, Lions? Yep. Tennessee Titans fan? Nope. Houston Texans fan? Nope. Atlanta Falcons fan? Yeah.
So bottom line, take over here as a student introduced to us is the idea. So that halacha,
And it's
and this is
puppet.
fascinating, that in the abstract, there are certain things that work in legal proceedings, right?
All
So
right.
judge
Have you ever met
has to
a
look
Carolina Panthers fan?
testimony and
Florida, I guess.
if the parties agree
I know people
to
in
accept different standard of
All
adjudication,
right.
right? So if the parties agree, we agree to allow his father to serve out of our dayanim works. We agree to accept the testimony of one witness. Works. It works. Why? Both parties are committing to it. The shaila is after you agree to that process, can you back out? Can you say no? I no longer accept his father as his judge. I no longer accept this way of that's the mayor.
No.
And the mayor says yes. Yes.
No.
Because since you agree to compromise the judicial process,
Giants
therefore,
fan.
you
Jets
have the
fan.
right to go. The come say no to the process, you can't get out. We'll say, by the way, as well in terms of like, how do you view life
Philly
commitments?
fan. Yep.
Do you view your life commitments as
Pittsburgh fan. Yep.
none, or are they negotiable?
Me too. Baltimore Ravens.
You can get off. You can get off. You can come see the process, see it to the fundamental focus as well. All right, so let's go back to
Cincinnati Bengals fan. Like a guy on Twitter once. All right. Have you ever met a I keep it juicy. How about a
how could one of the litigants ultimately come along and invalidate one of the witnesses? I will say again, that should be a conflict of interest. Right? So, if you're a party to the game, and if Shimons bring witnesses, and now Ruben and another witness come to invalidate Shimon's witness at work, how could Ruben be believed to discredit some of Shimon's witnesses? Ruben is considered a conflict of interest because he wasn't for the case. There's no Rabbi so the cases where the witness in question already had, there was some cloud of, there was some objection, some other objection.
Hey, you got lunch? I don't even know what that means. No one knows what kind of broccoli.
Even if you guys when saw, was accused of being Ella cured the damage. So what's the issue here?
Really?
The issue here is that the witness that she
Okay, now the baseball.
issue, namely,
Have you ever done it? Because yeah.
So the mayor says,
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Yep.
So the mayor holds.
Have you ever met Orioles fan?
He's actually testifying about his
Elaine
case.
in that one episode. Phillies fan, yeah.
Well, it's true that really one of the litigants is testifying to a geological issue. Technically speaking, a geological issue is not really part of the current case. Which Ruben is a litigant, but nevertheless, the impact of the testimony has an impact on the case in which Ruben is a litigant. And therefore, that's called
maybe. Okay, yeah, I have met a Bengals fan. What about?
The mayor says, take a look at that for just a moment. Take a look at that. But my heart is shaking. It's like this.
Crazy.
Yeah. Just before we go on.
Miami, whatever.
Just understand what's happening. First of all, we've clarified the first case. I clarified. So what is it when it says?
Did I not pick this week?
So what's the process? You then chooses a judge. Shimon chooses a judge, and then what? Those two choose a third. And again, you must like that because everyone feels hurt. Everyone feels that they have someone on their team. And that's the reason for that the judgment comes out. So that's the first. Now what we're reminding is the following discussion. Reminding the following is that because Rabbi and Rabbi Meir about whether do the parties over each other's witnesses or each other's judges. So we clarified the second part also. When can you invalidate a judge? When can you invalidate a judge? Only if you could prove that either he's really puzzled, what does really puzzle mean? He's a relative, he's a gambler, whatever, some real, or he's related, or he's related to one of the parties. But if you have a judge that has been accepted by the general population as a judge, even though he's not the greatest Hamkah, that endows him with mumcha status, with expert status, and therefore cannot be invalidated.
No.
Now we're trying to figure out under what circumstances can you invalidate the witnesses of the other side. So that's what we're trying to figure out. So how could we invalidate Shim's witnesses, and how could Shim invalidate Ruben's witnesses? That's what we're trying to figure out. Okay, so now back to the part. Guess what? My focus is shaking. My focus in the says, what's my focus? Look at that. Not only shaky David, show about them different. Yes, the shaky David. No. The case over here is where, watch this. Ruben comes along, Ruben says, I have two sets of witnesses to support my cause. You know what I'm saying? Now one, two sets of witnesses. Ruben coming to make sure that I have two witnesses to support my cause. Now watch this. Right, the government says, say, show about the Yeshua Shaky David, but the government says, Haiti can't be sure. The Amat Haloba, the Akar, the Amar Psulim, Jahash the Laf will get a Psulim, Shari Amar Islo Kat Acheres. The Bikish will Matzah. Now, what everybody? Ruben brings his first set. And Shimon says, oh no, that first set, they're invalid. They're invalid. So now what ends up happening? Now what ends up happening is Shimon is unable to go ahead and bring his second set. So now look at the Gemara as well as this. You understand? Actually, we'll say, you know what? Stop over today. We'll pick up. We rushed enough. Right, we'll pick up in Yetz Hashem with this case right now. Sorry about the case. We'll say, just like I said, we're picking up tomorrow, trying to figure out under what circumstances could one party invalidate thing and witnesses of each other's things. After all, that type of allegation always seems to be that the validating right that's going to validate is going to be no depth. There's conflict of interest. Because obviously, Reuven is going to try to validate Shimon's witnesses. Why? Because he doesn't want Shimon to have witnesses. So doesn't that create a conflict of interest? Trying to figure out a case where Halom Raisa, one litigant can invalidate
any other teams
without being a conflict of interest, and that should be continued tomorrow.
No, maybe no. Expos fan, no. Blue Jays fan. In real life, it's a little. What are we doing? I don't count these people here. Hockey doesn't count. Football, we did baseball, we did basketball. Dude, nobody's fans of anything. I know Lakers fans, Celtics fans, one Clipper fan, maybe. Or whatever that guy's name is, Clipper, whatever. Golden State fan? No.
All right, Joe, good morning. Let us begin
Phoenix Suns fan?
our responses from this morning.
No.
Our
Never had a discussion about it. I'm not naming all the teams. Bucks fan, no. Timberwolves fan, no. Nuggets fan, no. Pacers fan, no. You never met a Pacers fan? No. You've never met a no. Bulls fans, yeah. Pistons, yeah. Detroit basketball. I don't have a basketball team. Yeah. What are they? Yeah, I have it.
Two dots on the page.
All right. Knicks fan. Nets fan.
Like a safer choice. So it's not a shallow also. So you might say what's important is understand over here is the king has obligation to write his own Torah, and he cannot content himself with the simple Torah that he has from his father.
Wizards fan.
He has the simple Torah from his father. He says, I have that Yerusha. That should be enough.
Charlotte fan? Absolutely not. Like, no, there's no people live in Charlotte. Whenever anybody can like their team, that team's dog shit. Pelicans, go fuck yourself. That's not even a question. No one's a Pelicans fan. If you're a Pelicans fan, you just get outside and beat them to death. Really? No, but you deserve to just have a stern talk to and be like, dog, that team sucks. Cops. Hawks fan? Maybe. East fan? What else? Grizzlies fan? No. Raptors fan? No. Mavericks fan. I've known people from Dallas, but never anybody who talks about the Mavericks. No. Rockets fan. No.
Here's the problem. The problem is, it sounds like it's done by the king and not by others. It's like the Torah is a custom law sacred Torah. The king should
everything.
And again, the drush is you should not
anything else?
Someone else's
U.S. any
the obligation to write the one's own sacred Torah is not because they other people.
Nope. You never done anybody say
the king has an obligation to write two Torahs.
About
Because of was Mishnah, Kosim Ishmo Shtetor, Sneas Revolution to like two Fetor. Apple she gets up.
You know what? Now I think about it. Maybe America said maybe Seattle. Maybe.
And one that it is in stretch. It's actually a very big two pieces. One toilet that goes with it, and one toilet that remains in the stretch.
Anything else? Anybody else?
So what does the keep in this
Portland Trailblazers?
No good. Is that all the teams? Back. Feel like I'm missing some sort. You didn't have. I've only had this discussion with people about it.
Obviously, you can't go to the Torah and you live to the bathhouse.
Never said this. I don't even know if that's a team.
The bathhouse, you want to take it. Otherwise, you'll be
All right, any baseball team you're missing? Football team. No.
Is a particular type of script that we use today. That you say so again, originally I was given baseball. I was not called what we call us.
Alright, so are you done with your stupid geography lesson? Back.
So the things of Ezra, Torah was, so to speak, was a weak sentence.
Maybe you can see it from the More choices for relevant ads. Nobody wants that.
Which was the script used by Ezra. And also קצת עברית ולושן ארמית. לא תהיה הדיוטוס, מסתכלים פה, קצת עברית ולושן ארמית. אבל כריסטו כיסוי.
There are no other teams. Listen, folks.
Also suggesting the community music. This is a script made up of very large letters that you'll often find in so you also say about knowing how Ezra should listen to Rabbi. So Ezra is so great that technically Torah could have been given through him. A knowledge kid normal had it not been that Moshe before Ezra. So Moshe says, Moshe Allah Elohim.
Think of one more team you didn't name. Really?
So he uses the simulation of the ascension by both of these names. So just like the Aliyah said by Moshe being a representative of
Bingo. At the end of your story. Sacramento. Terrible sports marketing.
Ki Ezra, Heichel Lidros as Torah Hashem Elokav, Palasos Ulanami Yisrael, Chos Ushpat. So again, you see this very similar wording for Ezra and by Moshe to highlight this idea that Ezra really had, it was on the same level as Moshe Rabbeinu. Had Ezra lived before Moshe, lived in Ezra.
Name another team you didn't name.
Mishtana Ayado. Mishtana that 7. Ezra didn't merit to bring down the Torah, but yet Ezra merited to effect certain changes in Torah, specifically again, the writing, right? Beforehand, again, it was Iblis, and every change is what Shemai. Once I cap on 22a, the Ksav Hanshavu Ksav Ha'aramis and the Torah Aramis. See it, the Pasuk says, Lo Chas V'Lemikra, Shalom Ha'odolama. Because of this Mishnah Torah Hazos, Ksav Ha'roi Lishtanos. Okay, Torah says, so some dramatic change occurred under Ezra, and you get a switch from Ksav Iblis to Ksav Ashuris. Lamanikra Ashuris. By the way, why is it called Ksav Ashuris? Because it came back with the people from Assyria. So Babylon. Tanya Rabbi already says, if you look at Benny, the Torah Israel, originally, Torah was in fact given a Ksav Ashuris. So we have what happened.
Is there a basketball team?
No, the king splintered. The king splintered.
Orlando Magic. There you go.
Rashi says over
Have
here.
you ever known anybody being on Magic?
The last thing
Charlotte Hardy. And the Bobcats and the Hornets. Whatever.
During the days of the first place as a result of our sin.
Alright, so Orlando, you didn't have that one. I know.
So then the script returns. Why is it called Ashuris? It's a very beautiful type of script. What's the first white line?
Kansas City Royals. No one is a Royals fan. You're right, you didn't even have that was tight. You got that one.
The script that we had has not changed.
Anything else?
This is talking about the hook of the
What's the team you did name?
just like the clothes of the Mishkan never changed.
Oh, the Saints. Have you ever known a Saints fan?
The hooks that the curtains attached to. So he was using Bobby to mean the letters.
Really?
So
No.
the button didn't change as well.
Okay,
Just like the language of the Jews.
Yeah. You bet you're
$1 on it. Did not change as well. As Mishnah Torah Hazos. I saw Mishnah Torah. This word is circle back. Mishnah doesn't refer to a shear, changing Torah, i.e. changing. Rather, it refers to Torahs of the king. After she yotze the Mishnah, the king writes not one Torah, but rather two Torahs goes and comes with him, and the second Torah which removes also she yotze the Mishnah also community. The Torah is Rothschild. She Hashem Alinendi Summit. And the one that remains in his treasure house, that's what it is. The one that goes and comes with him gets written in annual forms. And the folks that ability to take it with him.
Alright, do the cities.
As the Pasuk says,
Washington State, there. Seattle.
But the other opinion we grant the Torah for the talking about the changing of the script. How
They used to have super songs, so they need them again. That's not, that's it. We're just doing those two. Okay, the state of Oregon. There. Portland Trailblazers. Portland has a shitload. Kings.
So again, two different ideas.
Golden State warriors.
So really, so very beautiful. So one of the things that should be such
Lakers,
personal tone.
Clippers. Alright, then there's the Angels and the Dodgers and the Giants. And then
it's interesting. The application is different, but the concept is the same.
Niners,
Talking to the king or talking to the individual, the idea is
Chargers,
this concept is what the Balatanya brings down. Right at the beginning of time, first,
whatever. Vegas has the A's, Raiders, no bad. Arizona has Cardinals,
Diamondbacks. You can't compare a person who realizes that he's living under the watchful eye to a person
Denver Nuggets, Broncos,
and shifts. Says that the spirit never changes.
Cardinals,
And the leading
South
exception
football,
is what does he do with
Cowboys,
no
Dallas
color,
Mavericks,
so we must see what is the umbrella, he did not check the road. So much like
Houston
so you're afraid to get the sort of
Astros,
this is the sort of seconds in jail. Like Shanser was one of the teams.
San
He
Antonio.
thought that he would like the prophecy that the Jews would be
Anything
exiled for 70 years. And after that, he miscounted the years.
Really?
The 7 years had elapsed, and he departed. The Jews would agree. And in that party, what did he do? Beautiful Agartha with the utensils of the Insecta. And he used them in his own personal party, celebrating almost like a theological conquest dramatic episode of like literally writing on the wall, writing on the wall, some writing on the wall that indicated that Balshach was going to experience so the mother says to me that refers to that story. So in the story about Shansa, and the message about Shansa,
Oh yeah, you didn't say
was
Brown.
not really not she also means like shorthand. My part is also what mana is Farsi. Mana means this was the best issue of Shansa. Calculated your range to end.
Billy,
Tokyo,
you did ours. And Billy,
has come to an end, and
Buffalo,
to Persia and to Europe.
Yankees,
Shmuel says, you not feed our Lord. This is how the message is written. And you'll say, Anam, Lakas, Nisrafu, Rashel, Nama, Kato, Kasim. So again, these are all different ways in which the message to our Shasha is literally written on the wall. And each one serves as a reminder for some type of message of the and let's say, so just to myself, that is two toilets. One toilet that is small enough to go wherever he goes.
Orioles,
And the other is a simple toilet, but it's Commanders. So again, symbolizing this idea, Shadis Hashem and Neged, the end of the day after paying funds, and one savings in children, highlighting the idea that the most important possession of the year, and each year, there's many different things. This is roughness, so beautiful. The idea of color being your most important possession is the reason you know this. Everything else you find in this world you enjoy. For however many years you have in this world, but once you leave this world, those possessions no longer come with. Conversely, the total that you acquire, the nucleus that you acquire, that is yours for all all eternity. It's yours. You start to part with that possession. Look at what Mishnah. They don't put else so.
Well.
They don't show up so. Because it's another halach that's put into a king. You cannot ride on the king's horse. You cannot sit on the king's throne, and you cannot utilize the scepter. And let's say that this is all referring to common people. Right? This doesn't refer to other kings, because it really seems a little bit like you have David the king, and then David dies, and so Shlomo can use the scepter. Right? Shlomo to sit on the throne. The idea is this is the halach regarding counters vis-a-vis the king. So common can't sit on the king's horse. I can't sit on the king's throne. I can't use his scepter. You cannot see the king when he's getting a haircut. When he's unclothed. You can't go to the shits with the king in that house. So I would say this is all interesting. All parts of the motif one has to have reverence. So part of that is weight. It's almost like you can split it up into three categories. Like activities, active things you have to do for the king, things that you are not allowed to do for the king, and the king things that diminish and reverence other things. So you can't go to the can't be in king's cups, no one's allowed to. Okay, so I'm not going Abishag.
But I knew everything up
Oh, this is
the
end of Milwaukee Power. Actually, have to
okay, name NFC South.
So they hired for him. They
I'm not good at these anymore. I used to. East is the easiest.
So the Lord says,
Commander,
Abishag Hashunami.
Cowboy,
so the Lord says, Abishag Mutars the Shlomo, that's Adonia. So Abishag technically would have been to marry David's son, but she would not have been married to Adonia ben Chagis. Now, Adonia ben Chagis was also David. Right? Adonia ben Chagis was so 50 days ago. He was the individual who claimed the throne for his dying, but he explicitly appointed successor. At the end of the story, he does. He's not supposed to be appointed as a successor. So because of that, Adonia ben Chagis, the president is necessarily more he says underrated.
Oh, and giant.
Underrated. So over here, so obviously David says explicitly no Shlomo is going to reign. So technically speaking, Shlomo would have been permitted to marry Abishag, but Adonia would not. Why not? The Gemara says, Shlomo because again, it's interesting that the Gemara compares Abishag to the scepter of the king, right? The scepter, so that was utilized by the king. So she was sort of utilized by the king, therefore again, marry her had he wanted to. So the Gemara says, so Adonia is a head. So the Gemara says, but she would because Adonia ben Chagis of the covenant. He was the same king in the status of the covenant. So the Gemara says, Abishag, what exactly was Abishag's role in David HaMelech's life? King is that a thing? So again, by back to Narod Nafal,
Is that a thing? NFC West is
Abishag she was in attendance. Now, what's interesting is, even though she was in attendance, right, the Navi goes, I never say to highlight that she was very. So why they need to highlight her beauty if she's just in attendance and that she didn't understand? Amar means Saban. So Abishag wanted to marry David.
Okay.
She wanted to be one of his wives. Amar Allah, Asira she. So I'm sorry, I can't. And I'm saying, all the cities come together, why not? And Allah says, I have reached the limit of 18 wives. I can't marry that heredity. So it's actually fascinating. So Abishag wasn't buying it. She thought it was just she says, Chasila Megamba Nafshima. When the thief has nothing to steal, he portrays himself as a pious man. Like, so when the thief's not stealing, there's nothing left to steal. So if he's a tzaddik, that's it. So what she was saying is, You're too old to consummate marriage. That's why I don't just say it for what it is. You would marry me, but you're too old. So what happened? So the Gemara says, Amamahu, Kim Sheva. This is interesting Gemara. He says, oh yeah? I say, call him Bat-Sheva. Bat-Sheva was his wife. Okay? Bat-Sheva Bat-Sheva Alam. Amar Yehuda Mura'at. Osa Shal, Kimcha Bat-Sheva B'Shol Shetzrei Machos. Again, you read multiple acts of relations with Bat-Sheva to show, I don't know about it, I'm sorry, to show that this was not an issue of his virility. Like, he was fine. It wasn't an issue. Again, you're 18 wives. You could marry anyone else. Come a cushion so it's explicitly what's the itself? Divorce one of the other wives and marry Bishat Hashunamis. Again, both sides. So just to be clear, it's not the Pshat that David Amalek was close with all of these 18 women, right? So again, just go ahead and divorce one of them and marry Bishat Hashunamis. And what do you see from here? Yeah, I didn't get it. So what do you see from here? You see from here how difficult divorce is. In the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Both of the Kama Kasha Geish, Shahari Daramara, the two little Yachid, the two little Garish, Daramara, they permitted Yichud. Right? Remember, we also just saw in yesterday's daf, after the episode with Tamar, so they went in for a bit of Yichud. So for Daramara, Yichud was permitted because he was alone. After all, there was Abishah Hashulam, she was not his wife. Even though she was a single woman. And it makes it said part of rabbinic people. Nevertheless, again, the committee equal rather than having divorced his wife. You see from here, you see how serious divorce is in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So very profound level. It says as follows: I feel in Yudea, Moses I love the most. Very, very Roman Gemara. When a man divorces his first wife, even in Yudea, cries tears from Shinar. The Zohar is Tashi Sus Dima, and it's back Hashem Besliva Anaka, Me'im of Panos El Amikabra, Kakas Rizobra Kandaxi, Dem Amma, Akiasha, Haydenecho Ben Ishes Nilaka, Asher Atab Bagarab Tabal, Lehi Kavirasta, the Ishes Bisaha. So what's interesting. So here, the juxtaposition of the psukim indicates that why is the crying? Because ultimately you have rebelled against the wife of your youth, and she is your friend, and she ultimately again the wife of your covenant. So once again, we're going to talk about this idea about the unique relationship between a man and his first wife, and the idea of something tragic occurring when that relationship is undone. I will say, obviously there are times when divorce is wanted, and there are times when divorce is necessary. But what I just find advocate is almost like a fundamental rupture of fabric, almost like of the natural order. When a divorce occurs, it may be that it has to occur, that it's supposed to occur, that it's necessary to occur. But there's a traumatic upheaval that's associated with it. Some of you are going to be each don't show other Mesa. Okay, so he wasn't divorced for just a second, okay? Then it goes back to the existence. So it says, a man's wife only does if he stole money and needed to repay it, but didn't money to repay it. So it looks like, what does one thing have to do with the other? So the Rothschild points out that there's levels of the Nida. So it's moving the Rothschild and moving something that did not belong, and now when it's trying to give it back, he's unable to give it back. The Rothschild takes something from him as man, and even the Rothschild, if a man gives his wife, his first wife, it's as if the Beit Hamikdash destroyed in his days. The loss of a wife, the says, is like the loss of the Beit Hamikdash. Ben Adam Captain Cost as Mahma in Yahavilla teaching the Tifka, Masakosing, but Boke, but Thomas Ishtiba, giving him the place in the Shiva, just notice the juxtaposition over here. In these two things, often in Cheskel, and Cheskel juxtaposes again the loss of his wife to the loss of the Beis Hamikdash. But the loss of one's first wife. And you know, it's like the word keeps referencing the first wife.
Yeah,
And the spouse is traumatic. But what you see over here is over and over the Gemara pointing out about the profundity of a first marriage. And therefore, a man divorces his first wife. There's a profound impact of that. A man loses his first wife. There's a profound impact. There's something about that first relationship. Something about the relationship that is fundamentally different and just pivotal within a person's life. I'm really exaggerating. כל אדם עושה first of all why this is about. כל אדם שמנסים לשכב ימיו, כל אדם חושך בעזו. The person loses his life. His world becomes dark. שנאמר, כל חוש העולם, במהרה העולם יברצה, אני אומר פסיוס החסרות. His steps become diminished. A person almost like loses his spring in his step when he loses his spouse. שנאמר, his wisdom, the means his counsel falls. There's a wisdom relation without a wife. It doesn't have the same level of wisdom. About marriage, this is the famous episode. It's more difficult, so to speak, for like it is this is obviously nothing difficult for Rothschild. The idea is that finding Shiva is like a sea. Meaning what? Just like the sea went against the laws of nature. Finding the Shiva goes a little bit against the laws of nature also. Now the commentaries of the Gemara itself that Rashi and Tosha open and the a man and a woman is the possibility of two people finding each other, right, and being comparable enough to build a life together in a world full of people is nearly like a statistical impossibility. It is almost as supernatural as an actual splitting of the sea. Incredible. Shneimar, Elokim Moshe Yifidin Bisa, Motzi Ashirim because Sharos Asisi Asirim, Ela Motzi Asirim, Atiri Bikosharos, Ela Kishin Bechi Yeshiros. So it's like over here is that really again Hashem takes them to live and allows them to live in the same. That's reference to marriage. And the Lord compares that to Motzi Asirim because Sharos brings out captives, adding appropriate time reference to Yitzias Mitzrayim, like finishing Yitzias. Is that so? Is that something that's so difficult to finding a shit that feels like a supernatural event? Tell me, Rabbi, our point Yom Kol Yitzias Shabbat, Bas Kol Yotzes Lo Omer Bas Kol Yom. What's that going to say? Sounds like this process is preordained 40 days before the embryo, before the child is even formed in utero. Heavenly voice comes out and says, so and so is given married so. So it's like she's not preordained. There's a basketball that exactly is why it's difficult. Why it's so difficult. So the Gemara says, Lokasha, copies of Yishim, copies of Shem. So this is fascinating. The basketball, the heavenly voice that says so and so is going to marry so and so. That's your first marriage. That's your marriage. I will say, I begin to understand why Chazal in such profundity with a first marriage. First marriage, the idea, right? Person divorces his first wife, and his dad goes ahead and cries. The person goes ahead. Why? Because marriage is ordained. Ordained. I won't say that again. I can't say that. It doesn't mean that sometimes even though those first marriages end in divorce, sometimes again, because of Hashbach this time, it's not together. But just understand, sometimes, I can like get divorced and I say, I really wasn't for me. Sometimes you should have very in general. Sometimes in life, things are meant to be, even if they don't last. Even if they don't last. We saw that this a couple of weeks ago. I don't know why this like intrigues me. Have this like you said, like endangered species. People have they get old examples like well, presupposes that things are supposed to last forever. And who knows? In other words, for example, right? Rabbi Yassin, during the Shivnei Bereshis, Rabbi Yassin, and Rabbi Yassin was created, and then it was Shepard. Often thought that it's an incredible metaphor for the idea that life, something was created, they have a shelf life, and then they are supposed to an end. Not every single thing that Hashem creates is supposed to last forever. Technically so, you don't get into the set, the things that serve a very specific purpose for a very finite time, and then it's turned on to something different. So just again, even if that's what's supposed to be, it doesn't really take away from the fact that the event was purposeful, meaningful, and impactful, the duration that it lasted. Very, very profound. So the Gemara says, you show the first marriage, that's preordained. Second marriage, the Gemara says, that can be so that's what's much more difficult. It's putting this again, Rashi in Sota brings down why is this? Because for a second marriage, Rashi says there's a lot of moving pieces. There's a lot of moving pieces. For a second marriage, Reuben was married to one person, Rothschild was married to one person. So Rashi brings down, Reuben's wife dies, and Rothschild gets divorced, and this and that, and there's a whole chess, a life chessboard. So that becomes much more complicated, and that becomes a little bit like almost like Yam Suf choreography for the Ribono Shalom. Incredible. There's something in your life, there is a place except for the wife of your youth. So not marriage, right? So order again. This idea that the person you start out in life with, that is a leadership that cannot be replicated. A person intentions for love and in a second marriage, but of course, it will always be different than the way things should be. A person only finds true life tranquility with his first wife. Usually correct the son. So he's actually a very interesting enough. He's saying this over to Yitzchak, his son. And essentially Yitzchak is studying with his first wife. And it's like he's so much to say all of these gimmicks and
that is
his first wife, which is young, often the responsibilities and the pressures of life are not there. And therefore a person is able to kind of like lose themselves in the happiness of marriage without anything else going on. Subsequent relationship, second marriage. So beautiful, wonderful thing has all of its other pieces associated with it. So the kolas ruach, the inner tranquility and the inner peace, is usually not there. Now again, it doesn't mean it's not beautiful and it's not wonderful and it's not incredible and it's not spectacular. It is. But the Lesa, it has all of its other complications, which are just part of life. They're almost like tranquility. Like it's honestly like you ever see it, if you're like if you're under a football, the country, if you think about your own football, and then it's just really like a lot of footballs. It's like that innocence. Some would call it naivete. Others would call it, but again, but there is like that, like goofy, like innocence and happiness that's just there. That's like you see these couple and they're looking at each other and there's nothing else in the world. There's nothing else in the world. Like the world is, and these two people was a thing. So it's a thing. You can't recap on life. You can't. You could find happiness and you could find love, beautiful things. But that type of like emotional, love-filled aloofness only happens in the beginning of your life journey into someone. Now again, whether that's the person who continues life journey with not, That's all other complicated things. But you only find that, right? The only time you find that, or you call that corrupts reality is when you're young, and also when it's very shown up. First marriage. So this is this. Right, so I'll say, how big are these? 22 B. So now remember, this is the Yitzchak. This is what you saying this to us. All right, Kidon 9. So now, Yitzchak, the son said to his father, Dad, can you example of that? Like, you know a couple like that, right? When they were young and they had like just this tranquility and this beautiful love. Amrlo, he knows how beautiful was that? How absolutely beautiful was that? So Yehuda said to his son of Yitzchak, like you mother. I feel like her face, such a beautiful,
Well,
such an almost like profound.
I had to take a whiz. I could dominate him, but it sucks.
The son says to his father, give me an example of a man who found ability. He was first white, so it's you with your mother, me and your mother. So
I'm wide awake. I just named the fucking MLB, NFL, NBA. Look at this athleticism. Look at this motherfucker.
I found thing more bitter than death. A woman. I'll say this. Now this makes a lot more sense. After we did this, we see Shlomo got himself into trouble. Shlomo said a woman right better than death. So that was a terrible simple understanding. Shlomo was highlighting is the idea. Remember, he surged that is not properly played. Right? This was Shlomo. Remember again, reference Ashma was a melech, the head Hegyot. He ruled over everything, but only ruling over his staff. Always for his own stuff. Those were his marriage choices. Says, I found something better than death. A woman that showing up yelling against the population. Then Shmuel going ahead and saying, marriage could be the beginning of man as well. And what happens now? Rabbi Yehuda sings to his son about man. So the son says to his father, Dad, can you give me an example of like a woman like Amalek was referring to? Amalek, you go in wow, like your mother. Right? So Rabbi Yehuda, which one is it? Right? Is your wife's marriage like the most important in the world? Or if she was better than that, the Gemara says the truth is both. Skip to Kiva, his wife had a really significant temper, a really bad temper. She would easily be angry, but she was also easily appeased. So when she was angry, it was brutal. And Baruch Hashem, she had but even when she got angry, she would come down, she was able to be appeased, relatively quickly. So we'll say, so by the way, result in this Gemara, which is that, here it's the same marriage, right? It's the same love, it's the same woman. Now, granted, if you're curious to see if you ask this is Rabbi Yehuda, right? Who the problem was. I don't know whether so she would go ahead and answer the same way, right? But my mind said, also, but there's a profundity in this. What's the profundity? Also, that the same marriage could be the same marriage could be a beautiful, almost emotional attachment and aloof. It could also be marmimaras. So the girls say it's not a marriage means it's always good. Nothing in life is always like that. That feeling is always good, right? But in that feeling, nothing else in life is good. This is so incredible. I see this all the time with young couples who get married, and like they have like a fight. I remember I had a couple of years. I had a young woman, and the Rothschild was calling me up sobbing. There's one of those phone calls like can't hear the word. So what happened? So we had a fight. Don't try to say it. And we had a fight. Yeah. And what? we had a fight. She could not over this idea that they had a fight. And, you know, sometimes somebody tells you a problem, you can't laugh because, right, because, you know, it's but like I'm thinking, it's so cute, and like so nice. I don't know what your background is or what kind of home you grew up in. And like, you know, we have this expectation that good means you're always together, you're always in love, right? There's always the birds are always chirping whenever you're with your spouse, right? And everything is great, and you agree on everything, and you're always like your hearts are locked together, and you're always in step, and that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Yeah. If you're married to, like, if you're looking in the mirror, maybe you'll have that. But if you're married to a human being, like, there's plenty of times of discord. And also, this Gemara is so incredibly validating that you could have a marriage that is beautiful, that is loving, that is fulfilling, and you could even have moments that are more bitter than that. Yeah, that might be a bit hyperbolic. But you understand the point. Like, you could have a beautiful and incredible marriage, but you could also have moments in that beautiful marriage that are really terrible. They're really terrible, and it's not a contradiction. You could say the same wife, who again I feel so good is the same wife who had moments, again, the marriage is unbearable. Such is the nature of loving and dynamic marriages. They could shift and they can move from moment to moment. Incredible. All right, let's go back here. So, good. Smart says another beautiful Gemara. When a man dies, his loss is felt acutely by his wife. Or the Gemara says only by his wife. Only by his wife. When a wife dies, the loss is felt ultimately. Did I skip? Sorry, I'm not sure what you said. Sorry. Isha Golam in a Karsa Miss Arisha Sarkli. So the Gemara says interesting idea of the thing. So this literally, so Rav Shmuel Bar Hunya says the name of Rav, that a woman, that literally Kli Golam means an unbelievable person. And ultimately again becomes by her husband with whom she experiences the first act of intimacy. So what's the idea over here? So there's a unique connection between a man and a woman who act intimacy together. There's a bond that is created between that couple. When a man dies, his loss is really felt by his wife, named Ilah. And ultimately, when it dies, so her loss only acutely felt by both, and he's actually felt as well. Now, what about the fact other relatives? So, again, the way it works is like this: when children lose a parent, as difficult and as tragic as it is, again, it's the natural order of the world. Move on, because that's the natural order of the world. Even Rahman al-Islam, when parents lose a child, they have each other, which to steady one another to be able to move forward. When a spouse loses a spouse, you lose your life partner. And when you lose your life partner, it just takes away the momentum of life in general. It's not the same to live a life without a partner, to live life without your other half. What it says is one of them, and that loss is most acutely felt by the surviving spouse. This is Parsha. Absolutely incredible. So remember again, so by a husband, so the Gemara brings a raya ultimately again from that is Melech, the husband of the Melech was also the father of the But you see from here that his loss is most acutely felt by him. And again, Yaakov Avinu, this is in this lesson, Yaakov Avinu is asking Yosef to bury him in Canaan. He goes to Va'ani, Padan Mesa Arai Rachel. Could have just said Mesa Rachel. Rachel died on me. That the loss of Rachel was most acutely felt by her uncle. Incredible. Aaron also, this is not actually Mishnah. Remember again, the Mishnah said that you can't see the king when he's getting a haircut. Aaron also, interesting, a king has to get a haircut every day. So a king has to be perfectly groomed. So he gets a haircut every day. can go get a haircut. Go regular echo social media. When they going get a haircut once every 30 days. So you can get a haircut every single day. You have to have a area. She can go and test what's beautiful. She has to be groomed every day. And go to the Arab Shabbos. The idea over here is that since the Kohanic shifts, right? Since the Kohanic shifts change over once a week, so it makes sense that when the new shift comes in, the Kohen should be properly groomed, ready to move. So Kohen Gadol gets a haircut once a week. Oh, and then go on the social media. Yes, so the Yimar quotes on the pasuk from Yisrael. So literally it says they should not shave their head, but also not allow they should not hair to grow too long. So they need us here. They have zero paragraph from us. Zero first line. Sitaka parallel show. Sitaka Gadol parasa'aro show. It says by Nazir. It says by Nazir para. It says over para. Not that on social media. Social media, just like by the Nazir, stand the zeros. So to again, the regular Kohen cannot allow his hair to grow long. Then 30 years. Right? What's going to stop over here? I want to actually finish up. We'll stop the social media. So and the zeros goes for 30 years. I want to stop up the next Hashem with the yotes. Grooming obligation is just a little bit. Shkoyach. All right, have a wonderful day, everyone.
Depression over how and how I know 5 people the shit that were having a fucking heart pressure. My dad even said it. Like when people show people with their family.
All right, so it's like good morning. Let us begin our annual responses for the month of Tafshin Pei 5785. Dedicating all the Shurim and Precious Messages for Israel from co-sponsors for the Babies, the Coming Mishpacha, in memory of Amit David, ladies Zichron Livracha. Our week of learning sponsors, Zebi and Shoshi Daniel, his father, Yitzchak, and Rafal Rothschild from Livracha. His yard site is on Zion. All of the Neshama Sanaliyah, the families in the all those in your foreshadow of Holy Israel. Moshe should bring our hostages home with the shalom and the karma to allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The whole massive event. Once with that, let us begin. A lot to say about Hashem. We should have incredible tomorrow. Hopefully, we're going to try to finish the parak in Meretz Hashem. We are picking up today's episode, page 22. We are picking up Meretz Hashem on Chaf Aleph 21b at the last on the page. One of the first things that a king has to do on assuming the throne is that he has to go ahead and write a Sefer Torah. Although actually it's not a Shalom. So the Gemara says what's important to understand over here is the king has an obligation to write his own Torah, and he cannot content himself with the Sefer Torah that he has from his father. So let's say his father was the king also, or his father, but he has the Sefer Torah from his father. He says, I had that Pirusha, that should be enough. So the Gemara says, no, the halacha is he must write his own Sefer Torah. So Rabbi, Afati Sheni Rabbi, Sefer Torah, Mitzvah Lichtov Mishalom. Rabbi extends this a little bit and says, this is not king. This is true in any person. Every single one has an obligation to write a Torah. Write for yourself this Shira, this Torah. So even though a person has a Torah from his father or from his family, there's an obligation for every individual to write his own Torah. I will say much to talk about like this in terms of how one fulfills that obligation. That's a pretty steep obligation to have to write your own Sefer Torah. Right? So what exactly that means and how exactly that manifests itself and how one that, so that's an entire discussion. Again, beyond our scope for this morning. But the idea is that every person has an obligation to write on Sefer Torah. Shnei Amar, but to kiss good. So Kisloch Am B'Sashiyos is Rabbi. Rabbi says the conflict will say Rosh Lo Yisrael B'Shalach Melech had Yod Lo. But here's the problem. The problem is, the Gemara says it sounds like it's dafka a din by and not by others, right? The Torah says because of law Sefer Torah, the king should write his own Sefer Torah. And again, the drasha is he should not content himself with someone else's Torah. He's got to write his own. So it's like one's own Sefer Torah, dafka din by the king, not a din by other people. So what's going on over here? Well, three from the state Torahs. No, the king has a different halacha. The king has an obligation to write Torahs. Two Torahs, this is a example of the sign law. The cost of law is Mishnah. Kosef the Shmo Shtei Torahs. The king has an obligation to write two Sefer Torahs. After Shiyotza, so one that goes and comes with him. Right? So in general, a Sefer Torah that he just keeps with him wherever he goes. The Achaz Shemunachas Lolabes and one that he places in his treasury. It's actually a very beautiful Gemara. So the king places one Torah that goes with him and one Torah that remains in his treasury. It's almost like this beautiful, beautiful metaphoric symbolism. You know, the treasury is the place where you keep that which is most valuable to you. So what does the king keep in his treasury? Nothing other than a Sefer, which is also a Sefer Torah. So one Sefer Torah for the treasury, one Sefer Torah to take with him. Achas Shimon also Shiyotza v'Nechnasa Simo, the one that the king takes with him everywhere he goes. He also communicates, you know, all of his law. He makes it. In other words, he makes it very, very small. Again, you wear it. Shnei Amar. See Hashem the Nevi Tomid Kimini Bano. Those are simple. The king keeps the Sefer Torah that he takes with him and out. He makes it small at the end. He can wear it. So coming into wherever he goes. Keep Hashem before me at all times. If Hashem is on my right, I shall not falter. Obviously, you can't wear the Torah amulet into the back house. So again, Pasuk says which indicates to us he only wears it in the places that he could read it. Places where you can't read it, on the back house, you can take it. It's incredible. Meeting the Torah to be Yisrael B'Ksav to be V'Lashon HaKodesh. So what's the interesting Gemara? So Zushka says as follows. In the beginning, Torah was given by Yisrael B'Ksav Ivri V'Lashon HaKodesh. So Ksav Ivri is a particular type of script, not the script that we use today. The script that we use today, we're going to see is called Shu. So again, originally Torah was given in Ksav Ivri and Lashon HaKodesh. What we call Lashon HaKodesh. Because of the Ezra, so apparently in Ezra, remember again, Ezra he exiles back to Eretz Yisrael to rebuild the second Mikdash. And it was also a tremendous renaissance for Cloud Yisrael as well. So in the days of Ezra, Torah was being re-given. It was a re-acceptance. But this time again, the script that was used was a Shurish script, and Lashon Arami, an Aramaic. The word says, "Beru the Yisrael Savashir Lashon HaKodesh." So Klal Yisrael on Savashir, the secondary script, which was the script used by Ezra, and ultimately again Lashon HaKodesh. V'nichu l'hadyot. Nichu l'hadyotos ksivris the Lashon Arami. And ultimately again they left for the hadyotos, the seal the hadyotos, savivris and Arami. Man hadyotos, hadyotos, and Christas B'Soy. Husim, so notice my savivris, what is Ksav? Ksav, people know. It is what's also known as people know. Okay, Rashi says last Rashi of that people know. Also Shekosim this is a script or a handwriting. It's made up of large letters that you'll often see. Tanya, Rabbi Yossi says as well, Roy Haya Ezra, Shetinasa Yogi Yisrael. Ezra was so great that technically the Torah could have been given through him. Had it not been that Moshe Rabbeinu had lived before Ezra. So Moshe, or Moshe says, Moshe Allah Elohim. Pasuk says that Moshe ascended to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Ezra Omer, who Ezra Allah Mibala. So it uses this notion of aliyah, of ascension, by both of these things. Ma aliyah Omer Khan Torah, Af aliyah Omer Af aliyah Omer Af aliyah Omer Lahalon Torah. So just like the aliyah said by Moshe Rabbeinu represents Moshe Rabbeinu is bringing down of the Torah, so too the aliyah mentioned by Ezra is also Torah. The Moshe Omer by Moshe Rabbeinu says, "Well, said Siva Hashem Vayisehi, the Lamed and Chushim Umshpati." And the Moshe Rabbeinu says, "And Hashem commanded me at this time to teach you laws and statutes." The Ezra Omer, the Ezra, Hechim levav lidrosh es Torah sashakav, v'lasos u'lamed b'Yisrael. So again, you see this very similar wording by Ezra and by Moshe, just to highlight this idea that Ezra really was on the same level as Moshe. Had Ezra lived before Moshe, it would have been Ezra who brought down the Torah. Even though Ezra did to bring down the Torah, yet Ezra merited back certain changes in Torah, specifically again the writing. Right beforehand, again it was Ibris, and Ezra changed it to Ashur Shana. Now, what was that? Page 22a. The Ksav and the Shtavon Ksav Haros and the Torgam Aramis. Save because Lo Kalin Kasav Upshara Laholama. Save because Mishnah Torah Hazos Sav Haroy Danos. Okay, so we'll say so. Change occurred on. And again, we switch from Sav Ibris. By the way, why is it called Sav Ashuris? Sha'ala Imah Me'asher, because it came from Assyria, from Babashur. Tanya Rav Yomer says, it's given the Sav Zen that told Israel. This is actually interesting. Why doesn't it tries to suggest the following? Originally, Torah was in fact given in Sav Ashuris, the present script that we have today. What happened? Kevan Shnep, Kevan Shech. Once Klal Yisrael sins, so literally again, Sarah Shuris became splintered. If you take a look, see what the Rashi says over here. So it's the last of the white line. It's Savzev, Mitzvah Torah Yisrael. The Lamed Lo Kahalim. Kisvel and the God, the people shechatu b'ayis, the Bosh HaSatorah, nepach lehem norah. So this split was during the days of the first base on the Kosh, result of our sin. And then what happened? The Gemara said, "Give a shechatu b'ayis Israel." Shuvah, Israel. So then Shneimar, Ubitzar Aseret HaTikva, Dom Magid Mishnah Asher Lacha. Lama Nikra Shmash. So why is it called? Shemu Sheret Sav. It's a very beautiful script. The first white line. Rabbi Allah Hamodi. Sav Zeh Shtana Koleker. Not true, right? The print, the script that we have has not changed. We're just talking about the hooks of the curtains for the Mishkan. Just like the pillars of the Mishkan never changed. So about play on words. It's like it's the hooks that the curtains attached to. So here he's using bavim to mean the letters. The letters that just as the pillars didn't change, so the book didn't change as well. But Omer, just like the language of the Jews didn't change. So too their writing did not change as well. Ella Ma'ani Makanye as Mishnah HaTorah Hasos. So what do I do with that Lashon of Mishnah HaTorah? The Shtei Toros. This once again, let's circle back. Mishnah Torah doesn't refer to a shinui, to a change in Torah, i.e. a change in script, but rather refers to the two Torahs of the king. The king writes not one Torah, but two Torahs one Torah that goes with him, and the second one which will bring his inside his treasure house. Also, community. The Torah is Rosh. Neymar, Shivisi Hashem Lemedison. One that remains in his treasure house, that's regular Torah. The one that goes and comes with him, that's written in an amulet form. In an amulet form, so that literally you can take it with him wherever he goes. As the Pasuk says, I have praised Hashem at all times. So beautiful. And the other thing you got to Mishnah Torah for this whole thing about the changing of script. Hi Shivisi my Darish. How does the guy in the Pasuk Shivisi Hashem and the Summit? Kumparle Chidrav Kanabad. Rav Kanabad. Namshon Chasida. Hamspadal. Tzarach Shira Asmo. Because when a person dies, he's supposed to view as if the Shekhinah of the divine presence is literally right opposite. So again, two different so really, so very beautiful. So one of the things the Shivisi Summit is a reference to the king's personal Torah. He makes the Torah like an amulet, but the Torah were opposite at all times. The second of the reason is no, Shivisi Summit is not unique by a king, it's for everyone. What does it mean? That when I daven, you as if the Shekhinah is directly opposite. It's interesting, the application is different, but the concept is the same. Like whether it's talking to the king, whether it's talking to the individual, the idea is there's this concept, is what the Baal Tanya brings down. Like in the beginning of Tanya, first, God awareness, that everything is about God awareness. If you bring proper God awareness in your life, by definition, it changes everything. Mishnah Berurah as well, so like that's like getting short, opens up. Shivisi Hashem and that Summit. Mishnah Berurah can compare a person who realizes that he's living under the watchful eye of the king to a person who thinks that he's following the person. God awareness fundamentally changes and shifts the way we behave the way we react. My lokalim kasolim. This is a country of Shulim says that the script never changed. Torah was given in Ksav Ashuris, and even in Ksav Ashuris. What does he do with furs? Sefer Daniel. Lokalim kasolim. And most interesting. Amra, the Gematria. So this is referring to the episode of Shatzah. This is so this is why we said. Like Belshazzar was one of the Persian kings. He fought 7 years. And after he redeemed, he made calculated years. He thought the years had elapsed, and he made a party. He did nothing to be redeemed. And in that party, what did he do? Well, what did he do? He brought out all of the insults of the Basic and used them in his own personal conquest over the God of the Jews. Writing on the wall. You know the expression writing on the wall? That comes from the story of Belshazzar. Some miraculous writing on the wall that indicates Belshazzar is going to experience a significant downfall. So the Gemara says that it refers to that story. The Gematria Echtav Yatis Idav Kus Chamatz. So the Gemara says Belshazzar. So the Belshazzar was not written explicitly. Rather, Gemara calls it in Gematria. But Gematria doesn't have to necessarily numerical value. Gematria also means like shorthand. My personal. So what does it mean? Mana taka larsi. Mana elokach machu sabashlanasach. Mana means Hashem. This is what Belshazzar. Hashem is calculated your reign, and it has come to an end. Takil. That killed the Mazle, the sacrifice. God has weighed you in the scale, and you have turned out to be efficient. Harisas Mahusa Yahava Lamada Yuharas. Your kingdom has come to an end and is going to be heard to Persia and to Libya. Shmuel says, Matos Ninakvi Alor. This is message Anam Lakas Nisrafu Shashyamar Nama Kato Parsi. So again, These are all different ways in which the message to Belshazzar was literally written on the wall. Each one served as a mnemonic type of message of the impending. So just so you know, halacha l'maisa, the Rabbi Paskins that it's two Torahs. Right now, one or two Torahs, one Torah. In fact, again, that means that it is written and formed. So literally, he could wear it. He just had it at all times. And the other is a secret Torah that is kept in his treasury. So again, symbolizing this idea, Shivisa Hashem to make the summit, that at the end of the day, control with me at all times, and one sefer remains in the treasury, highlighting the idea the most important possession, of the year, and even of the king, with many different possessions, is his Torah. This is Rothschild. So beautiful. Let's say that idea of Torah being your most important possession is you know this. Else you acquire in this world, you can enjoy however many years you have in this world. But once you leave this world, those possessions no longer come with you. Conversely, the Torah you acquire, the richness that you acquire, that is yours, that's yours. You never have to part with that possession. You got about Mishnah in Rothschild. So, in Yoshua, so, this is a lot less pertinent to a king. You cannot ride on the king's horse. You cannot sit on the king's throne, and you cannot do this scepter. The most saying that this is all referring to common people. Right? This doesn't refer to other kings. As we're seems a little bit like you have David who's the king, and then David dies, his son Shlomo becomes Shlomo could use the scepter. Then Shlomo could sit on the throne. The idea is these are halachas regarding commoners vis-a-vis the king. So a commoner can't sit the king's horse. I can't sit on the I can't use his, I can't use his scepter. Then Rome looks like you should be stopped. It's interesting. You cannot see the king when he's getting a haircut. The local issue or when he's unsure. The local issue makes an haircut. Go to the Schwitz with the king, the house. I should have marked some Tassim Allah Hamelach, Shetahe a Maso Allah. I will say it's all interesting. All parts of the motif of one has to have reverence for the king. So part of that is things is weight. It's almost like you split up into three categories. Like activities, active things you have to do for the king, things that you are not allowed to do because they're associated with the king, and not seeing the king in any way that could potentially diminish your honor and reverence for the king. So you can't go into the mikvah when the king's going to. You can't go to the bathhouse. You can't be when the king's getting a haircut. No one's allowed to see. Okay, says I'm Rabbi Yaakov. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Ishad Moteres Lishon. Okay, so what's a little bit of context over here? This is actually that. This is safe in Malachim. At the end of Malachim, it's actually the Haftarah of Parshas Chayes. But I'm not dying. It's old. So you might say, the Navi says that they hired for him. They selected for him a young woman who was going to be his attendant. The Gemara says her name was Avishag Shunamis. So Yaakov said in Lokan, Avishag Mutaris Basuda Adon. So Avishag technically would have been permitted to marry Shlomo, David's son, but she would not have been married from the Chagis. Now, Adoniah ben Chagis was also David's son. Right? Adoniah ben Chagis' son 2 years ago. He was the individual who claimed the throne for himself. David is dying. David did not explicitly appoint a successor. The end of this part, he does. He did not explicitly appoint a successor. So because of that, it's the question is the same more I need more. He said, I'm gonna reign. I'm gonna reign. That's what ends up happening over here. So therefore, that story. So David says explicitly, Shlomo is going to reign. So technically speaking, Shlomo would have been permitted to marry Abishag, but Adoniah would not. Why not? So the Gemara says, Shlomo's not a chaya. The Melech mishtamish b'shavido shemelech. Because again, it's interesting that the Gemara compares Abishag to the scepter of the king. Right? It's like that was utilized by the king. So Abishag was an attendant. She was a servant of the king. So she was utilized by the king. Therefore, again, Shlomo would have been permitted to marry her. So the Gemara says, so Adoniah the head to. So the Gemara says, but she would have been prohibited to Adoniah because Adoniah had the status of a commoner. Generally, was the son of the king, the status of a commoner. So the Gemara says, Avishag Mikey. What exactly was Avishag Baramelech's life? It said, Baramelech Zakim Bavayomi. So So again, Ksiv, Vayibakshu Nara Yafa, Ksiv, Vahanara Yafa Admaod, Vatihilo Yamala Socheres, Vetishar Seir. So Adonia, so to Abishag Shram she wasn't attendant. What's interesting is, even though she wasn't attendant, right? The Navi goes, I got to say that she was very beautiful. So why they need to highlight her beauty? She's just an attendant. Very interesting. Amar means Saban. So Abishag wanted to marry David. She wanted to be one of his wives. Amar Allah, Asirasli. So I'm sorry I can't. And I'll say, all these things come together. Why not? Someone says, I have reached the limit of 18 wives. I can't marry that. We've read it. So it's actually fascinating. So Avishag wasn't buying it. She makes it. So she says to him, Asira Meganva Nafsham. When the thief has nothing to steal, he portrays himself as a pious man. So when the thief's not stealing, if there's nothing left to steal, the tzaddik is necessary. So what he was saying is, you're just too old to get married. That's why I was just saying for what it is. You would marry, but you're too old. So what happened? So the Gemara says, Amar Kirli the Basheva. So this is an interesting Gemara. So he says, oh yeah? He says, call in Batsheva. Batsheva says, Batava Batsheva ala Malachach. Amar Yudat Murav. Ba'os Shal Kincha Batsheva B'Shoshes Ve'Nachos. Apparently, he engaged in multiple act sessions with Batsheva to show Adoniah Ben Silcham. So show Avishag Hashemam that this not an issue of his virility. Right? He was fine. This wasn't an issue. He had 18 wives. He did anyone else. Amar Shabar Abba Kama Kashin Girish. Here's what's interesting. So obviously there's an Asa. What's the Asa? Divorce one of the other wives and marry Avishag Hashunamis. Again, I both say, just to be clear, it's not the fact that Governor Malachas was close with all of these women, right? So again, just go ahead and ignore them. And now Avishag Hashunamis. What do you see from here? I didn't convey stuff. What do you see from here? You see from here how difficult divorce is in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shahari David HaMelech, Tirul Yachid, Tirul Garish. David HaMelech, Yichud, right? Remember, we just saw in yesterday's Hamar. They went in for the big Yichud. So Yichud was permitted because he was alone. After all, again, Shaka Shulem, she was not his wife. Even though, again, she's a single woman. And the amazing thing is that that is part of rabbinic Yichud. But nevertheless, again, they permitted Yichud rather than having. What do you see from here? How serious divorce is in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So a very profound Gemara. Rabbi says as follows: "From the Garish Rishona, Afilu Mizbeach Morid Alav Demos." Very, very Roman Gemara. When a man divorces his first wife, even the Mizbeach cries tears from Shnei Amar. V'zos shenis tasu sus as Mizbach Hashem b'chiv va'anaka. Mein od tonos al amincha v'rakachas v'tzon b'yadchan. But Ksiv v'amartem amma aki Hashem hei benecho ben eshes nu'ulecha asher ata bagarata ba v'hi chaviraska v'eshes brisecha. So what's this? It's interesting to hear the juxtaposition of the psukim indicates that why is the Mizbeach crying? Because ultimately, again, rebelled against the wife of your youth, and she is your friend, and she ultimately, again, is the wife of your covenant. We're going to talk about this idea about the unique relationship between a man and his first wife. His first wife, the idea of something tragic occurs when that relationship is undone. Let's just, obviously, there are times when divorce is granted. There are times when divorce is necessary. But the Gemara just pointed out that it's like a fundamental rupture in the fabric. In the fabric, almost like of the natural order. When a divorce occurs, it may be that it has to occur, that it's supposed to occur, and it's necessary to occur. Upheaval that's associated with it. Sometimes you may hear about Lazar. Abel shall other Mesa, and the vacuum and the Mamon de Elo. forward for just a second. We'll come back to it. Then it goes back to the process. Gemara says twice. If he stole money and needed to repay it, he didn't have the money to repay it. Like, now, what does one thing have to do? What about like a midah to make it midah? So it's moving marriage lawful and moving something. Now when it's time to give it back, he's able to give it back. So therefore, the Rebbe takes something from him as well. That it's in Shemar. And in the Chabushalim, in Yikach Mishkav Chamitachta. Yochanan says as follows. Very profound Gemara. For Adam Shenese Ishta Rishona, if a man loses his wife, his first wife, it's as if the Beis Hamikdash has been destroyed in his days. The loss of a wife, is like the loss of the Beis Hamikdash. Ben Adam Hineni Loket Lokech Mincha Esmachma Inecha B'Magei V'Lo Tismi V'Lo Tifka V'Lo Tava D'Nosechu Ksiv V'Adaber Ala Amba Boker V'Tamas Ishti Ksiv Hini Mechalolis Mikdashi Ga'on Uschem Machmaz Inecha. Moses Gemara just notes the juxtaposition over here in this from Yecheskel, and Yecheskel juxtaposes again the loss of his wife, the loss of one's first wife. And you must say, the Gemara keeps referencing the first wife. Right? What else is true? What you see over here is over and over the Gemara pointing out about the profundity of first marriage. And that's why a man divorces his first wife. There's a profound impact of that. A man loses his first wife. There's a profound impact. There's something about that first relationship that is fundamentally different and was pivotal within a wife. I'm going to Alexandria. Kol Adam will say first to the widest lines of the bottom. Kol Adam Shemesi Ishta B'Mav Olam Bashach B'Adam. If a person loses his wife, his world becomes dark. Shneimar or Choshech B'Alo V'Nira Olav Yida'ach. I will say Chanina Amar Psiosa Miskasros. His steps become diminished. The person almost like loses spring in his step when he loses his spouse. His wisdom diminishes. Literally means his counsel falls. Or his wisdom diminishes. Without a wife, he doesn't have the same level of wisdom. Amarava Yochanan Kashlazav is beginning of this episode. It is more difficult, so to speak, for Akadosh Baruch like it is to split. Obviously, nothing is difficult for the Rebbe Shalom. But the idea is that finding a shidduch is like the splitting of the sea. Meaning what? Just like the splitting of the sea went against the laws of nature, there's something to do about finding a shidduch goes a little bit against the laws of nature also. As the Gemara in Sota, Rashi tells us, Hashan's opening on the they say, Adam Yachid Isha Yichida B'Lo Mezavga. A man is an individual and a woman is an individual. Both say, you see, there's no probability of finding each other, right? And being comparable enough to build both together. In a world full of people is nearly like a statistical impossibility. It is almost as supernatural as an actual splitting of the sea. Incredible. Elokim Moshe Yechidin Gesa Motzi Ashirim Bikol Motzi Asirim Bikol Sharos Atipi Motzi Asirim Ela Kimim Atipi Bikaros Ela Bichi Bech Bishiros. The idea over here is that literally again Hashem takes individuals and allows them to live in the same. That's a reference to marriage. Compares that to Motzi Asirim Bikol Sharos. He brings out captives at an appropriate time. Is that so? Is that so that it's a supernatural event? One second, I will say. Sounds like this process is preordained. Before the embryo, before the child is even formed in utero, a heavenly voice comes out and says, so and so is going to marry so and so. So it sounds like she did come out preordained. If they're preordained, if there's a gospel, then what exactly is why so difficult? Why so difficult? To which the Gemara says, Lokashya, Habizug Rishon Kazug Sheni. She wants to say this is how the gospel, the heavenly voice that says so and so is going to marry so and so. That's your first marriage. That's your first marriage. And also, now you begin to understand why Chazal associates such profundity with a first marriage. Or the first marriage, the idea that the person who divorces his first wife and his bear goes and dries. The person who goes ahead. Why? Because marriage is ordained. Ordained. I won't say that again. I can't say that. It doesn't mean that sometimes even those first marriages end in divorce. Sometimes, again, because of this plan, it's not the right thing for people to do together. But just understand, sometimes, a couple might get divorced and they might say, I clearly wasn't meant to be. No, sometimes the shidduch is, in general, sometimes in life, things are meant to be, even if they don't last. Even if they don't last. So that is the point. I don't know why it's always like intrigues me. You have this so dangerous. People have they get out and stuff like whales. So it presupposes that things are supposed to last forever. And who knows? In other words, when for example, right? Kishmael came to Lev Yassan during the Sheish Midrashis. Lev Yassan, and Lev Yassan was created, and then it was Sheft. I often thought that is an incredible metaphor for the idea that in life, something that's supposed to be created, they have a shelf life, and then they are supposed to end. Not every single thing that Hashem creates is supposed to last forever. It's very important to so, we can the things are just sometimes things serve a very specific purpose for a very finite amount of time, and then it's time to move on to something different. And even if that's what's supposed to be, it doesn't in any way take away from the fact that the event is purposeful, meaningful, and impactful for the duration it lasted. It's very, very profound. So the Gemara says, Zug Bishon, your first marriage, that's preordained. Second marriage, the Gemara says, that's more difficult because putting the seed. Now, again, Rashi in Sota brings down why is this his first marriage. Rashi says there's a lot of moving pieces. It's a lot of moving pieces. For a second marriage, Ruvain was married to one person. Rachel married to one person. So Rashi brings down, Ruvain's wife dies, and Rachel gets divorced, and it's a whole chessboard. So that becomes much more, and that becomes a little bit like almost like Yam Suf Kolyam for the Ribono Shalom. Incredible. We'll say for everything in life, there is a replacement except for the wife of the youth. Again, this idea of the person you start out with, the person you begin your life with, that is a unique relationship that cannot be replicated. A person may find contentment and love and happiness in a second marriage. But of course, it will always be different if things started out in the beginning. Gemara says, a person only finds true life tranquility with his first wife. So what I say is actually very interesting. Just to understand over here. Rabbi Yehuda is saying this over to Yitzchak. And he says to Yitzchak, a man only finds true tranquility with, it's interesting, with his first wife. There's so much to say in all of these Gemaras. And a lot of it also. Let's say that the idea when a person marries his first wife, if he's young, they're often the responsibilities and the credit are not there. And therefore a person to kind of like lose themselves in the happiness of marriage without anything else going on. Any subsequent or second marriage, so beautiful, one loving, has all of this other associated with it. Korach's ruach, the tranquility and the inner peace, is usually not there. Now again, it doesn't mean it's not beautiful, it's not wonderful, it's not incredible, it's not spectacular. Of course it is. But when I say it has all of its other colors which are just part of that almost like tranquility. Like it's almost like if you ever see it, like you think about football, basically like a lot of you see there's like that innocence. Some would call it naivety. Others would call it stupidity. Right? But again, but there is like goofy, like innocence and happiness that's just there. That's like you see these people and they're looking at each other and it's like nothing else in the world. There's nothing else. The world could stop and these two people would not notice a thing. They wouldn't notice a thing. You can't really capture that later on in life. You can't. You could find happiness and you could find love. You could find all beautiful things. But that type of almost like emotional love-filled aloofness, it only happens in the beginning of your life journey when you find one. Now again, whether that's the person you begin your life journey with, not that's all other complicating things. But the only time you find that, right? The only time you find what Rabbi Yehuda calls that koras ruach when you're young, and also again Ishtar Rishona, first marriage. So listen to this. So we'll say 22b. So now remember, this is Rabbi Yitzchak. This is Rabbi Yehuda saying this. We'll say this beautiful Gemara. Amalei Kigon Man. So now, Rabbi Yitzchak, the son, says to his father, "Dad, can you give me an example? Do you know a couple like that? Right, where they were young and they had like this tranquility, this beautiful love." Amarlo Kigon Imcha. How beautiful is that? How absolutely beautiful is that? So says to the son of Yitzchak, "Yeah, like your mother." Such a beautiful Gemara, and such almost like a profound exercise, like in Shabbat, and what it means to convey children love and emotional connection and attachment in marriage. So can you guys? So the son says to his father, "Can you give me an example of a man who found inner tranquility in his first wife?" To which Rabbi Yehuda said, "Yes, like your mother, me and your mother." So once I listen to this, now he resonates. Really? So the rest says, "Aha, yet Rabbi Yehuda said to his son Rabbi Yitzchak, quote the pasuk, "Motzi ani mar memaves es ha'isha asher hi mitzudin b'charomin." So Shlomo says in Koheles, "I found something more bitter than death, a woman." I want to say, now understand, by the way, just so you appreciate this. Also, now this Gemara makes a lot more sense after we hear the sigils of Shlomo HaMelech, right? And we see Shlomo got himself into tremendous women. Guys are saying that women are more bitter than death. So that would be a terrible, simple understanding of the person. The Shlomo was highlighting is the idea. Remember, he saw the negativity that can come out from marriage that is not properly planned. Like this was entire downfall. Remember again, reference to Ashmedai. Shlomo was a melech, the head yoke for melech, head over everything that he ended up only ruling over his cloak over. All of that a result of poor marriages. So Shlomo says, "I found something more bitter than death, a woman." Again, that's not Shlomo railing against 50% of the population. That's Shlomo HaMelech going ahead and saying marriage would be the undoing of man as well. And what happens? So now Rabbi Yehuda is saying this to his son, but I'm going to keep going. So the son says to his father, "Can you give me an example of like a woman like this? Shlomo HaMelech was with too. But I'm going to keep going in Chaf." Wow. So yeah, like your mother. Right? So I can't confess. Which one is it? Right? Is your wife Mama's like the most incredible woman in the world, or is she more pure to death? To which the Gemara says the truth is both. So we must like, I'm sorry, I'm gonna keep going. Well, here's the difference. So apparently his wife had a really significant temper. That temper. She would easily anger. She was also easily appeased. So when she was angry, it was brutal. When she got angry, she was able to come down, she was able to be appeased, relatively quickly. So we'll say, so but also I think just a profound soul to this scheme. which is that here it's the same marriage, right? It's the same Rabbi Huda's mind, it's the same woman. Now, granted, it'd be curious to see if you asked Mrs. Rabbi Huda, like who the problem was in marriage. I don't know that necessarily she would go ahead and answer the same way, right? But Lamaisa will say that there's a profundity. What's the profundity? I will say that the same marriage could be the same marriage could be a almost attachment and homelessness, and could also be marribalas. Also, even in that role, it's not a times we think that good marriage means it's always good. It's always good. Nothing in life is always put together. That feeling is always good, right? But aside from that, nothing else in life is always good. This is so incredible. I tell you, I see this all the time with young couples, who get married, and like they have like a fight. They have like a fight. I had a couple of years ago. I had a young woman coming up sobbing. Like they can't. So what happened? What happened? We had a fight. Very terrible. And fight. Yeah. And what? To not get over this idea, had a fight. Like sometimes somebody tells you problem, you can't laugh because right, because then it's very, it's but like it's so cute, and so naive. I don't know, like background music, what kind of like, so like, we have this expectation that good marriage means you're always together, you're always in love. Right? There's always the birds are always chirping whenever you're with your spouse, right? And everything is great. You look clear on everything, and you're always like your heart, your hearts are locked together, and you're always in step, and that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Yeah, if you're married to if you're looking in the mirror, then you have something to do. Right? There's plenty of times of discord. So this Gemara is so incredibly validating. That you can have a marriage that is beautiful, that is loving, that is fulfilling, and you can even have moments that are more bitter than that. That might be a bit hyperbolic, but you understand the point. Right? You have a beautiful and incredible marriage, but you can also have moments in that beautiful marriage that are really terrible, and it's not traditional. You just said the same wife, who again I feel so privileged with, is the same wife who had moments. Again, the marriage is unbearable. Such the nature of loving and dynamic marriages, they can shift, they can morph, and they can move from moment to moment. Incredible. Says the Gemara. So, good. Murph says another beautiful show. When a man dies, his loss is felt most acutely by his wife. Or really, Gemara says only by his wife. Only by his wife. When a wife dies, her loss ultimately again. Did I see it? Sorry, I'm not sure what I'm sorry. So the Gemara says interesting idea. So this is Rav Shmuel by Bunyan says that a woman becomes and ultimately again becomes formed by her husband, with whom she experiences the first intimacy. What's the idea? That there is a unique connection between a man and a woman who experience the first act of intimacy together. There's a bond that is created between that couple. When a man dies, he is only felt by his wife. And ultimately, when a wife dies, so her loss is really only acutely felt by her husband. I will say this is actually profound Gemara as well. Now, what about the fact that there are other relatives? So in general, again, it really works like this. When children lose a parent, as difficult and as tragic as it is, again, it's the natural order of the world. You move on, because that's the natural order of the world. When parents lose a child, they have each other in which to steady one another to be able to move forward. When a spouse loses a spouse, you lose your life partner. You lose your life partner, it just takes away the momentum of life in general. It's not the same to live life without a partner, without your other half, because it's one of them. And that was is most acutely felt by the surviving spouse. Each makes a restriction and another. This is Parsha. Actually incredible. So remember, so by a husband, so the Gemara brings it out again from the army. That is Melech, the husband of God. Melech is also another Machmor and Goyo. The Superman that is lost is most acutely felt by the army. And again, Yaakov, this is in the situation. Yaakov was asking Yosef, carry him in Canaan to go to Devoimi Padan Mesa Alai Rachel. So he just said Mesa Rachel. What do you mean Mesa Alai Rachel mean? That the loss of Rachel is most acutely felt by her husband by Yaakov. Incredible. Ain't wrong also. Back to the Mishnah. Remember again, the Mishnah says, can't see the king when he's getting ahead. But no, also. Interesting, a king has to get a haircut every day. So meaning it has to be perfectly used. So the idea is he gets a haircut every day. Kohen Gadol Me'er Shav says, Kohen Gadol gets a haircut. Kohen Gadol Echel Shloshim Yom. Regular Kohen gets a haircut once every 30 days. So Melech was started before Yom, so the king gets a haircut. The king always has to be so the king has to be groomed every day. Kohen Gadol Me'er is the idea over here is since the Kohanic shifts, change over once a week. So it makes sense that when new shift comes in, the Kohen Gadol should be properly groomed, ready to meet them. So Kohen Gadol gets a haircut once a week. Kohen Gadol gets a haircut once every 30 days. It said, the Russian lo yigalechu, upera lo yishalechu. Yisumi kasimas Rothschild. So we're one quote from the pasuk from Michaskel. So literally it says they should not shave their head, but they should also not allow they should not allow their hair to grow too long. So they must be Hera mean Nasir. And you have zero shell paragraphs in the first line. Sivhalka Pasha. Some Gadol Parasa Show. Says right, it says like Nasir. Says by Nasir Hera. It's Mala Shloshim Yom. Avkan Shloshim Yom. Just like by the Nasir. Time the zeros is 30 days. So to again, the regular code should not allow it to grow longer than 30 days. That's also back over here. Well, just actually. Stand the zeros Shloshim Yom. So I understand this is good for 30 years. So stop over and pick up the Meretz Hashem with the Kohen head goats, grooming obligations just a little bit. Shayach. All right, everyone's going to have a wonderful day.
Is it hard to be that honest? No. No, you have to be honest with someone.
Also, good morning, users. We're working together. How I can't be a Jewish person, my bodies are able to learn virtually together. So today, that's half of 21. We continue to use incredible remarks. We're asking about Chaf on the days 20B. That's another Amrish Lakish, which is 2, 4, 6, 14 lines up from the bottom. Malach, beginning Shema HaMelech, his dominion is not the reign was so vast. He ruled even over the Shamayim, like even the Malach, obviously. Then Shlomo suffered a setback. Remember again, these humans very much tied into what is the incredible demons that is given to Ashmedai, which again has this incredible battle of demons and is possessed from this throne. Now, whether that story is literal or like the Maharam has to say, the idea that Shlomo like suffered a setback in his reign. In the beginning, he ruled even over the Aliyot. Then, Kaftoni, which is again the lower world, Mars, he ruled Lozer before Iba Hanan, Yitzhak Ba'ad Azim. So he ruled again from Yitzhak until Azim. So now, Adam and Yitzhak, so one opinion says Yitzhak is on one side of the world and Azim is on the other side of the world. So he ruled from Yitzhak to Azim. Yitzhak Ba'azim Ba'ad Yadadi Habiyas. be right next to each other. Kashem Shamalach Apirsak Bao. Kach Malach Akmala Olam Kulo. And seeing that you know that Fifth Sauce and Hasek, they're right next to each other, don't be Shomer rule over the entire world. Again, the idea is really the same, which is Shomer rule over the entire world. Myself, Bamalach Al Yisrael, then Yisrael for the congregation, and who's only the ruler over 12 Yisrael. Shene'emar Ani Koheles Hayisi Lelech Ham Yisrael. Myself, Bamalach Al Yisrael. This is what I have left for all of my effort. Rabbi Shmuel Adam Maklo, one of these is the first staff. Adam Azudno, so the dramatic began with like this vast and powerful influence that his life, really the only thing he's moving over. Or I should say, she gets to a certain low point, moving over is like just a staff. He's right. Other Allah, the Shoma Hamala regained. From our one of the reasons that he was doing his former stand, the Chaz Amar Lo, he did not forgive his former stand. Chaz Amar Lo, Nala Hedjo. So the opinion that says that he did not redeem his former stand, Nala started as a Nala, started as a great man, and he ended up as a Hedjo. Now, Hedjo doesn't mean a simple person, just because it doesn't literally mean a simple person. What it means is, he never really regained the full scope of the monarchical standing. Imam the Amar Hadra Nala, the Hedjo. And then so again, like I said, this really relates to the Gemara in the second Gigi, let's struggle and attachment that between the shade, but it's also just a tremendous metaphor for life. Life is one ever always in life is a stream of peace. That's lesson number one. Even from Hamela, who began again moving over everything in the celestial sphere, has its ups and has its downs. Much is the nature of life. Sometimes we have these expectations that are not going to be successful. No one, even Shama doesn't have that. Everyone, great people, regular people, everyone has the ups and downs. There's another piece of there's a beautiful activity to the signs of a given time. And the time says, when I was young, I dreamt that I thought I would change the world. As I got a little older, I figured, I'm just going to change my country. Got a little bit older, so I try to change my city. Got a little bit, so I try to change my country. And I said, the only thing I can really change is myself. Really overwhelming almost the end of the day. We have so many different spheres of influence, but sometimes you can impact, sometimes you can't. Sometimes, again, in order to impact, so that the people or the entertainment inside have to be willing to see that. They're not willing, we want, but it's not going to work. That sounds enough for saying, I was a young man, and I think every person thinks, I'm going to change the world. And then as you get older, you realize that the only thing you really have control over is yourself. And I think also the metaphor, this is when the trauma begins life, focusing on moving over an impact of affecting change in the celestial sphere. And when it gets older, it's like, what? I'm going to affect change on my clothes, on my status. And that's not a failure. It's a recognition. At the end of the day, the only thing we really control in this world is food. Everything's beyond our control. I can do the best for my kids, but they're going to make their own decisions. I can do the best for my kids, they're going to make their own decisions. I can do the best for my company. Again, there's other circumstances. So we all have our different circles of influence. But at the end of the day, you can't really control outcome. The only thing you really control is what Allah teaches us is respect yourself. That you control. You decide the kind of person you want to be. You decide the kind of life you want to live. You decide your own narrative. Everything else is necessary. You. This is reminiscent of Gemara. Also yesterday, Rabbi still had even ready to draw. Was established Mela. Soul person will let Mela. Make yourself a king of you. Alright, let's go back. Always by ourselves for God. Remember, the Mishnah said that the king has the right to go ahead and seize land in order to create a pathway to his profit. So this so any royal treasuries that are seized from big nations, and then the rest of the spoils is split equally between the and the populace. So it makes sense that when a king from another nation, the king gets to keep the royal treasuries of the nation. The Shadi is the Shadi. That's enough for next of the arm, you know. How do you know the rest of the spoils? Like the rest of the spoils have to go to the king and have to go to the nation really get that concept. So it was a tough hours without $40. Because the positive is in school on Shem the Nagis, because again, the positive is so much more milk. You look at that Sada, you look at that whole job. Makish, Nugget, so Makish, Nugget itself. So the Nugget is comparing the Nugget the kings to the $40. Max, so that's a lot, so just about the $20 all half close. So they only half close to the other behind him, Nugget, not alone. So too bad. Half goes to him and half goes to the rest of the it's other people. How do you know? The half goes to the point where we get that from. The sign whatever you rise to the arrow, well, not to the arrow, that's the person speaking about the Kohanic here says the arrow and his son. So actually, from there, half goes to Aaron and half goes to his son. Incredible. I was going to show okay, so the rest is as follows. The other law production. So the Mishnah says as follows: the halacha so the king is king to marry, but he can't marry more than 18 wives. Either he says, "Hello, my law is actually even after this thing says he can have many sons of the descendants. He can have as many ones as long as they do. So the Shimon says that's what you have a wife that turns his heart away from his spouse. Even one wife is not allowed to have like that. But the other thing came around and them. So why do you say you should not have too many wives? That he would have a guy. Even if I got a guy, I was going to wives that don't have a tremendous incentive against. If it is one, so incredibly is still capped. Look at the nation. Okay, you might name wrong. But I think the judge had to be dropped. Was it from this Mishnah? Darshan is the reason behind super regular Mishnah. The Mishnah says a king will have more than 18 wives, and Luda says you could have one, you could have many as long as they don't part against the slaughter. So it sounds like this is kind of the reason, or why does the Torah say that a king should not have too many wives? It's outside, so should not turn his part against that slaughter. I believe another time you got that's only going to shimmy. That's really Mishnah. Doesn't Darshan in the first place? So what does? The Mishnah might say, but yeah, we fucking opposite. We learn interesting how I'm one of the H.D.A. and H.D.A. I'm on all, you know. Whether she is poor, whether she is rich, she has sees collateral. So Sachbo, Beged, Amor, right? They tell us you are not allowed to see of a widow as collateral. So it makes no difference if she's rich. Or Torah says you can use the garment of a widow as. But the Shimon says, I'm not sure. So, I mean, Shimon says not true. A poor widow who's allowed to be a rich widow doesn't see some property. She's not even cares. And she's on the stuff. A poor widow's really problematic. The actor, because why? What's the issue? Poor widow, if you see some property, you see some garden, you're gonna have tax. So what's gonna happen? Every day that comes now, so they're gonna come back and give it to her. Come back to Marcia, she'll not be shoeless. Because if people see man coming to the with every single day, they don't know that there's because they're just going to assume that things illicit is going on over here. Ramino and you talk Shakir, Mashino, I have the hot silver. Marcia, she'll not be shoeless. Because you take collateral from her, and you have to return the collateral, because that's the halal. If you take something that's collateral, the person needs to tell you, I'm going to do it for you. Sorry. Yeah. The Shimon is one of these guys. He really doesn't do that. The shining off, so why does he do it on here? The shining off in the farish time of the crop. No, because here, there's just one say, wasn't your police or people doesn't catch the reason behind this? He doesn't think it's different. He totally says explicitly that why shouldn't the king have human rights? Well, you have a notion why? Because Sherry Yosef above it, because in the church heart, that's actually the time to crop. The message itself says it. Why can't king have too many wives? The Torah says, below Yosef bubble, so that his heart should not be turned away from the Shimon of Shimon says, the Amadash and Tiny Cookie into the lift of Allah Yahweh Russian Vishnu. So just let the Torah say, shouldn't have to be wise. And I would have understood why can't he have any wives? We're concerned that they're going to turn his heart in the service of the powerful. But I mean, not Hamoyah. These people are Yosef. I would have understood intuitively why he can't have too many wives. It makes a lot of sense. Showing that he would also be married for the purpose of even political strategic is to ultimately again leaving God with kings or with women or with countries that are not that don't have a proper stance. So the Shimon says like this, let the Torah just say the king can't be with him. And I would have understood it because we're concerned with turning his heart away from the Torah. Could have intuited that. Since I could have intuited it, why does the Torah feel the need to say it? Well, Yasser, why you have to say it? She said, because it's coming to teach us that even one wife, a wife is going to turn the king, the king allowed to marry. Another communities within will call it a community of but if that wife is going to have no influence, then the king will get to marry her. A righteous woman, still, he should not have the mission of the cat, the number of that a king is permitted to marry. Tomorrow says, so where do you get that from? How do you know 19? You'll do with David finding the family. David and our sons. First, I'm known to Akinam Israel. This is the first one known. So his wife, Akinam Israel, is in the Shneo. Fourth son was Adoniah ben Shaphatia ben Achitau. The fifth son was Shaphatia the son of Shishi. Yisrael Ishes. Okay, sixth son. Y'all do the Chevron, so the verse says this. Y'all do the Chevron. So now these are the sons, born to six wives, covered in Chevron. The commonly Navi says in Ma'at Kahim B'Chahim. If these are too few for you, you can add like these. So remember again. So in Ma'at, if these, if you married to six, you need more wives. You can like these, and like so the first unit was 6, you could add on 2 more units of 6 for a total of 18. So the Gemara says, V'kahinoshes, the Havalugu, Tansari. Find 18, give a Ravina. Ima Kahina time, the Kahina S. The Arba, silence from this. Maybe Kahina, and therefore it turns out that you marry a total of 24 wives. So it's add the units together. So he says, you're right, Kahina Alkabais, that's the concept. Well, Yabalo Nashin, Yosin, S. The Arba. So there is a price that seems to support that view. That says you cannot go ahead and marry or marry more than 4 wives. So the Gemara says, I am the man who does Shabbat. So according to the also Darshan, it says, in the Akval Kahina, there's a button there. If you got to the above, then Arba Mishma between is 24. So you might not that's the course that as well. Well, Yabalo Noshin Yosem, they are going Mishma. So just to point out, there are other prices. These other prices ultimately both these opinions that say that Allah the king could even marry others. The time to be done. So what's the reason of our kind of cancel it? Makish Kahina Masto, the Kahina Kahina. We complete the second Kahina, last Kahina with the first Kahina. Mak Kahina Kamashish, just like the first unit of Kahina is 6. Af Kahina Basra Shis. So to the second unit, the last unit of Kahina is also 6. So Allah again, the says is the Mishnah, the king is permitted to marry a total of 18 wives. Harvey Mishnah. Once again, nothing reports 6 wives, but there was a second. We learned yesterday that Michal. So the wife, the Eglah, in the particular one before, that was actually Michal. Raman Kushma was why she called Eglah. Shechadiva Alov to Eglah, because she was beloved as to her husband as a cat. So again, this must have been a good sounds good, but it must have been. Do not try this at home. But it must have been a biblical term. Call someone, an Eglah. My beloved Eglah. So again, like I said, very bad. But when I saw, this was the term of the faith. The faith. Who Omer, he much means that Shimshon also referred to his wife as an Eglah as well. Okay. And you have in Michal, but it wasn't. Michal had children. What's the called? Michal Bashallah, Hayavad, and Yom Yisrael. Yet the concept says that Michal, the daughter of Shem, was wife of David, did not have a child before death. So the message, one of his times, almost what it means is she didn't have children most of her life. But as she got to the end of life and her death, she had a child before she passed away. So Nifty, one second, here's the problem with that. Nifty, one the Chevron, the nice of the Michabi Sharai. One second. The nothing over here is taking a census, so to speak, of David's family when they're in Chevron. Now, as we're going to see for just a moment, Michal was punished to not have children as a result of it. He brought the ark. When he brought the ark to one of its resting places in Yerushalayim, this was right before this mission broke on these feet. So David was dancing with all of his heart and all of his soul. Michal thought that he was acting in a natural way, so she disparaged him. And as a result for that act of disparagement, she's punished by who? The childless. So that happened in Yerushalayim. Remember, Shadar the first 5 grade were in Chapter. This is where there was the speak resort. This is right? Because when Shaul died, so Miki Boshas, Shaul's son, claimed the throne for his own. During those years, that was not going to be he had a small set up in Chapter. So the family just before was in Chapter. The Michal was punished in Yerushalayim. Michal Bashar, Mishkova Ba'ada, there's a lot of David. The transit in the fact of the action. But David, you shot with some the Mitra Fasa. Michal got a punishment, Allah Ima Adda also myself. That's what it means is like this. Or Michal had children already. After she decided to tell him up for against the Aron, that's in front of the Aron, So after that point, it's not given anymore. If I can't double old large or second, the plus says so additional calculation that means to round up the number, count up the nine more than two. Listen, by the way, notion recollection. What was the wise direction and calculation? Notion that Subo, the distribution collection looks at wise has Subo and follow the election do not have super and do not require follow Amara in the Arba males who are the able to love it, the two of the native past power was a governor had 400 children that he fathered with the fast power was right. Whether or not that number is probably had like representing the idea that he had a number of children with was right. And again, there was a hairstyle that the old devil designed to look like they let the back of her hair roll. That's how the back of the head rolled. And that was like a so there's a whole discussion exactly which was Jewish, not Jewish. The Kula and Yoshua the commercial stuff, and they all went down in chariots. Machokim Russian got us. They led. They called it and these were the strongest soldiers of the MLS. What's really incredible about MLS? So apparently, so it sounds like they were Jewish because again, the soldier has the right to engage in the first act of relations with the Pastor before the conversion process. So that's the child, not Jewish. So it sounds like utilize them in this money and they will see this incredible. And then you do the other Tamar, fast Tamar, who was the daughter of David, who was the daughter of fast Tamar. Rashi says Tamar, Achos of Shaul, she was the sister of Shaul. Basi fast Torah, I said, Odin Shimis Yairo, interestingly enough, so Tamar was the daughter of Maachos. Maachos was a warrior. Apparently, Maachos gave birth to Tamar before she converted. Okay? So Tamar was a daughter of fast touch. And this is one of the darkest stories in the household of God. Governor had a son, Amnon, and Amnon desperately desired his biological half sister, Tamar, and he violated her. Now, as he was getting ready to violate her, he pleaded with him not to violate her. And he said, if you just ask the king to marry you, he'll let you marry you. So the Gemara says, how could that be? How could Amnon, this of David, marry Tamar, the daughter of David, Kabasti, Suin Habi, Asiri Habashaya, the Shmamina Basi Pastor, and must have been that because she was a daughter of the Pastor, and technically speaking, she would have been committed to Amnon. Okay, so the words of Amnon, Reo Shmoyana, Yonadav Ben Shama, David, Ishka. The Gemara was back in Amnon's face. So Amnon's friend, and his name was Yonadav, and Yonadav was very wise. Now, what is he wise? He was wise. In other words, unfortunately, again, knew how to make terrible things happen. So, remember, again, this friend, so Amnon tells this friend that he's not in love with this Tamar. He's not in love. And this guy, Yonadav, his friend, tells him, doesn't change yourself. Tell your father that you want Tamar to come and give you food. And when you're secluded with her, do what you want. Just stay the nice and spend your mother. So, remember, you look up on Mishkaf Pascal. And the Oscar in the Sabria, that you catch from the Charlies that keeps up with her. So what happens? So again, this whole time, pretend like this. So again, you're not going to tell Amnon, pretend like tell the thing that you need someone to come and go ahead and give you food. So let's get it. So she got requested flexibility. Now she goes out to be very interesting that, again, it doesn't make any sense. if I'm really sick and you what the food be prepared, in the regular or whatever, to change them up, you brought it. Say you want to fried food. The fried food is only brought up intermediate food stuff. So you want to fried food made right there in his room. That's how he's originally to him. But it's not so I'm not violating violent. So after he says he despised him, unknown sinner don't know. After he violated, so unknown despised him. Despised him as great age. So my time was using the name of mixture of us which is a certain as a result of the act of relation or violation. So unknown was caught by one of her tears. And as a result, he was wounded in a push-up. The first foot in which he began trying to ejaculate his face to whatever it is that's damaged, whatever is damaged, something is damaged that prevents the proper ejaculation. Generally, she'll soon find cause. That is a serious issue, and there are issues that include that person to be married. So I don't think he was rendered a crush shafta as a result of his accusations with a phoenix, sure, about even and the Ima crush on him of Asta to shafta. So the verse, 1 second, why would he get any commercial into a perfect space? Why would he get it because of that? Rather, the Gemara says, it could be that Allah for a nice lunch. She did it intentionally to wound him as a result of what it is that he did to her. So is that so? What does it mean when it says that a beautiful name figured out for Krav Israel, the women of Krav Israel, that their beauty was known? That the Jewish women, again, sometimes when to a special bracha, that they did not have hair, right, either by the pubic area or by the arm. A special bracha. Now, again, if people can see what exactly this means, the miracle, they didn't have hair, they had all the again, Shtei Sa'aras, 2 hairs in the pubic region was necessary to establish that movement. So how did Tamar have hair? And how she had pubic? Where it says, Shayu Tamar Basifas Tar. Remember, again, I said before, she was brought up Ma. She was not born to a Jew mother. And as such, she did not have Tamar, now, so I just want to point out also something amazing. This idea that Amnon violates Tamar and he despises her. They will say it's so profound because what is Amnon doing? Amnon is disgusted with himself. He can't keep down his disgust with himself. He did. But so often in life, we're not grapple with him. So what do? We often project. So for Amnon, he projected his disgust on Tamar. It wasn't just himself. But he wasn't strong enough. He wasn't man enough. He wasn't great enough to deal with what he just did. Projected those feelings of disgust on Tamar. So Rabbi, so Tamar, two hands up about him. Atika Tamar Ika al Roshah. Ve'es Ksonas HaPazim Shallah. So Tamar put ash on her head. She saw her clothing. So the Gemara says, so Tamar, in a very incredible act of bravery, did not hide what happened to her. She made a public spectacle over what happened to her. She let it know. She let it know what happened to her. Finally, she made Together, God also shot. Tamar was incredibly brave, and she did something incredible. What happened to her? Amr with Amro, because they said, no small in the most because it was a shocking wake up call. This could happen to a grown up dog and another. It happened to a young woman. So things like was drawing attention to what happened to her, that really should be vigilant. Incredible. It was already also shocked as a result of that episode. Gazlu, so it's a couple of this 21. Gazlu ala Nifal ala Fuya. So it's a way of playing to actually read this is Chazal where goes there that you can't have anyone, not a married woman, not the Arba, and not even a single woman. So you might say, what? Yichud is not a. Yichud is not a. from the Shomer Shemay Yotzad is used in that term. From where the allusion to Sheyamar Ki Sischa Akabeni Necha. If your brother, the son of your mother, will incite you, son of Zara. So the mercy to keep them enemies has been up in this sentence. The son of your mother will incite you to Zara, the son of your father. That is going to teach you then the son, Ben Necha. This is someone who you would be alone with. Would be alone with you and just your mother. The son, the actually the son could have used with his mother. There ain't and this actually Torah. And no one else is permitted to have yichud. Remember, the Rebbe said the halacha of yichud is one is not allowed to be alone with someone who is in error to them. So it's prohibited to them. And what imo does do on yichud the community. By the way, it means is that up until that point in time, there was an issue of yichud. I don't mean to technically speaking, a single man and a single woman. You're going to marry a single woman. It's not in error. So after the episode of Tamar, they said the laws of yichud apply to a single woman. Incredible. So now again, Kavanaugh had many challenges in this story. So remember, Kavanaugh why John is dead was on that dying. So his son Adoniel ben Chagis decides to proclaim himself as ruler. Adoniel ben Chagis was saying more and David is dying, and his son Adoniel takes advantage of David Melech's name. He declares himself the king. I'm going to be the Rami Shebiki Shachomo V'Lahomo. So this is incredible. He tried to put on the crown, but he was unable to. Tried to put on the crown of tongues of Rashi. Rashi Shebiki Shachomo. So Shechashav Sheteshe Below Shesamalchus. So Adoniel tried to put on the crown, but it didn't work. Why? לפי שהיה שגת סוף חלום מדופן ודופן, ואילו מסיישב ספולושו על מי שיש לו חלץ ספולושו, ואידוס בבית דוד. שכלורי למאוס, so this is wild. The Davidic clan had a ball that went across the top. And apparently, male members of Governor Melech's household, and those who were fit for monarchy, had an indentation in their skull. So this is when the crown stacked on their head. The Yoben Chagis did not have the indentation. So because he did not have the indentation, Yasser was unable to put on the So Adoniel, the next king. So what does he do? He puts chariots and riders and 50 men running in front of him, mightily. So what did he do? Cool on a two-day all of these many runners had their spleens removed. So currently, spleen removal is good for endurance. Rashi says, so apparently spleen slows you down. So they had their spleens removed in order to make them faster runners, and they also took out some of the nerves from the soles of feet. They said they were able to run over anything and everything in the also played out something, one thing is tragedy and overwhelming levels of dysfunction existing in the home of God. And I think that it's found less than the Rabbi tells us that. And I think it's found less on multiple levels. The Rabbi tells us that the person who the greatest success in his children is children. This is like every parent who do everything right. At the end of the day, children have to be well. Sometimes children do the right thing, sometimes they don't. It also tells you that no one escapes from their even the father of the Mashiach, even the father of the Messiah. Everybody's off in the family. Everybody has cultures, everybody has difficulties. Sometimes, everybody thinks they know that family has a call together, no problems. And you think they do, but they don't. Every family has a problem. And that's why it goes to such depth. All of the stories in the Chumash, all the family dynamics, because family dynamics are part of life. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm doing anything wrong as a parent. Sometimes it could mean that I'm doing something wrong as a parent. And sometimes I can even be doing everything right as a parent, and still there are family dynamics. Such is the nature of life. Well, Yahweh was just an elderly like hospital, so the king should not have too many cases. Just what he needs for his chariots, for Mekach needs for his needs. Because now again, usually what that means is like this. What it means for his needs is first personal needs, and of course for the military. The case of Yahweh, he shouldn't have too much gold or silver, rather just what he needs. he should have enough to pay. Obviously, he has enough money each for his own needs. And also, you know what I mean? The Kohen goes to the Shmo, and it's beautiful. The king should write his own Sefer Torah. Yotzi L'Mokama was saying it. He got to war, he takes to go with him. Nichna Su Machnisin, he comes back in from war, he brings the Torah with him. Yoshe B'Shem Imo, right? He's sitting in the community, the Torah is with him. They sit, he connects. He's just sitting and reclining. The Torah is there with him. Ne'emar, B'Haisa Imo B'Kara about 20 minutes. So beautiful. You know, he writes he's obligated to take it with him wherever he goes. Beautiful. Says beautiful. Says first you have wide lines. You do not. Now second. Well, Yavalos you should not have too much. Yochel, if you look at the middle parasha, maybe you should even limit, what he needs for the army for his own needs. No, in order to king not be excessive in his own needs. But anything he needs militarily, of course, he can use it. All mind the time soon about money. What can't he have? He can't have Sisim Bakar or Sisim Habat Lamin. One of our idle horses are things don't keep on out of us. What's that? Still. How much Chazal were against Atmanis, were against being idle. Idleness is the bane of self-actualization. Idleness is the bane. Idleness is the very undoing of our own personalistic growth. To the point you can't even have idle horses. And it can't have idle horses. Susi Baklan, Allah has come of a come. You can't be an idle person. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, good, Minayin Shafidu says that Abu Bakr, Shivu B'Loyada. I can't even have one idle horse. Amalomar, Laman Harbos, Sus. The thing after that, he was just effort with the Bakr, Shivu B'Loyada, Susi Rami. You can't even have one ice. Why does it phrase it in the church? Susi Rami. La'ava B'Lo this is suspended for violation of a prohibition for every single idle horse that you bring. That's incredible. Because of that moral law. The reason why it starts to look the Gemara says, I would have thought that Allah had it not said that I would have thought that maybe the king can't even have too many horses for his army. The Gemara says, the only time that there's a prohibition of excess is when it's for the king's own excess. But for the army who's allowed to have excess, in other words, if he needs a certain amount of reserves for his horses, for his jet, that's totally fine. Not for his own use, he has to be exact. He can't have excess. For the army, he can't have his own the king can't have access to the silver. You also have to look at the region that's high. Maybe you shouldn't have too much gold and silver even to pay the army. Low in that, I'm not looking at the region that's fine. No, for himself, he can't have access. So, of course, he needs to have whatever he needs to have in order to pay for the army. Sometimes because of that more low. The reason he says it's for him, himself can't have access. That's the problem. I did not say this. I'm going to look at the region. That's not even low. I'm going to be even for the army. I'm going to be my brush is big. And he was not to get also the books with them guys from both of these ideas. He can't force this for himself. For the army, fine. He can't access what was for himself. For reserves, for national needs like the army and other things, that's fine. The Gemara says, by the way, now lo yaba lo nashim my dash. Maybe you look at this. Also to teach us is interesting. The prohibition having more than 18 wives, the only applies to doesn't actually apply to regular people, which is fascinating. So for the regular guy who needs more than 18 wives, Allah is permitted. Only the king has the limitation. This is actually makes a lot of sense because king is going to engage into the consciousness. Therefore, there's a real concern about marriage or whatever the wrong influence is. Incredible. But Yehuda, Rabbi said, Yehuda, when they had contracts with Yitzhak, one of it says that Yehuda Shlomo Arbos, it said that Shlomo had 2,000 steamers and the horses for life. It said that Yehuda Shlomo Arbos and Arbos. And then it said he had, right? Then it said he had 400,000 sources. In Arboin Elef, it's Stavlos, how you call Efa, how you both Alabama, Susi. Then Dallas Stavlos, how you call Efa there, how you both Arboin Arbos Susi. I don't know if a lot of persons. That's the thing. In other words, the merge is saying it's not clear. Are we talking about stables or rows of stables? So obviously, again, depending on that, will determine the number of horses that show up. But either way, giving us an insight into the medical control. So these are going to exist. We'll say first of the white bars. These are contracts in case of money, there was so much that money, again, it counted for nothing. Money was almost like that, like the valueless. Sid, you think almost like Cassie was trying to have on it. Another process that someone spends money drawing like stones. Now, even though that process says money flowed like stones, but stones still have a value. So it's super hard to contradiction. The first process says money flowed like you really had no value. Then the second process it had a value like stones. Which one is this? No kasha. Can kodem shnasa shomas basparo. Can ma'acha shnasa shomas basparo. Most of these things introduces us to another subject. What Shlomo means stated that amongst those women were two women in Asparo house. That was a strategic marriage to align the two kingdoms. Asparo introduced adoption into the home of Shlomo Melech. It was rooted in marriage about Shlomo that really became about Asparo that became the undoing of Shlomo Melech. That began a downward spiral. And remember that we have all these stories linked together. He marries Baspal, there's idolatry now, it will be in the home of Shlomo HaMelech. This is very expedite. Shlomo loses his footing. Even though Shlomo passes the crowns down to his son. But remember saying the problem is that the monarchy is split. It's Malchus Israel and Malchus Judah. And all of this is itself back to a serious marriage with Baspal. That came with it. So the Gemara says, before Shlomo married Shlomo, there was tremendous prosperity. That money flowed like that's how much money there was. After married Shlomo, there was prosperity, but money was like stones. The Bible says incredible. They were already stuck. B'shah she knows Shlomo Basparo. When Shlomo married Basparo, Gabriel did not ask for the Malach Gabriel came and he literally put a reed in the sea. The Hela Seaton, and what happened? And the reed began to collect. Silent, and as ultimately became low. Ultimately became low. But isn't that incredible? What is this saying? Shlomo HaMelech's marriage to Basparo, it created a negative trajectory for us. And that negative trajectory is ultimately low. The arch enemy of clouds. This is such an overwhelming it's just forging a strategic alliance. But sometimes people can be too smart for their own good. Shlomo did something a little extra to be good. Times in life, you act you think that the actual silent, we actually think that we and we don't think about the effects that our actions can have on others, either presently or again, productively as well. It's important to know that every action we engage in has a ripple effect. And how to good and bad. How we can look at this, you never know the ripple effects of it. But on the flip side, hundreds of mitzvahs. So it's not this is very nice. You never know the effects of the mitzvah. I'm not mitzvah. Neymar, bonus dollars coming for why do this important in general not reveal uses for mitzvahs? In the grows is other coming with because the Torah revealed two mitzvahs. Sorry, the Torah revealed two mitzvahs. Now more than two, but two mitzvahs. And the greatest amongst men, Shlomo HaMelech, thought he was smart enough to circumvent the reasons, and he failed. Sid, well, Yardalo Nashim. So the pasuk says, should not turn his heart to idolatry. I'm a Shlomo, and I knew it was going about me. I got this. Second man's going to realize I want nothing. Sid, sure enough again, Shlomo, and he's unable to check the influences in his home. And his wife said, worship me, I'm not mission to the palace. Sid, well, Yardalo Nashim. The pasuk says the king shouldn't have too many horses. Why? Again, here the Torah says, don't want to give me, you don't want to go back to Egypt. It's like the place, not place to go to for horses. So it says that he has too many horses, you're going to go back to Egypt. Obviously, I mean, I heard that a lot of shit. So he says, don't worry about me. I have plenty of horses, and don't worry, I'm not taking anything with that to Egypt. Ever, don't worry about it. Siv, it's in a couple of return. What happened? He's taking Egypt, right? And they ended up again going back to Egypt for the sake of commerce. So you see this thing really amazing, which is, you know, it's like, the girls are most of these, you know, sometimes, you know, you find a little fun. And just well understand, and again, we're supposed to try to understand. It's also important to understand that sometimes the reason are not given by the charge. One of those human nature is that when you understand something, you think that you can reason it, but the reason doesn't apply. You show them lots of process. Don't marry too many women. You're going to turn your heart. It's not me. Could be idolatry. Sure enough, idolatry. Don't have too much of it down to Egypt. Now you don't go down enough. Downing. Well, you understand some kind of important for ourselves. This is the avoda of the Jew. Is to trust we have a little bit of all because you don't think this as thinking national themes. And we think to ourselves, if I don't understand this, and we have to try to ourselves. Sometimes we don't doesn't want to understand it because you don't think that any use the gift of intellect to manipulate circumstances in a way that profit doesn't want. Sometimes we don't says, I love you, I got you, just trust the system. Because when we understand too much, we tend to get ourselves. Like I say, so all of you today, if you want to see one of the person on Wednesday, Nerd Hashem, wonderful.
Sleep medic professional. I'm sorry, you can't sleep at night. It's going to answer the phone. $12.50 an hour. I'm trying to sell you a fucking. So I explained to him there's no stigma in this.
The most important one is that you are supposed to be able to continue in a beautiful journey in the second century. As you together, apologize that I can't be with you in person. I've often shared on this to learn, grow together. So today's topic is 20 when we continue in these incredible remarks. On the days, 20. By the studio of Shlomo Harish lectures, which is 2, 4, 8, 10, 12, 14 lines up from about Harish lectures. You know, Malach Shlomo, his monocular rate was so fast that he ruled even over the Shem, like even the Al-Yonim, which means even the Malach, obviously, that his normal controls had this level of dominion, even of Shenemar, Dasha Shlomo Kisi Hashem. Ulbasaf then Shlomo suffered a setback. Remember again, this Gemara is very much tied into what is the incredible Gemara that is given Ashmedai. Where Shlomo Hamelech again has this incredible battle of Ashmedai, the king of the demons, and he's just possessed from his throne. Now, whether that story is literal, or like the Maharal tries to understand when it's metaphorical, the idea is that Shlomo suffered a setback at a certain point of duration. From the beginning, he ruled even over the Al-Yonim. Then, at a certain point, he was diminished, and he even ruled over the Tachtonim, which is again the lower world. Shenemar, he ruled over the Ibachanar, and the Tifsach Ba'aza. He ruled again from Tifsach and Asa. So that's the Shmuel, Tifsach, Sofa Olam, Asa Sofa Olam. So one of them says Tifsach is on one side of the world, and Asa is on the other side of the world. He ruled from Tifsach to Asa. Tifsach Ba'aza Ba'adi Azadi from Yossi. Other people say, no, Tifsach and Asa will be right next to each other. We change Shamalach of Tifsach Ba'az, Kach Malach of Kolo Olam. The same thing you know that Tifsach and Asa, they're right next to each other. So we Shlomo ruled over the entire world. Again, the idea is really the same, which is Shlomo entire world. Myself, but Malach on himself, then he suffered down. And he was only the cloud himself. Shenemar, Ayu Koheles, Timelech on his throne. And myself, Malach, Elayu and afterwards, he only rules over Shenemar. Divrei Koheles, Ben David, Yishalai. So Malach on the concept. So after again, further continuing, and he only rules over Shenemar, then he just Shlomo. So myself in the end, no longer not the only rule over his own staff. I don't know. He called him up. This is why I have left after my efforts. Rabbi Shmuel from Maklo, one of the things refers to his staff, the time of window. Obviously, this is close. So the idea there is very dramatic. With like this vast empire influence on him at the end of his life, really the only thing he's doing over. Watch this. When he gets to a certain low point, he's moving over his like his cloak, just his staff. Then he tries to have a discussion. Other Allah, the Shama Hamela regains his former glory standing. Yes, he regained his former standing. The Chad Amar Lochad. The other thing is, he did not regain his former standing. Amar Lochad. Melech Tehezil. So the opinion that says that he did not regain his former standing, Shama started as a Melech, started as a great man, and he ended up as a Hedjot. Now, Hedjot really means a simple person. Of course, it doesn't literally mean simple person. What it means is, he never really had the full scope of him at all. Imam the Amfadar Melech, the Hedjot, is doing that way that he didn't do his standing. He was a king, and he became, so to speak, a come, and then he regained his history again. Was there really a really perfect Gemara? So again, like I said, this really links into the second about struggles with actually your shaping, but it's also just a tremendous for life. The nature of life is no one ever always remains on top. Life is a solution. That's lesson number one. Even Shlomo HaMelech, who began again ruling over celestial sphere, has his ups and has his downs. Such is the nature of life. Sometimes when we have these expectations, we're riding high. Successful. This is not true. No one in Shlomo doesn't have it. Everyone, great people, regular people, everyone has the ups and downs. The other piece also is fascinating. There's a beautiful idea attributed to the sons of the Buddha time. Because when I was young, I dreamt over. I figured, what, my country. Older, I said I'll try to change my city. Got a little bit older, so I'm trying to change my family. And I said, because I'm an old man and I do those things. The only thing I can need to change in this world is myself. Really overwhelming idea. Almost today. So you have so many different things of influence, but sometimes you can impact, sometimes you can't. Sometimes, again, in order to have an impact, so that these people or the entity outside have to be willing to receive that. If they're not willing, you can give off as much as you want, but it's not going to work. So that sounds enough as saying, I was a young man, and I think every person thinks this young person, I'm going to change the world. And then as you get older, you realize that the truth is the only thing you really have control over is yourself. And I think that's also the metaphor. This is really the fun of life. Begins like, focusing on impacting and affecting change in the celestial sphere. And then when he gets older, it's like, what? I'm going to affect change on my on my staff. It's not a failure. It's not a failure. It's a recognition that the end of the day, the only thing we really control in this world is who and what. Everything else is beyond my control. I can do the best for my kids, but they're going to make their own decisions. I can do the best for my kids, but they're going to make their own decisions. Do the best for my company. Again, there's other circumstances. Staff on different circles of things. But at the end, you can't really control the outcome. The only thing you really control is what you're not yourself. Maybe yourself. That you can get from the person you want to be. You sound like you want to make. You decide your own narrative. Everything else is under control. But you incredible. This is also yesterday's job. The first thing when he came to Israel was Melech. Som Tasim Melech. Make yourself a king on you. All right, let's go back there. So better. Remember, the Mishnah said that the king has a right, and like eminent domain, go ahead and he has a right to go ahead and his land in order to create the pathway to his property, his house. So interesting. Also, it's Malach Melech. We tried to use their shepherds in next Melech. So in general, when the king goes out to battle, in time for another nation. So any royal treasuries that are seized from the subdued nation, they go to the king. And then the rest of the rest of the spoils is split equally between the king and the populace. So it makes sense that when a king conquers another nation, he gets to keep the royal treasuries of the conquered nation. The rest of the spoils, that half goes to the king and half goes to you. And half goes to the nation. Where do you get that from? From what's like from about 21a. The passage says, "Vayim shkula Hashem u'letzadok." Again, the passage says, "Shalom Melech." When Shalom Melech was anointed as king, so Tzadok was anointed as Kohen Gadol. So what do you see in this passage? Makish not gave after. So Makish not gave the Tzadok. So the Navi is comparing the Navi the king to the Kohen Gadol. Mat Tzadok, Shalom Melech, so just the fact Kohen Gadol half goes to him and half goes to the other part. Not the Mechzallah. So too by the king, half goes to him, goes to the rest of the nation. Well, how do you know that half goes to Kohen Gadol? Where did you get that? The question is speaking about again the and his sons. So that half goes to half goes to his sons. Incredible. Okay, so says follows. Sorry. Somebody says follows. Well, Mishnah says as follows. Well, you have a law of notions. So the Mishnah says as follows. So remember, the king is king to marry, but he can't marry more than 18 wives. Rabbi says, says he can have as many sounds of Rabbi saying is he can have as many wives as he wants, as long as they do not turn his heart away from a Kodesh Baruch Hu. So the Shimon says that the Shimon says no. If you can have a wife that turns his heart away from a Kodesh Baruch Hu, even one wife is not allowed to have like that. So the Gemara says, so why does the pasuk have to say you should not have too many wives? That you look at even if I got the wives that don't have so even if the king's wives are going to be righteous, still capped at 18. Look at 18. Okay. Says the Gemara, the main that is the Darsh Hagidikra, first from this Mishnah, that Yehuda, that's the reasoning behind Tziduk. What that is saying? The Mishnah says, a king should have 18 wives, and that Yehuda could have many wives as long as they are against that Kodesh Baruch. So sometimes Yehuda is dashing the reason why does the Torah say that a king should not have too many wives? Again, the pasuk itself says, so they should not turn his heart against that Kodesh Baruch. I believe it's one of the Darsh Hagidikra. And it's like a Mishnah, the Mishnah doesn't actually the reasoning for Tziduk. So what's going on over here? The which the Gemara said, but yet we find the opposite. Samuel was one of the Yashira in the and I'm on widow, whether she is poor or whether she is rich, she not sees collateral from Shemar, or Sachbo, Beged, Amor, Rabbi. Like the Torah says, you are not allowed to seize the garment of a widow as collateral. So the Bible says it makes no difference if she's wealthy, if she's poor. The Torah says you can't seize the garment of a widow as collateral. The Shimon says, Ashira Mamashkin so Shimon says that's true. A poor widow, but a rich widow you can. You can't go out to be a rich widow. It doesn't matter if she sees her property, she probably cares. And she has other stuff. A poor widow is where it's going to be problematic. Because why? What's the issue? The poor widow, if you seize her property, like you seize her garment, you're going to have to give it back to her. So what's going to happen? Every day you're going to come to her house, you're going to take it, and you're going to come back and give it to her. And what's going to happen? So what's going to happen is it's going to start rumors. Because if people see that there's a man coming to the widow's house every single day, people think it's because there's something illicit is going on over here. But I mean, in my coffee company, talk chat to Mashkin, I have a hot silla. But I'm a so we're going to take collateral from her, and you have to return the collateral because that's halal, right? If you take something as collateral, the person needs collateral, you're obligated to return it. If you take it from a poor widow, you have to go and return it every single day. It's going to cause rumors. But Rabbi Shimon is one of the Darshans Sorry. Rabbi Shimon is one who darshans the things that does not. It's a Mishnah. The Gemara says you're right. But what Rabbi Yehuda darshan reality in general, Rabbi Yehuda does not address the reasoning behind. He doesn't do that. The shining up, so why does it do it over here? The shining up in the first time is no, because here what does it mean when you say he doesn't darshan the reasoning behind it? He doesn't look from things behind it. The point who says something we do it. Here, the Torah says explicitly that why shouldn't the king have to know well, not only why, because Sherry because when he turns his heart, it's not Tashin behind the the pasuk itself says it. Why can't the king have too many wives? The Torah says, the Lord Yasor Rebaba, so that his heart should not be turned away from it. The Shimon says, the Alma Dashin and Mikra, in general, we Dashin reasoning for Tzukim into the Mikra of Yablo Nashim Mishnah. So just let the Torah say, just let the Torah say, you shouldn't have too many wives, and that's it. And I would have understood why can't you have too many wives, versus that they're going to turn his heart into the service of Rabbi. The Ana Amina, not Kamlo Yab, and Mishmiko Yab. I would have understood the intuitive why he can't have too many wives. It makes a lot of sense. I can't remember if he would also marry like political strategic allegiances. It could also link up, with beings or with countries that are not, that don't have a proper spiritual. So the Shimon says like this: so let's just say the king can't marry many women. Then I would have understood why, because we're concerned that they're going to turn this part of the So I could have intuited that. So since I could have intuited it, why does the Torah feel the need to say it? Well, Yasser, why do you have to say it? Then Yasser, I feel it's going to teach us that even one wife, if the wife is going to turn the king away from the king is not allowed to marry, but he committed a lot to wives. But if that king is not committed to marry her, that's even how he got it. So why does the pasuk say don't have to marry? Even if the king is married to a righteous woman, many wives. Okay. The Gemara says, so now the Mishnah, the number of wives that married. I just want to say, where do you get that? How do you know 19? The Gemara says, the Siv, by you with David, finding the Hebron. David had sons in Hebron. One goes to the side, the Nabi goes first, most of the widest line. I call it unknown, Akinon is the first one is unknown. So his wife, Akinon is in the Shneo, Kila, and second son was Kila, point Habitano, Ishis level, Akarabi, Ashishis, Ashon ben Maho. Third son was Absalom, the son of Maho. Arabias, Adonia ben Hadis. Fourth son was Adonia ben Hadis. Achamishi, Shekakia ben Ashal. The fifth son was Shekakia, the son of Abitano. Yisrael Egla Ishes David. Okay, sixth son Yisrael. Hello. Y'all do the dog the Hebron, so you are seeing this. Ela, y'all do the dog the Hebron. So now these six sons born to six wives. David won. The Kamali Navi and the Navi says to David, Imat Va'osifa Lachar. If these are two for you, you can add on like these and like these. So remember again. So in math, with these, if you marry 6 women, if you need more wives, you can add on like these and like these. For 6, you can add on 2 more units of 6 for a total of 18. So you must have the Kahinashis, the Avalu, Kamisari. Find 18. So Maski Radina, Ima Kahina Karti, sorry, the Kahina S from the Arbol, some of them maybe it's like this. Maybe Kahina means 12. And therefore it turns out that you can really marry a total of 4 wives. In other words, add the units together. You're right, Kahina Malcolm, such a concept. Well, Yabalo Noshin, you also get S from the Arbol. So the Gemara says, there is a price that seems to support that reason that says you cannot go ahead and marry a right to marry more than 24 wives. So the Gemara says, I am the man who does the according to the also Darshan says, there's above in there. 2 Darshan above, then Arba Shmona, between is 24. So the Gemara says, that supports that as well. Okay, so just to point out, there are other brises, and other brises ultimately quote that say that the king could even marry up to 40 years. What can be done? So what's the reason of our time and can't do that? Makish Kahina Vasto, Kahina Kamo. You treat the second Kahina last Kahina with the first Kahina. Makahina Kamo, just like the first unit of Kahina 6. After Vasto is. So to the second unit of last is also 6. So hello. Again, the Gemara says there's a between the marry a total of 18 wives. The Havi nothing reports 6 wives. What about Michal? What about Michal? So the wife named Eglah in the particular before that was actually Michal. So I'm in a Krishma. What's called Eglah? Shechaviva Alav Keeglah. Because she was beloved as to her husband as a cat. So again, it's the beginning. It sounds strange to us, but it must have been in private at home. But it must have been a difficult term of endearment. Or someone, an egg. My little egg, my beloved Eglah. So again, like I said, this will go very badly for you if you try to this. But for myself, this was a term of endearment. The phase. Who Omer? Bule Karash and Eglah. So much who's denying that Shimshon also referred to his wife as an Eglah as well. Okay. And you have a Michal, but what's that mean? But the Michal have children. God says, what we got? The Michal Allah, Hayallah Vlad, and Yom Mozart. Yet the prophet says that Michal of Shol was right at top of it. He did not have a child until the day of her death. So he wanted to share our children. Or this time, no Mosala Hayallah, Biomasayla. What it means is, she didn't have children for most of her life. And she got to the end of life, I didn't try that. She actually had a child right before she passed away. So Nifty, fun in here for 1 second. Here's the problem with that. Nifty, fun in here for the Chazon, even nice to be Nichadim Shalom. 1 second. The not what is taking like a census because of his family when they're in Hebron. Now, as we're going to see that Michal was punished to not have children as a result of the time that when they brought the ark, so what its rest in Yerushalayim is before this all of his heart and all of his soul and heart. Michal thought that he was acting in the Torah that she disparaged him. And as a result for that act of disparagement, she punished back to dying childless. So that happened in Yerushalayim. So remember, the first 5 years of his reign were in Hebron. This was the result. This was that, right? This was when Shaul died. So Mephibosheth, Shaul's son, the throne for his own. He had a slow set up in Hebron. So the listing of the family, Michal was punished. Let's say, but Michal Bashar Ba'adachal, the Kira Sanah, the transit in the character of him. But others, Rabbi say, the say, the Mitra Fasa, Michal got a punishment, Alima Agda also myself, right? What it means is like this. Up until this event, she had children. Or Michal had children already. After she started telling off for dancing with the Aron dancing in front of the Aron. So after that point, she was not giving any more children. I've also by Yukash David old election Russian Yerushalayim. But 1 second, the classic says that David Amalek took additional wives and additional concubines in Yerushalayim. Lemeluye Shmona Asa. No. That means to round out the number 18. Or telling us you're not marrying more than 18 women. Says, by the way, my Nashim election was to wives of election and concubines. Nashim Etsuva, the election below wives have a Suva and Kiddushin. Election do not have Suva and do not require form of Kiddushin. Arba males Yiladim Haylo with David, the Kilan B'nai Yifas Kalar. We'll say this is incredible. David Amalek had 400 children that he fathered with Yifas Kalar, war brides. Whether or not that number is probably valid. But representing the idea that he had a number of children with war brides in the Garbi below us. And again, so there was a hairstyle The old devil desired to roll this. It's like they let the back of their hair roll on. Or something. That's like the back of their head roll on. And that was like a singing of like devil desire. Yeah, I remember. So there's a whole discussion exactly were these children Jewish, not Jewish. The Kulan Yoshim the car shows off, and they all went through chariots or carriages of God. Mahalkim Rashi Gayas, they led the troops of the army. The aim how you brought it open shoulders doubled. And these were the strongest soldiers of David and Melech's. So let's say so. What's really incredible about this? So David and Melech, so apparently he allowed so some like they were Jewish, because remember again, the soldier has the right to engage in the first act of relations with the Pastor before the conversion process. So if that's the case, if the child's not Jewish, it sounds like David and Melech again, but there was biological sons. He utilized them in his army, and they were the fiercest of his warriors. Incredible. So now Yehuda Amar Tamar, Basifas Torah, Tamar, who was the daughter of David and Melech, who was the daughter of fast Torah. Rashi says Tamar, Achos of Shalom, she was the sister of Shalom, the new the moment. Basifas Torah, so Kodem Shenis Gaira, Believe Shalom, Ma'imo Yodolo, the David, the extra the Basifas Torah. Interestingly enough, so Tamar was the daughter of Michal, Ma'achal was her war bride. So apparently, man gave birth to Tamar before she converted. Okay, so Tamar was a lovely touch, and so this is one of the darkest stories in the household of God. David had a son, unknown, desperately designed his biological sister, Tamar, and he violated her. Now, as he's getting ready to violate her, she pleaded with him not to violate her. And he said, if you just ask the king to marry me, he'll let you marry me. So the Gemara says, how could Amnon, the son of David, marry Tamar, the daughter of David? It must have been that because she was a daughter of the Pascal, then technically speaking, she would have been committed to Amnon. Okay, so the words were Amnon, Reo, Shmo, Yonadav, then Shema, and Shema, Achi, David, Ishtar. So now the Gemara was back to the Amnon story. He had a friend, and his name was Yonadav, and Yonadav was very wise. What does it mean very wise? He was wise in evil ways. In other words, unfortunately, again, knew how to make terrible things happen. Remember, again, this friend, so Amnon tells this friend that he's not being involved with this Tamar, and he's not going to be now being involved. And this guy, Yonadav, his friend, tells him here's what you should do. Pretend you're sick. Tell your father that you want Tamar to come and give you food. And when you're secluded with her, do what you want. This is the crazy advice that his friend Yonadav. So if I go to Kachadal Ben Amelech, remember, you know that Shachab and Mishachab Pascal. And the Ostler is Rabia, Shika Furnace, that soak with fun. So what happens? So again, so he asks this whole plan, pretend like you're sick. So again, you're not going to tell Amnon, pretend like you're sick. Tell the king that you need, tell her to come and go ahead and. So let's get it. So she got requested. It's right. She actually points out something very interesting that, again, it doesn't make any sense. If I'm going to say, and he needs food to let the food there, in the regular whatever kitchen, so that we brought him. So if I have to fry food, well, if it's immediately fresh, so he wants to fry food right there in the room for him. That's how he was able to learn Tamar to him. So Amnon violates Tamar. Afterwards, the Rabbi says he just Unknown synagogue after he invited her, so Unknown despised her, great hatred. So what's the reason? Some of Yitzchak name of Nikshah was also to Shachar, which is apparently as a result of the accusation of violation. So Unknown was caught by one of her pubic hairs, and as a result he was wounded and became a Shachar. The first contribution here. I don't know the Bible, whatever it is that's damaged, whatever is damaged, the proper ejaculation. Now, in the package, generally the Torah assumes that a man can't father children. That is a serious issue, and there is who that person can marry. So I don't think it was good to crush shafta as a result of his ejaculation with a female sure about אם הקשור אני מבאסת לשפחה. One second, how do you get in there? I'm not sure it's a purpose. Why would you do it because of that? Rather, the Gemara says, it could be that our local myself, she did it intentionally to wound him as a result of this that she did to her. So is that so easy? So what does it mean when it says that beautiful means came about Chasab Yisrael? The beginning of Chasab Yisrael really was known. Even the North Yisrael was shared based on the Sarah Erfa. That the Jewish women, again, in 2027, that they do not have hair, right? People have the pubic area or by the especially about all the Yakijan states. Silence is there. So how did Tamar have hair? And how she had pubic hair? Because says the Basifas taught. Remember again, we said before she was not born to her, and as such she did not have particular love. Now, so I just want to point out also something amazing. This idea that unknown violence despises her. It's so profound because what is unknown doing? Unknown is projecting. He's disgusted with himself. Deep down, he's disgusted with himself for what he did. But so often in life, right, we cannot grapple with the mistakes that we make. So what do? We often project. So for unknown, he projected his disgust and becoming wasn't disgusting himself. And he wasn't strong enough. He wasn't mad. He wasn't able to face what he just did, projected those seeds of disgust. So Tamar, so Tamar poured ash on her head. She called her clothes. So the Gemara says, so Tamar, she, in a very terrible act of bravery, did not find what happened to her. She made a public spectacle of what happened to her. She let it know. She let it know what happened to her. One of them named her the children. Together, drug Tamar, but also Shaw. Tamar was incredibly brave, but she did something incredible by publicizing what happened to her. Why? So because they said, with no Smolachim cast, with no Smolachim. In its most capital proves the Smolachim because it was a shocking wake-up call. And this could happen to Rothschild and America. Anyone. It happened to a young woman who was so modest. So it's like Tamar was going to happen to her. So that woman should be vigilant. Incredible. So much running around the shop. You know, as a result of that episode, Gosling, so it's a couple of this 21 So Sarah will go there, that you keep not a married woman, not the Arba, and not even a so you so from where do you know scriptural reason? As it says, if your brother, the son of your mother, will incite you, so the mercy of the enemies has been added. The son of your mother will incite you to the son of your father doesn't come along with a heart. That is the son, this is someone who you would be alone with you and just your mother. The son, the son could have eaten his mother. You know what else is committed? One is not allowed to be alone with someone who is in error, someone who is because you are unique to you. And what it means is, up until that point in time, there was a history of youthhood, and only is in error. But a single man. It's not in error. But after the episode of Tamar, as the laws of youthhood apply to you, incredible. You're not so it's now. Several has many challenges. Remember, it doesn't apply to you. Lay on your death. was on his deathbed, dying. So his son, Adonio ben Chagis, decided to continue. Adonio ben Chagis was more amiable. Somebody is dying, and his son Adonio takes advantage of it. Governor was not self-picking. Melania should be on the ground, but he was unable to. Second kind of tells them, no, why not? No, Rashi. Rashi became Shahoma Balahoma. Shachashav, Shachat, Shati Sheshalo, Shal Kesanopus. So Adonio tried to put on the crown, but it didn't work. Why? The Fisha Hayashad, Shahab is so Kavalam, the Initiation is Borosha, Alunish, Yishlo, Hardits Borosha. The English from things double. The Colorado Mountains, Momosa Mishira. So this is wild. Apparently, the Davidic Israel had a bar when it crossed the top. Apparently, male members of Governor Malak's household, at least those who were fit for monarchy, had an indentation in their skulls. So this is when they put on the crown sat on their head. The Yoban of this did not have the indentation. Because it did not have the indentation, it was unable to put on the crown. That's what happened. So Adonio in a bid to show that he was the king. So what does he do? Chariots and riders and 50 men running in front of him. So what did he do? I'm going to kill it all. Take a cooking campos and all the runners had the news removed. So apparently, removal is good for endurance. So apparently the spleen slows you down too. So they had those spleens removed so they can faster runners. They also took out some of the nerves from the soul of their feet. This way they're able to go over anything and everything in the physics. I got from the meeting, one of the most interesting things is the overwhelming levels of dysfunction that exist in the I think that it's a profound lesson. Rabbi tells us everything. And I think it's a profound lesson on multiple levels. The one that tells us that we're persecuted greatest disciples in the world because we need children. Children, just as like every parent to do really everything right. At the end of the day, children have free will. Sometimes children do the things, sometimes they don't. It also tells you that no one escapes from their will. Even the father of the Mashiach, even the father of the Messiah, everybody has stuff in their family. Everybody has trouble. Everybody thinks they know that family who has a all together, no problems. And you think they do, but they don't. Every family has their challenges. And by the way, this is why the Torah goes through such depth. All of the stories of the all the family dynamics. Just family dynamics are part of life. Sometimes you can be based on the wrong is a parent. But sometimes I think you agree everything right as a parent is still that family dynamics. Such is the nature of incredible Mishnah. Well, Yadam was using other beginning of Hafsa, so the king should not have too many places. That is just what he needs for his chariots. What Machafta means for his needs. Because now, again, really what that means is like this. What it means for his needs is for his personal needs. Not his military. Because of his Yadalo, he shouldn't have knowledge. He shouldn't have too much shoulders. Or rather, just when he needs everything is funny. He should have enough to pay his fine. Obviously, he has enough money to for his own bills to pay the army. They call those stuff the Torah Shmuel, to write his own sefer Torah. Yotzi war, he takes the Torah with him. Nichnas Hu Machnitzin comes back in from war, he brings the Torah with him. Yoshe Pekin Kudimo, right? He's sitting and adjudicating the case, the Torah is with him. Mesif, he's just sitting and responding, the Torah is there with him. So beautiful. Specific Torah, is how we get to take it with him wherever he goes. The intermediate white lines, Torah about second. Well, Yabalo should king should not have to Yokala if he would like Parasha, maybe he should limit, what he needs for the army for his own needs. And low, Inomar, no, in order to king should not be excessive into his own needs. But anything he needs militarily, of course, we need to make. All mine, the kind Susim Habak what can't he have? You can't get Susim Habak. What are Susim Habak? Susim Habak are idle horses. idle forces are these forces destroyed. Don't keep on idle forces. Let's say, like when you see from here, how much Chazal were against lust, were against being idle. Idleness is the bane of self-actualization. Idleness is the bane. Idleness is the undoing of our own personalistic growth. To the point you can't even have idle forces. And if you can't have idle forces, Susim Bakwan, Allah is Kama Bakama, you can't be mercy. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, good, Minayin Shafilu Sus Rubato, Shuruba, I didn't can't be the worst. I'm Lomar, Laman Harbos, Sus. That's what we do, Rubato. Hydro Yarda family. Again, you can have one idle force. Why is it crazier than the clothes? Choosing normally. Chance is a violation of a prohibition for every single idle force that you take. That's incredible. The time is because of Rahman alone. The reason of us. There's a reason why we start to make a lot of problems. I think it to be both ourselves. The Gemara says, I would have thought that Allah for myself. Allah for myself. Had he not said that, I would have thought that maybe the king can't even have too many horses. The only time that there's a prohibition on excess. But for the army, he needs a certain amount of reserves for his horses, for his jet, totally fine. He should actually dress up in parachutes to solution. So, in other words, for his own use, he has to be exact. He can't have excess. For the army, totally could have excess. The king said, the king can't have excess gold and silver. Maybe you shouldn't have too much gold and silver, even the army. Low in Amada, I'm really today just for himself. He can't have access. The question is, what in order to pay for the army? So time because of low. The reason he says because for him, the king himself can't have access. That's the problem. Allah, but had it not said this, how if you look at it, you cannot spend not really low. How much can't have access even for the army? Let's see how the Asha, the Rothschild or Yabalo Noshim, my brushes. Let me look at this. Well, it's now that we have also the quotes from both of these. He can't have excess forces for himself. He can't have excess gold and silver for himself. For national needs, like other things, that's fun. Gemara says, by the way, now Lo Yabalo Noshim, my brushes. Maybe you look at this. Also, to teach us is interesting. The prohibition of having life only applies to kids. It doesn't actually apply to regular people. Which is fascinating. So if a regular guy, for some reason, needs more than 18 wives, Allah it's permitted. Only the king has privilege. Actually makes a lot of sense. Since the king is engaged in strategic marriage, therefore there's a real concern that married people are going to bring the Lord into incredible. So Yehuda Rabbi says, so Yehuda, when he had in contrast with Arabos, Susan Lekaf said that Shlomo had 4,000 stables for riding. Arabos unlawful Susan. And then we have, right? And it said 400,000. Lucky, it said, in our big established are you I don't know. In other words, the American state is not clear in tables or rows of states. Again, depending on that, will determine the either way, yes, it's inside each will matter. At least for Frank State, we'll say first of the white one, at least for contrast with super. In case of next of the Shalom, money, there is so much wealth in days of Shalom that money literally again is counted for nothing. Money is almost like valueless. Sid, you can show us a case in Cavani. Another person that Shalom spends money drawing like stones. Yeah. Even though that passage says money flows like stones, but stones still have a value. So it's super a bit contradictory. First passage says that money flows like you have no value. Then it says it has value like stones. There's no kasha. Can't hold them shnos shlomas pasparo. Can't acha shnos shlomas pasparo. Most of the people this is to another still be there. So let's look like this. What Shlomo Melech made a mistake. Now too many women. And he goes into too many women. That was a strategic marriage. We're lying to kingdoms. Bas Paro introduced idolatry into the home of Shlomo, and Shlomo Melech did not stop it. It was really the marriage to Bas Shlomo that really became Bas Paro that could be undoing Shlomo Melech. That began a downward spiral. And remember again, when you have these two stories linked together, Bas Paro is now literally in the home of Shlomo Melech. This is sort of Ashbadai, the crown, the son, the Chabam, concerning the Chabam's days that can be split. It's Malchus is sweet. I mean, all of this traces itself back to this deleterious marriage with Bas Paro, the idolatry that came with it. And the Gemara says, before Shlomo married Bas Shlomo, there was such tremendous prosperity that money was like valueless. That's how much money there was. After he married Bas Shlomo, there was still prosperity, but money was like stones. Things changed. I'm not saying it's incredible. The Shah, she knows the Shlomo Bas Paro. When Shlomo married Bas Paro, Yorad Gavil did not explode the end. The Malach Gavil came and he literally put a reed in the sea. The Ella Sirton, and what happened? And the reed began to collect sediment. The Arav Nakrat Rodol Sheberon. And that landmass ultimately became Rome. So what's it? Isn't that incredible? That what does it say? Shlomo had much Bas Paro created a negative trajectory for Israel, and that negative trajectory ultimately created Rome, the arch enemy of Israel. This is such an overwhelming